Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th, and we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th. where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Tarafından Saylas oraya doğru döndü ama Rookie bir tane daha düşürmeyi başardı. Tek maçta S2G mi eliyor diye bakacağız ama hayır.
Meantime, Fireflux taking huge casualties on the eastern edge versus Codex.
I think they've taken 4. And that's going to be she wants to get a knock at the halfie, gets a second, look for a turn on the jump, and potential essentially clutch ace 1v4 against S2G. He's up the top of the wall, and it's only Beg for Mercy. Game Lord, we haven't heard from them so far.
Like I said before, Effect taking on Pioneer all by himself. You wonder if he's even be able to steal away this shot. It's Meku. This is Jason's prediction as well, Demuerte.
Down. Luke actually being able to get one knock.
ตัวจ็อกเกอร์ยังแอนดับอีกคนเดียวครับเกิดตีล่อซื้อจังหวะขึ้นมาแล้วที่ขับรถปลดอ้อมหลังไปแล้วปลดทางด้านของมิล่าแล้วเรียบร้อยเลยโลแกนโดนกว่านี้มาเดพีได้1มาเดพี2อุ้ยมาเดพี
Mungkin bakalan rata hanya disebabkan bulatan yang tidak berpihak pada mereka dan itu akan terjadi. Pian bagi Arigo.
Lên được kết thúc vị trí cái này bóng về vị trí thứ này. Ben Su một pha 1-1, Công được vị trí cao hơn một pha mở cánh sai lầm đến từ đội hình bên phía Bảo Nam.
11 from all around the world to 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. My name is Contra, your host for the entirety of this event for this week itself. And we've gathered the best teams all around the world here live in Kuala Lumpur, where all the action will be taking place. We've already watched and witnessed 12 matches of play, and there's another 12 more matches to go here in the weekend stage. And with the group red teams all set and ready, we'll be speaking to some of the teams out here before we start the game. And let us welcome our very first team on board, DRS Gaming.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be speaking to all of you guys here. Of course, you guys been able to qualify through the PMPL South Asia, and now here in Kuala Lumpur, you guys are looking real fine. So could I, of course, get you to introduce yourself to the audience out back at home?
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो र म टिम डिआरएसबाट खेल्छु र म टिम डिआरएसको आइजल हो.
So my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati and I'm a player for Team DRS Gaming and I'm the IGL of the team.
All right, and so Rules, I really want to ask you this. So far, you guys have been playing 2 days of the competition and it's already halfway through the PMGC League stage. So which team came up as one of the biggest threat to you so far from all the games that you guys have played out?
अहिलेसम्म लाइक हाफ गेम सकिसक्यो 12 गेम हैन. अहिले तिमीहरूले यति खेल्दाखेरि चाहिँ अहिलेसम्मको गेममा सबभन्दा ठुलो डर लाग्दो टिम चाहिँ तिमीलाई कुन लागिरहेछ?
आइएनआर.
So for the team it's obviously Influence Gaming because they are doing really great.
Yeah, and overall your team also did perform a whole lot better back in day 2 compared to the very first day. So I really want to check on you guys. What really have helped your team improve your gameplay in such a drastic amount of time?
फर्स्ट डेको भन्दा चाहिँ सेकेन्ड डेको गेम प्ले अति राम्रो थियो हैन. त्यो एक दिनको ग्यापमा चाहिँ तिमीलाई केले चाहिँ हेल्प गर्यो जसले चाहिँ तिम्रो गेम इम्प्रुभ बनायो?
हाम्रो अब नेपाली टुर्नामेन्टहरुमा जहिले फर्स्ट दिन जहिले डाउन भइरा हुन्थ्यो. अब धेरै जसोलाई थाहा हुन्छ हैन, हाम्रो फर्स्ट डे जहिले नराम्रो गइरा हुन्छ. तर हाम्रो अब सेकेन्ड डे अब हामीलाई सेकेन्ड डेमा चाहिँ कमब्याक एज अ कमब्याक जसरी हामीलाई चिनिन्छ सब नेपाली ऑडियन्सहरुबाट, त्यही हामीले सेकेन्ड डे चाहिँ कमब्याक गर्ने हिसाबमा खेल्छ.
So for the team DRS Gaming, it's like the first day for us is always rough. Not just in this tournament, but in the South Asian tournaments as well. The first day goes off always. It's like always for us. So in Nepal or the South Asian region, we are known for comeback. So yeah.
So as you guys are known as the comeback kings, we also did notice that many of all these elimination points that you have gathered is actually coming out from grenade throws, and that has got you guys so many points. So I really want to ask for a couple of tips and also tips for all those watching back at home. How do you train to get better at throwing grenades? And is there any sort of things that you want to share to increase the accuracy of landing those big blows?
तिमीहरूले चाहिँ हैन ग्रेनेडले चाहिँ धेरै किल उठाएको देखियो अनि त्यहाँ चाहिँ तिमीहरूको एक्युरेसी कसरी तिमीहरूले इम्प्रुभ गर्छौ हैन अनि अरु मान्छेलाई केही टिप्स दिन चाहन्छौ भने त्यसमा केही छ भने भन्नु.
अब हाम्रो ग्रेनेड त्यस्तो खासै राम्रो जाँदैन. त्यो अब हिजो र अस्ति हाम्रो अब लकले एज अ लक भनौँ अब ग्रेनेड त्यस्तो एक्युरेसी हाम्रो त्यो राम्रो छैन भनौँ. अब हामी अझै त्यसमा इम्प्रुभ गर्नेछौँ धेरै.
So for the team it's like the grenade throw for the team are not that good for them, but it was their luck so that they were able to gather kills from the grenades, but they are still working with the strategies about grenades and throwables, everything, so they will improve.
All right, awesome. Of course, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot more of the great action coming in from DRS Gaming overall. And you know what? Like yesterday, when we come down to map voting and on who is going to get the chicken dinner, we see a lot of fans online cheering for you guys, voting for you guys to win. So, of course, is there any words that you want to share to our global audience and also audiences back in Nepal before we start off our first game of day 3?
फ्यानहरूको लागि केही मेसेज छ भने किनभने त्यहाँ कमेन्टहरुमा लाइक 40 to 45% नै नेपाल DRS भनेर आइरा छ हैन. इफ यु हैव एनी मेसेज तिमीसँग केही मेसेज छ भने फ्यानहरूको लागि?
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच हामीलाई धेरै धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएको छ हामी अब यो जिसीमा हामी नेपाल रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्न आएको हो होइन अब जति सक्दो हजुरहरूले हामीलाई एज अ च्याटमा सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएको छ भोटिङमा सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएको छ त्यसको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद हजुरहरूलाई हामी अब हजुरहरूले सोचेको जस्तो रिजल्ट हामी दिनेछौँ
So, like, you guys have been supporting us from the starting, and thanks for all the love and support till date. And we will make sure that we like play really good and get up to your expectations. You guys are doing great over the comments and votings and everything. And thank you for your love and support.
And of course, thank you guys for joining in for this interview as well. We definitely do wish to see you guys qualify for the grand finals in Jakarta. And for those of you guys back at home, there's many of these games to be played out for today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what's about to come as we'll find out who will be the one to take home our first chicken dinner here on day 3 of the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Be the one, and let's enjoy the show.
Bye.
Here for all of our teams in Group Red. You have 2 days left to play to either get top 3 to get straight through into the finals or get yourself in safely over at top 11 to get into the last stage, the survival stage. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host, joined by two handsome gentlemen to my left-hand or right-hand side. I'm not sure exactly how it looks when it comes to on stream. We got Maxman looking dapper as ever and Sandstorm just being a happy guy. How you doing, Sandstorm?
I'm excited for day 3. It's the second half of the tournament, and it kind of gives us a better idea of who we're going to be looking out for when it comes to the final day, who's going to have a chance to qualify for top 3, who's going to be going away. It's a lot to look forward to for day 3.
Yeah, and obviously your team, you expect to win the whole thing here. R8 need to have a massive step up here to get into top 3, but you know what? They have a chance. Don't worry, Sandstorm. But speaking of favorites, Maxman LGD performing much better yesterday than we've seen in the past, but so did a lot of other teams actually yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of other teams have been able to have a major step up. We'll see, of course, going into the overall rankings, but teams like Buridam has been doing great. S2G with a back-to-back chicken dinner, it's great. And I got the jacket on, Jason, which means today is serious for the teams. They need to have the step up to try and make sure they can go into hopefully top 3 or the survival stage. So today is very important for these guys.
Maxman, please bring that jacket to the next event that we're both at, because I'm going to burn it. You can probably check out that video over on social media, over on our PUBG Mobile Esports channel. Maybe I can actually get that posted somehow. I would love to do that. I think it could be fun. You might not like it, but that jacket does mean serious business. It does mean things are being taken to the extreme, as Max would say. And we are running out of time for all the teams. But speaking of extreme, big shout out here to Sony, the Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream, providing you guys, or main collaboration actually, with professional esports players. You can get 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with its total cooling system. And of course, it's multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And also the sweet hotel that the players get to sit at, that we want to be at, getting our spa days on. The Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. I'm a little bit jealous, I'm not gonna lie, gentlemen. I mean, we got to see, was it last year or the year before? We had, I think it was 2 years ago, we had footballists in the Maldives. Really working hard, you know, it was tough for them to be there, but I would love to be over at the sweet hotel, just relaxing with you guys.
I know, they said like, we had bad connection, we have to go somewhere else, and they went to the Maldives. Like, I have bad connection all the time. I'm not sent to a great hotel. I would love to, but no, not unfortunately.
Who would have thought, Max? Sunburn would affect your PUBG Mobile skills. But either way, let's take a look at our schedule format. If you guys are just joining us and missed out on the prior days, it is a little bit complex, but what you need to know is We have 3 different groups, red, green, and yellow, and it's all about your placings within each group. Top 3 straight to the grand finals, kicking off January 6th through 8th. However, if you're in 4th through 11th, you'll be going to a survival stage, which will be happening with teams from other groups. And then from that, it'll determine where our final teams will get through. And of course, Sandstorm, $4 million on the line. A lot of money here for these teams to win up. But I'm still waiting for prior winners to send me my cut for supporting them. But I'll keep waiting.
Yeah, $4 million, $2.5 million going to be distributed over the league stage. We have $90,000, which is the first place prize for every single group. So not only do you get yourself a spot in the grand finals, but you also get yourself around $100,000 just from getting that first place. And looking at group bread, this is our group, these are our teams. I don't want to look at our esports right now. That just makes me sad.
Okay. Well, hopefully you're not sad at the end of the day, but you might be sad because only a certain amount of teams can qualify, and a certain amount of teams will not be making it through any further on into this event. As you take a look here at the event so far here, our top 4 when it comes to solo points, and we can see Delta, I mean, yesterday had a huge step up here. We were talking about DRS. I gave the DRS blessing to them, and they were able to do exceptionally well in the last 2 matches. But to see Delta be able to step up for his team when day 1 wasn't looking fantastic for them is a great sign and a great testament to how strong this team from Nepal can be.
Just to explain how this graphic works, by the way, these are the number of points that have been won by a player when all of his teammates are down, where he's the only player currently still alive for the team. And we said Delta for DRS has been able to really put a great step forward for the entirety of his team. Sure, it would be great to see them survive a little bit longer as a 3-4-man crew. That would be fantastic, but DRS really did do a big step up right when you called them out, Jason, so I'll have to say you maybe did bless them a little bit there. But yeah, DRS, I'm happy with what they can do yesterday. I want to see more in these next 2 days to see if they can potentially go the entire way right into the grand finals.
Well, you always want to see more, Max, but we are running out of time for the teams. As you take a look at our top 4 teams when it comes to elimination, Sandstorm, gotta throw it to you here, man. Influence Shaman, 74 limbs. They are 11 limbs ahead of anyone else, and that's S2G. A fantastic showing for the team from Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just remind everyone, this is a team that has managed to secure top 4 in 9 out of their 12 games. 75% of them were always in the top 4, and the other 3 were 15, 14, but they still managed to get 4 eliminations every single time. So they're still getting themselves an insane amount of points, an insane amount of eliminations. And we saw before as well, when it came to top solo points, Law was there. He's been able to get himself a top 4 place, I think twice yesterday alone in the games. One's on Erangel when Buriram took the win, and of course one on the last game as well. So incredible performance from the entire team. Every single one of those players is showing up, whether it's Federal with the eliminations, whether it's Law with the placement points as well. Everyone is performing, and it's just great to see from this team. And it's also fantastic that it's happening across both days so far. And we still have 2 more days to go. So is the consistency going to remain over the entire first week? That's what I'm excited to see for this American representative.
Yeah, I mean, I would be saying no, but then again, I said that about Mad Bulls when we got to the European Regionals off the back of Western European PL, and they continue to do so then. However, they're not looking too hot right now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't expect them to come out this strong. They weren't really on my radar when it came to that's a team I expect to be top 3, but you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised. However, their job isn't done just yet, Max. They still have 2 days left to play. They still need to hold on to their position, though they have been able to build up a nice little lead for themselves. But teams like Buriram, they're knocking on that door, and if they continue performance like this today, they might catch them.
Exactly. I mean, I did say Influence Chairman, chances are they're not going to move from that top 3 position, so don't focus on that spot anymore. Focus on Buriram or S2G's spot if you want to make it straight into the grand finals, because those are 2 spots you can reach. Influence Chairman, they require a really bad day for other teams to be able to actually catch up to their position, but we saw that meme from PMPL updates. Respect to them.
Good. So
Enigma
good.
Galaxy, I think they don't know which way they need to go. You know, don't go down, okay? You need to go up, okay? The higher you are, the better you are. Enigma Galaxy yesterday got pretty much nothing done. They even got a great circle on Sanok, and no points really came their way, so Enigma Galaxy need to catch things up, because slowly they're slipping down the rankings, and it's not good to see.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare Enigma Galaxy to the performance of all the other teams, for example, on day 1, they had 83 points. Day 2, only 13. The likes of DRS managed to get 67 points on day 2 compared to the 48 points on day 1. A lot of teams are improving. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy is just going in the complete opposite direction, which is definitely not what you want to see, but we can see it here.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they're going to have to see it as S2G. I mean, they didn't look too hot day 1, but they had the step up they were looking for, and pretty much the opposite. Enigma Galaxy when it came to day 1 and day 2. But again, like this average damage, that's kind of what we've known about S2G, Maximan, and what we saw in the European regionals. Like they are an extremely strong fragging team, and you can never really count them out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them yesterday. They just woke up and chose violence S2G, but also Influence woke up twice, 2 days in a row, and chose violence both days in a row. And really, the thing is, you're looking at the average survival time, right? Every single time they're making it close to the 27-minute mark. Of course, the games take a little bit longer because of the new circle settings we have specifically for this PMGC. But making it to the 27-minute mark every single Erangel is nuts here, Jason. And I mean, that's why we said they're so consistent and they should not be going anywhere anytime soon, because it's 3 Erangels every day, as you can see here. You can't beat that. You have to get so far in the games to get a 27-minute average, and that's just mental from Influence.
And the thing is, Sandstorm, we look at them, right, and we could just say, oh, I mean, normally people could just say, oh, they had zone, or oh, they were center circle, but honestly, they've been playing with, I feel like, so many different kind of strategies. Yeah, they're playing like edge as well. Like they're showing that they can do it from a very difficult position. Now, in your opinion, though, is this just the normal play style they like to go for, or have they adapted their strategy a bit because of the change to the zone settings we've had here in PMGC?
No, they've definitely changed it up a little bit, because from what we've seen in PMPL Americas and the way that they were playing around it, the start was very similar. That yes, they would still play kind of edge of zone, but when it came to the later stages of the game, they changed it up. Now they're being a little bit more cautious. They're choosing their time a little bit better when it came to when they're supposed to be going into the zone. So I have to give it to them. And we've seen on Erangel, not once have they been eliminated, I guess, lower than 4th. It's always been a top 4. So what's going to happen?
Okay. Well, we'll see if they can maintain that stat here, Sandstorm. No pressure. So we're going to head to our first match of the day with John Allen and Blink to kick it off.
Absolutely, we're going to be getting into game number 1 to kick off the second half of Group Red. Blank, we're ready and ready to go. We're wide-eyed and bright and bushy-tailed. We're going into Erangel.
Why have you stolen my haircut? What's going on?
It's gone well, hasn't it?
What is that? That is unacceptable behavior. You
It's
put
just
your
how it
hair to
felt.
its normal setting immediately.
Look,
Go
I
back to
swivel
default.
I swivel the Lego piece. It doesn't work like that.
This
You can't
is-
just do it. Oh,
This is
dear.
ridiculous. But yeah, heading into the second half of the Group Red stage. Obviously, very excited to see how this one does end up. We have a fair amount of things, a fair amount of moving pieces. Obviously, like Max was saying, Influence came in at the moment. Very difficult to catch up to 174 points. S2G maybe could have done it yesterday. I did want to talk more about this though, John, because I feel like S2G had such a good day towards the beginning and then fell into some bad old habits towards the end in that 5th game, which is just some too aggressive nature, some overconfidence, pushing in, versus MTech Storm as well, which, by the way, is not a team that's towards the top of the standings either. It's just a case of lack of scouting, looking for that greedy first elimination and getting massively punished for it. So I think S2G maybe has to reconsider a couple of things that they were pulling out from yesterday, go back to what they started with, which was much better, which is bringing out a lot of that capability in those team fights towards the end of the game. That player is not allowed to hold that phone anymore.
Give me that.
I can play this better. yeah, let me have a go.
It's good. Here, give us a go. You got games on your phone.
You got games on that.
You got games on that.
You got PUBG Mobile on that one. Oh,
You got
ready.
PUBG Mobile. Oh, you're playing PMGC. Oh, let me play.
Let me have a go. Anyway, straight into our game at the beginning. We already have our playing path on our screens right now, heading from the western side of the map over towards the northeast in Kameshki, and we'll be dropping our players off very shortly as they head into this one.
Kameshki, the destination on the western side. Teams that generally like to drop towards Novo or towards Milton might be a little bit slower on this one, but they should be fine. The circle yet to pop though. We've seen some fairly dramatic shifts over the last couple of days. Blank, maybe we'll see a return to normalcy here for the team's sake, if nothing else.
Absolutely. I think that towards the end of the day, it really did require a little bit of extra capabilities from some of these teams in terms of their macro, their rotations to be on point. With us having some of our hardest shifts throughout the entirety of this tournament. It was fun to see, but like you said, maybe back to a little bit more of normality, hopefully to get those more central shifts towards the end of the game. But again, it's always nice to challenge these players, especially in PMGC. It's becoming a lot more about being able to take those engagements, take those fights, take those heavy heavy priority compounds, right? And if it means that you have to go for an engagement to take them off another team, that's what's going to win you the game. And I think that's what's becoming more and more interesting. And we're starting to see, you know, a lot of these teams differentiate themselves from one another just because you're realizing who has the better gun skill, who has that better team fight capability, which is really cool in my opinion. I feel like those are the teams that deserve to get the big points. Like Influence Kemin, their rotations are pretty damn good, but on top of that, they're not afraid to shunt you out of a position that they think is a winning formula for themselves.
IQ gets away from the buggy rundown. Box didn't want to invest the time there. Tizzy's actually not too far away, so 3 teams in fairly close proximity at this stage coming through. MTech Storm spread out over Gatka, Aegon XIA and Box, who are grabbing a couple of vehicles and seemingly looking to head south. The circle popped down towards the south, and it does cover quite a bit of military island, but likely that we won't be ending there. It's more likely we'll be heading up. Wait. They're different teams.
Those are bumper cars right there. I like that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, still in the vehicle. Not too sure what Gotani was trying to go for there, but I guess it worked.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you take. I think he flipped Axa over like a full barrel roll on that side. But if that's what it takes, you know, delay an enemy team with the distraction tactics, that's what's required. You know, Axa didn't seem too phased by that. Probably one of our most smiley players here in Group Red at the moment. He was unfazed by that whole shenanigans going down and just decided he'll take that one, get on his merry way as he was barrel roll flip back onto the road, which is great news for them. BTR, on the other hand, having a really good return to form at the moment. DRS ahead of them with 115 points. BTR tied behind in 5th with 115 themselves. But again, very, very well done to BTR and super happy days to DRS, considering this is a real good improvement from this team, from PMGC to PMGC, seeing them here in the very first group versus some very difficult teams. Being in 4th place is nothing to scoff at.
Certainly not. I mean, it's not quite that top 3 spot, but it certainly set you in good stead moving into the survival stage. Have that confidence that you would be one of the top teams going in there, and someone will have to be. R8 looting up in North George. They've been curtailed once or twice by LGD on this leave, but I think LGD have sort of moved into this idea more of moving south and away from this engagement on circles like this. They just don't want to get embroiled in it, even though they could edgeguard R8 out.
I think LGD is starting to see more and more that there is a lot of space down towards this western side, and some other teams have also noticed that on this side of the map. I mean, you look at I8, for instance, now they're holding down towards the south of Gatka. MTech is up towards that north side. So a lot more of this space has been taken up within the map. Before, it was a little bit easier for LGD and maybe Mad Bulls to make this rotation with only one team being in the area, and that being MTech Storm, and a lot of times them looting up towards the underneath of Everest. So you are just seeing that clear hole in the map on that western side being available. That has been filled up now, concreted in, so LGD is going to have a little bit more of a difficult rotation. I still would assume that they'd head through Hospital, because S2G, maybe not the easiest team to face early on.
Certainly not. I mean, we've seen them be that punchy team that did feel a little bit more reserved in a couple of the previous days' games, which obviously earned them quite a bit of points, and their viability in that top 3 certainly earned from that. Question, though, is can that be maintained? As you said, maybe a little bit of a dip. We'll have to wait and see if they can stand it back.
Budaram over towards Lipovka, taking that classic 2-1-1 split over towards Prison, Mansion. These guys get looted up very quickly and then head out over towards Shelter area. Titans also like to hit up that position. The Infinity have backfilled before, as of DRS, so Shelter does become quite the hotspot. But with this circle being so far down towards the south, it does give DRS a lot more time to figure out what they would like to do next. They don't necessarily have to be on a timer right now. And with Nova Noyer, as well as Military Base itself offering such good loot, I think it would make sense for these guys to stick around in this area for a little bit longer. And DRS should be coming to the circle with absolutely tons of gear to be working with, level 3s across the board, and with some very, very well-stocked backpacks. And I'm talking smokes, I'm talking grenades. That's really going to support DRS in that late game, especially when we're seeing so far, you know, a lot of these teams now picking up individual spots within the circle and just taking those solo positions. It does make a lot more sense to be able to get a lot of that utility on board in the early game and work with that in towards the late.
Ghost staying alive. Not being spotted right now by MTech Storm. I think Ghost has a little bit of gear on board. Yeah, has got that Mini 14. Only the level 1 backpack and no helmet. So it would be pretty difficult to take a fight with that level 1 vest as well. So Ghost a little bit loot starved here for Aegon XI8. A lot of teams on that western side spread out and taking the loot up for themselves.
Yeah, LGD barreling through. And I think this is the issue you'd find if you were looting down towards the south side of Gatka in the fielded area, is that it is kind of trash loot. Like, you're not going to find too much and you're just looking for scraps here and there. You're also starved of vehicles, which is another big thing. LGD able to instantly move down from crates area, rotate through the fields instantly towards some buildings that they can now set up as home base. S2G make a different approach on this circle than what we've seen so far. I think that now they just barreled down from ruins, found a very good rotational path here, which is 100% a beeline, essentially, to one of the more prominent compounds to the south side of Potato Hill. So central as well. So it looks like they're going to be setting up for that late game. They've got a lot of looting done over towards Atlantis as well as ruins. They should be happy for the remainder of the game.
Titan Farm on the south coast. On the west peak of it. No one really too close by. S2G a little bit further northwest. Influence Kemen just coming into the east side of Potato Hill now. And Buriram coming in through shelter into that eastern side of the circle. DRS still the only team on Military Island. Aegon XI8 holding around that mouth and maybe looking to cross just a little bit over that bridge. And I said Blanket was likely to end on the mainland. It seems like I'm going to have to eat my words. That is a massive south shift as Influence Kevin crash into 4 rivals. Both of them swinging past on those hillsides. 4 rivals managing to get a lot done. Lil Boy seemingly unable to hop out there. Will get felled, and Influence Kevin losing 2 very, very quickly. A 3rd soon to fall. Law eliminated out of the fight. Kayovsky running for the hills from Influence Kevin.
Yeah, I think for Little Boy there, that was a case of having to switch to the back seat and jump out from that side, considering, you know, I would say his exit from the passenger seat was blocked by this white car. You struggling there a little bit. Might have been something on his end, but we can't say for sure. In the meantime, Influence Kevin take a massive hit from 4 rivals as they try and make their way down. I8, it looked like they might have a good position within this circle, but with a couple of players left behind out in the field, they're a little bit split off. So only 3 players of their team ready to cross, and Mad Bulls already in a fairly decent position. They have to cross over towards Sosnovka. For the time being, looks like they're just going to try and take down the gatekeepers.
Moment Aegon XI8, that 3-player squad. MTech Storm on the bridge, sandwiched between, and in a really open and barren position for MTech Storm. They can't move forwards into Aegon XI8. They can't move backwards now with the Mad Bulls coming on through and pushing in. Tarman needs to find a pick. That's all they can do, really. Look for a pick, try and exploit that, because it is not going to get any easier right now.
Tarman misses his nade on that side. In the meantime, Mad Bulls bringing one of their players back into the fold. I8, IQ will find Tarman, in which case Blade is going to try and finish this player off. Remember, the more players that I8 can remove from MTech's side, the quicker that they'll be able to start dealing with Mad Bulls. And this is a dangerous push here coming through from Skills, as maybe not aware that there is another team on the other side of the bridge. Ghost also still remaining over towards those fields, and Skills gets found by a very nice little angle from MTech Storm.
These bridges are so dangerous. Those little catwalks at the side, when you drop down low, your feet are so exposed to someone on the other side, and you have to be worried about a player on the same line as you. It's another piece of cover to aid in crossing these bridges, but it is very, very dangerous if you don't have full control, which Skills has found out here. Able to drop a smoke away from a teammate and maybe looking for that res for the Mad Bulls to keep them up at 3, which would be almost vital for their future movements. R8 are going to be starting to come through as well from this north side, potentially proving to be tricky on the push. Skills is spotted. but they do not want to let this one go for him. MTech Storm, a lovely nade over the top, and Monkey is going to fall. Zerich drops down all the way to the ground, and this is the other way that you can try and cross here, is try and go for the swim. Spray over towards the player up on the catwalk, does not go well, does not connect, and the Mad Bulls are swept aside.
Mad Bulls, I think there's an incredible amount of nerves and pressure coming onto this team. It is very unlike them to be playing in this kind of way. They feel all over the place at the moment. And to be honest with you, at the current trajectory, I don't see them climbing out from that bottom 5, which is a massive shame, honestly, with the way that they played in Western Europe. It really does not translate very well into PMGC at the moment. Like, you look at the two performances they had in their individual PMPLs and the championship, I don't think that this lobby in particular is that much of a step up for them. So the fact that they're playing like this, I think there's huge amount of pressure on them right now coming towards a LAN format.
Ooh, that one looked devastating. But he somehow gets away with that. I thought that might have been a headshot from Godtani there.
I think it was. Might have been level 3.
Yeah, I think it's a level 3 helmet in play to be able to save you from that one.
It's the only way that happens.
Yeah, Box holding with 2 in the building. Titan looking to take them away from it. Box do have the position on the outside, but the burn is good. Teak lights it up, shreds them down, forces the backup from Soaz. Trismay on the side swipe though, opens up, and Titan lose 1, 2, and 3 very, very quickly. I think that's the Infinity coming in to be a third party on this engagement, and now they can start to push on in. Godtani, of course, taking those shots in earlier, will be continuing to put that pressure onto Titans. Box capitalized, 3 players up and into the building.
I mean, Trismay has been significantly important for Box to be able to remain up in a lot of these extended fights. The fact that he's able to find some of these really cheeky and quick picks during these engagements is what makes him such a clutch player and important player for the team. They don't have him. I think that the other players in the team are very good at supporting and getting some of these knocks. Break, in particular, is great at delaying a lot of these engagements, but Trismay is really the one that finds those big hitters.
The bridge on the west, a battlefield strewn with boxes. Everybody looking to cross. It was unlikely that they'd have to make this decision, but they're looking to try and make good on it now. That western bridge, Aegon XIA actually looking to regroup on the south side. They're falling away a little bit. R8 and MTech Storm embroiled on the northern side of the bridge. S2G as well, but only the one player left, that's Ray Z, on that west bridge as well.
I mean, a lot of these players fell into the pit trap of not going to Military Island early on. When you get a circle that crosses so much like we did on Zone 2, I think you have to send down towards Sosnovka Military Base one way or the other if it's not crossing through the water or just sending it across the bridge. If you don't do it early enough like BTR did, where, you know, they're coming down from Yaz and they took their time about it and they took a little bit too long as well, you just have this instance where you are just caught out in the cold and you're not getting in. No one brought their jackets to a wrangler in this case, so freezing to death on that side, it is just painful, really. So a lot of these teams that got a quick movement over towards this side of the map, very happy. And I think LGD have really played their cards right, heading towards Ferry Pier, weighing out some of those engagements on the western side, taking that boat, and then heading in underneath on the south. They could set themselves up for a very big win here.
It seems like too many teams went for the call of going over those bridges and have been caught up in it, and not too many have gone for those boat rotations or trying to go for the swim. Titan still under pressure in this fight against Box. 2 of them were alive, but one of them quickly dispatched. 6 holding out on the inside, gets 1 knock, but traded off nicely by Bensu. Enigma Galaxy, Bigatron, this is on the north side of Military Island right now. There are players out in the water from Team Queso just to the north side of it. Bigatron still handling them. They're pinging them away. Freak falls as well. These nades are pretty good for a Bigatron. They're working out. Hamodi down to the shots from Luxy up the top of the hill. Zuxi and Jen Foster trading off one of those positions. Ralph falls. Lord over in the
Team
building.
Queso.
Last player standing. Team Queso trying to rise from the depths. But there's only Papi Potro close enough in the fight. Reyes at the back looking for a heal. Dispatched 1. Papi Potro good for 1 frag. Can he find the next? It's an even fight right now on the hillside. Jen Foster is able to win that one out though. A heavy hitter for the Bigatron roster. And really bolstering them here. Reyes, for the Team Queso, though, has been equally strong. Despite their position at the bottom of the tables, this is a man you cannot count out just yet. Luxy moves in for the regroup, and they want the 2v1.
Oh, this is greedy from Luxy, but I like it. Comes in, picks up the double. Now looks for one more. Reyes, though, massively clutch player here for Team Queso. Pulled them out from a lot of situations where things looked extremely dire. But Luxy moves up with the grenade, spots Reyes as he retreats away. He looks to just pick up some more loot, but this circle will start to hurt just a little bit in zone 4, but gets as much loot on as possible, knowing that he'll need these nades later on. At this point, I think for them, it's just a case of leaving, but Luxy sticks around for too long here, and only Gem Foster and Zuxi makes it away. Either way, though, for BTR, this is a good result, considering where they were in the circle for a long, long time.
I feel like there was a little bit of a misstep from Luxy. They knew exactly where Reyes was. They knew he was going to have to move with the blue zone. You're waiting for that peak. You know it has to happen. And Luxy felt just completely open on the broadside, stood up on the headland. There was no refrag potential. I don't think that was the smartest of decisions. But they get away with 2 and leave Reyes as 1 for Team Queso on the north side.
Maybe in the heat of the moment, you've eliminated 4 players, and then you go for the 5th, and you're like, surely there can't be any more players alive here, or at least they've retreated. But yeah, Luxy goes for a little bit of a looting session and forgets there's no vehicle available to him. Again, BTR have been struggling through on that north side, so you can kind of understand where some of those small mistakes might bleed into the gameplay. Either way, 6 eliminations and living through that again whilst being trapped on that northern coastal side for a while. Quite impressive. They are taking shots now from over 4 rivals. Gem Foster will drop out the vehicle and get knocked. Better than being blown up. But again, Reyes is still in the wings, and it looks like 4 rivals are going to send in to finish the job.
In the meantime, over on the southwest side of the military base, Aegon XA8 finally finished the job against MTech Storm. A fight that's been going on since about zone 2 on that western bridge. Will have moved over to the control tower. The circle centers LGD's way.
I mean, LGD have been holding some incredible positions throughout this game. DRS obviously starting on Sosnovka. I said they didn't have to move until later with it being so much towards that side of the map, and they haven't, which affords them some good position within the circle. Again, though, LGD, with this 2-2 split that we've been seeing quite frequently from them, are able to claim a lot of landmass for their own, and DRS do have a little bit of a difficult push towards that western side, considering it's uphill just a little bit, and YZZ as well as CCC will be able to watch down towards them. Buradam aren't comfortably in yet either, having to cross some open ground. So I'd say for LGD, their main problems are 4 rivals on their northern side, and maybe some cheeky pickoffs onto maybe YZZ or CCC, because they don't have a huge amount of cover.
Reyes managed to get past 4 rivals there. Find some cover, but LGD have spotted out the position. Will take the shots over that way. You can't hold near the buggy. It will go up in flames exactly like that. And you can't crawl away from it up the hill. Your legs will show and you'll go down to the gunfire. Damned if you do, damned if you don't there. But that will draw Team Queso's run to an end for this game. And LGD still hold in that central area.
Yeah, I think this could be a really good opportunity for LGD to actually bump up their point scoring to the next level, really. And again, I was saying yesterday, a lot of these Chinese teams take a couple of days to adapt to our meta, to be honest with you. They're playing on almost their circle settings, but not quite. Either way, they're just getting back into the action of it. You can see now they're feeling a bit more comfortable, being a little bit more like they can start to frag out, strike out. And I do like this positioning, this aggressive amount of control they're taking over the map. And again, this is not from an easy position. They came from crates in South George, John, down towards Ferry Pier, avoided a lot of that engagement, bolted it round, got onto the island, moved towards this position and took a 2-2. So this is a lot of things having to come to pass for LGE to get into this position. And it certainly wasn't easy, but they took the test with flying colours.
Well, have made it happen. This is a lot of sequential smart decisions coming through from LGD, I think, is the direction this is going. So happy to see that start to stand up, as you say, into this differing meta they've ventured in towards. DRS from the eastern side still playing right on the edge. They don't want to give up that high ground just yet. Kengzo with the SKS. Shots over towards Killer. Smoke blooms on it. But the tires have already gone, so it's going to be difficult to move away in that. That should be okay, though, as the Dacia rolls downhill fairly well. actually sends it up to the top side as well, regrouping with the rest of the team.
You've got that valley down towards that western side, and I think Killer was a really important anchor for them on that side of the map, but with Buradam spotting that one out, even 4Rivals looking down towards that position, it's difficult for Killer to stick around there for too long. You saw he was having to invest smokes, and he doesn't really want to do that early on here. You know, there's still around 8 minutes more of the match to go at this point in time, in which case they'll need those smokes later. Circle heads over towards the west here, all encompassing of LGD at the moment. You question how long they're going to go for this 2-2 split, and realistically, I think they have to continue to pull it out. So this will require them to hit some really nice shots on any players coming in towards the circle, because CCC and YZZ are important to spot the players on the eastern side, and MVM and Suki have to remain in this position because it's a strong compounded area for the rest of the team to regroup on.
4Rivals looking to start to move in on that northern side, and as you said, they are currently LGD's main threat. That hill just to the east of LGD, they have looked for that regroup, so they are not going to go for the 2-2 split anymore. They just want to hold out in a little bit of a central area, so they've left that hill.
I think that's actually kind of a smart move, because yes, they could hold out towards YZZ and MVM and maybe take shots down towards DRS or the players that are down on the airstrip, but heading towards this compounded area, yes, it's not directly in the central of the map, but it still is probably the best position that they can hold from and have influence on the rest of the lobby. So I like this play from LGD. They didn't get too greedy with their 2-2 with their 2-2 split, but they were able to at least get some information gathered. DRS, though, still would really love to get a big game here, considering they're 115. They're actually in a position to break into the top 3 if they have a massive match here on game 1.
Keg's there the whole time, underneath Buradam.
Yeah, he's chilling.
I think it might have been, but finally they spot him out. Take him down in the hangar. God, Tunny has been surviving for quite a while for the Infinity. Made it up to 6th place now. DRS crunching in from that east side. 4Rivals on the open hills as well. LGD not there to slow things down, but they are going to take those sightlines over towards that old position. Voki, was he not spotted there? I don't think he was. My name from Buradam taking a shot over towards DRS. This is open ground, a lot of sightlines from the south side.
That's Jason's boy right there. My name P. I look to take it to the masses inside the lobby at the moment. Voki looks to finish off the players from DRS. Again, an unfortunate result for DRS if they go down early here. I know there's only 6 teams remaining, but considering they started over on Sosnovka military base and had a lot of time to pick up positions within the circle, more central, it is an unfortunate ending for them. And right now they're getting picked apart from Buradam as well as 4Rivals, and we'll go out with a big goose egg of elimination. 0 there. That is terrible news for them from what was kind of a game that should have gone in their favor.
Had a lot of opportunity to rack up a lot more points, but they will fall on that hurdle. Buradam, though, looking to close the gap between them and top spot Influence Kemen. Influence Kemen going down fairly early as well to a pretty comprehensive engagement. They have got that opening. Tiger down on the close fight between them and 4Rivals.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Buradam.
Goes short of the tree. Rez can go through. Should be able to get Tiger back up. Nappy wants to push out wide with Pemburu. Kengzo in for the backup. They want to hold off the remainder of 4Rivals. Only 2 players there, so they have 3 barrels against the 2. Pemburu spotted on the side swipe, but Kengzo falls to Pemburu. Nappy pushes forwards, wants another. Will be able to find it, but it's cut down finally by Tiger after that res. Crucial. Pemburu is still in the action, and in comes the final player from Buradam to try and keep them in this one. Tiger knows he's there, and Tiger does the job with the nade. They can get these reses. Can they stay up as 4? And do they have the time?
Yeah, I mean, they have to stay up as 4 if they want to challenge out versus LGD. The circle is a little bit slow at this point in time. Again, LGD has played a really phenomenal game here. Yes, it hasn't been a high elim game. We don't see a lot of high elim games coming through from LGD recently, but they've made the right macro decisions to get to this point and have set themselves up fantastically to win this game out. Again, like you said, and I really like the way you put it, John, it is a sequential sequence of just having like a lot of well-informed decisions throughout the entire game, and that has led to this point where they're set up for a chicken dinner. However, John, Budoram so far have shown themselves to be a fantastic teams when it comes to controlling area, controlling space, and not from ideal positions either. So this is a really good opportunity for Budoram to show us what they've got and explain to us exactly why they deserve to be in that top 3.
Currently sat at 1 chicken dinner for Budoram. LGD, similarly, on that first as well. So we'll be able to double up on that one. Ego next AA. Not been so lucky. They've had a 2nd place and 2 thirds, but this could be their first chicken dinner if they make it away from the wall, but you don't think that's going to be very likely. With a little bit of a light up on the nade, that is good news for Budoram to take the thorn out of the side, and the last elim goes through. Now it's a 4v4.
How does he nade himself and a teammate at this point in the game? It's so crucial. I was going to congratulate IA on getting this far, but I feel like that does sort of come away from it. Head-to-head win rate, 20% for Budoram. Okay. I mean, respect it. I feel like Budoram's done more incredible things in the past, though. I think this is more 60-40, in my opinion, towards LGD. Budoram is definitely nothing to scoff at, and LGD feeling a little bit cold coming into this game after not having a lot of action their way. It's been a lot of rotates for them, looking for those placements, and for me personally, Budoram is very good at setting up a massive line and being able to pick off targets individually.
But Budoram, they have been suffering. They've been in these fights a lot more. They'll have more utility, but their armor, their helmets, their meds will have been drained a little bit. LGD, though, you can see very, very healthy on those armor and meds, but no helmet for some of the players on Budoram. It's not ideal. Means you can't really peek up too far. Tiger gets the angle on the wall, but LGD still in the circle. 3 of the players there. Tiger denied that sightline.
I mean, it's so cool watching Budoram play, though, because they're constantly shifting positions. You can see LGD being caught out by this a lot of times, switching positions onto the wall side. Budoram's there to take the shots. They move away from the wall. Immediately, Tiger's already repositioning, never allowing LGD to get a certain bead on where they're playing, not allowing these grenades to be perfectly placed. That one's quite far on target. Tiger does take a lot of damage, but you imagine they're going to start moving again. You're right, though. The medical supplies are what's really becoming rough now for Budoram, but 3 smokes, 4 nades, that's good enough. And for Budoram, they know the direction that LGD is playing, and so if they can wait out the game a little bit longer and allow this circle to push in, they might be able to get some really big nades over towards LGD, who've been holding in this compound. It's the only area they can come from, John.
The big issue is CCC are behind this tree. He's stopping any sort of aggression coming through on split angles, and is a linchpin of the defense right now for LGD. Almost solo suppressing and actually giving them a foothold to move out, because this circle will fully close now. Enzo, my name as well, spraying over towards the rotate. Will not find it, but Sky only gets 1 for Wand. YZ down and flushed. As you say, a good start coming through from Budoram. They might be able to look for this res, but the swing out comes from the buggy, and the arm lobs the nade over the top. Will not find the flush. The Molotov might do, though, but that's an excellent cut down on the back for Kengzo, striking from the off angle for Budoram. They lose 1 player, but they bring LGD down to 2. CCC spraying through the smoke. Suki is there. 1, 2, 4 for Budoram. It's now a 1 versus 1 as we're trading off on the hillside. Suki against Kengzo. Kengzo up and on the ridgeline. A nade in hand, wants to put that back. Only Molotovs available for Suki, and I think he knows where he is. The nade is there. Will it be on target? Takes a lot out of the health bar of CCC, but will not put Suki back. 3 nades there for Suki. 1 nade for Kengzo left after he loses that. But they both avoid, and they both want to get a teammate back if they can. Kengzo faster on it.
I mean, this is why those grenades were so important for Kengzo, and he held on to so many of them. He's had 4 to basically push Suki off this position. Now, they should have a good idea of where he's playing down the hill and setting that into a 2v1 off the back of some well-placed grenades to deny the res. Really, really well done to Buradam. Now, 1v2, definitely not unwinnable for LGD at this stage, but it will be a real crushing defeat for LGD to go down after what has been such a smart game from them.
Oh, Kingso out into the blue, knocked to the zone. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yes, coming through from Suki. LGD want to put the final bullet in. There it is. The slug rings across the hills to the north side of the military base, and LGD take it home. Buriram gave them a run for their money, but it will be LGD.
A falter towards the end there, John, from Buradam, sending out into the play zone as well. Getting knocked by the blue. A really bad turn of events. I think Kengzo played that endgame pretty perfectly from his side to enable the rest of his team to get back up on their feet to maybe potentially help him with Suki. But again, I love that they had the DBS available to them in the endgame. They knew this would come down to the zone 8, considering where they were, so hold on to one of those biggest close quarter combat weapons. A really, really smart decision. Again, a lot of decisions come to this place, and the one that wins it all is deciding to hold on to a shotgun for the late game. Really, really cool game from LGD. Definitely a little bit squeaky towards the end there, but LGD pulled the chicken dinner out the bag.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through from LGD. Buriram with a blinder of a game as well. That will surely put a dent in the gap between them and Influence Kemen. As daunting as it might be, it can still be closed. There is still time to do so. Fantastic stuff from both of those final teams. That was an excellent final circle, but LGD take the chicken dinner.
I just don't know what to say about that one, gentlemen. LGD clutching it out somehow. 1v2. Well, technically it wasn't 1v2, right? It was 2v2 because he had the help from the blue zone. Somehow Kengzo goes down from that one, and it costs Buriram United Esports a chicken dinner. However, they still get 23 points nonetheless here, Max.
The DBS, man. It's the DBS. It's great to have in the late game position, Jason, and when you have that clutch scenario, you just hit one of those shots and it's pretty much GG. It's pretty much in the bag. And LGD, Sandstorm, saying about it, they got himself a chicken dinner yesterday, get himself finally another right here, and they're looking great. That back and forth, and especially that control applied by Buridam, they were pushing LGD in such bad spots every single time, being so proactive. There has to be one team taking the chicken dinner at the end, but LGD and Buridam played out of their minds in this match, and that was one of the best finishes of the event so far.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we saw how they managed to get themselves in that position in the first place, taking that early rotation, seeing how many teams decided to rotate on the eastern bridge, on the western bridge, or even decided to go swimming through the middle. But no, they decided to take a rotation from Ferry Pier, ignoring all the fights, getting themselves in prime position to take control of the game. And this is exactly what you talked about, Maxman, before, and this was the main reason, I believe, that made you choose LGD as your team to watch for the tournament. So good call.
Max is like, this is weird. I'm not used to being given compliments. But as you take a look at our overalls here, look at this. You're talking about Influence Shem, and they can be safe in first place. But can they? Buriram, 10 points behind them.
It's not as safe as I thought.
Right? I mean, the other
sure.
side is, right? They still have like a 40-point gap between them and third place. But if you know, S2G step up, if Bigatron step up, DRS, Like Influence, if they can't maintain performances, they could technically be knocked out of top 3.
Yeah. The thing is, they already had that much of a gap for them in their first place that they're still safe, but like 2-3 games, so they're not getting too many points. And Buriram being extremely consistent yesterday and today is looking pretty good. What's not looking good though, Sandstorm, is alright, 15. What do you think of that?
Queso 16th, so it's not the worst. That's about it. But no, like here's the thing. When we're talking about R8 and Team Queso, these are two teams that are yet to get a podium in the first place. They haven't managed to get themselves a top 4 in 13 games so far. Every other team has managed to do so. So their problem right now is just get a podium and then see if you can compete for the survival stage. Because as of right now, it is getting increasingly more difficult for both of these teams, alongside Mad, EMT, and maybe even for Rivals All, to try and get themselves into the survival stage. But it's just getting very, very difficult, especially for R8 and TQ. And something has to change. I mean, I said something has to change yesterday, but I think we might be getting to the point where it's too late already for both of these teams.
Well, you know what? I do want to bring our attention back to the last match a little bit, because I feel like Zone 2, when that popped, I think, Sandstorm, you said it's going to be a Millie finish, Military Island finish, and Max was immediately like, no, it's not going to happen. But it actually went super far south to Military Island. I'm kind of feeling for all the teams who obviously weren't dropping that location. DRS, they dropped down there towards the eastern side, and yet DRS, I expected a little bit of better performance out of, considering they had the avenue to, well, potentially gatekeep some teams, pick up some eliminations, but they had none until like the very end potentially, and then they went up against 4 rivals and lost that fight. So I was like kind of disappointed with the DRS we saw yesterday come into this match. I thought they would have performed better.
Yeah, you had kind of 2 different styles that we saw on each bridge. So on the eastern bridge, you had DRS, who decided to hold for maybe just a minute, and then as the second Titans broke through, a lot of other teams decided to rotate, do exactly the same thing. DRS just gave up. There's no way that they can hold the bridge when a team's already passed. They might be able to flank you afterwards, and they decided to just go into the zone. When you look on the opposite side, though, you had IA, who usually drops a military base, but the zone didn't really help them in that situation. So they had a 3-1 split, and you had 3 squads fighting. It was IA, you also had MTech, and I believe it was Team Queso as well on the eastern bridge, all trying to fight. But it was just so congested for such a long time that a lot of teams just lost so many players, and they weren't able to compete in the later stages.
Otherwise, what you can do, you do what LGD did in Botate. You just avoid all of that mess happening on the east and western bridge, and you just Botate and be relatively quick, because we saw it was a hard shift straight south. You know the bridges are going to be congested, teams are going to try and cross that river. You just hold on to the southern side of the circle the entirety of that game, and that's what LGD did. You're going to have top priority for those great central position. That's why they had such a great 2-2 split for that game, because they were the first team to get access to that position by avoiding all that skirmish happening on the bridges. So yeah, if you're able to read the circles like that, is great, and that's what I saw LGD do in PEL, and that's what they were able to actually pull through in this game. So great from LGD. I want to see more of this kind of macro playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, now that you're not actually having them as a team to watch, they're starting to perform, at least for both of you. You guys at home who are watching, make sure to check out the YouTube chat link. You actually will have a survey there. You can go ahead and potentially win prizes if you fill it out, so make sure to go fill it out as soon as possible. But obviously, within the next 6 minutes, because we have the next match coming up shortly here. But Max, man, really quickly, you were talking about LGD when we saw them in PEL. Is this the LGD you saw then?
I would say this is way closer to what I saw in PL. The thing they did so well in PL is knowing how the lobby as a whole would react to every single circle, and they would get priority to positions that teams are trying to get access to, but they would just always be there first, and they were there first in this. For the first time, them playing at this level at PMGC outside of their region, it took a lot of time to adapt, but if this is their new kind of normal performance, they're feeling good, they're feeling comfortable, and this is a team that can be willing to climb up the leaderboards.
Well, we can see here our top performers when it comes to Miramar, which will be coming up next. S2G, wow, 24 limbs, 31 rank points. What were you wowing at, Max?
I'm wowing at Aegon X I8. Average survival time on Miramar. Like, sure, it's not as much Miramars as Erangels, but still 27-minute mark. We saw it happen a little bit earlier for Influence Chairman on Erangel, and that's still really good survival time and able to get himself some decent points there. So I8, sure, not one of those big heavy hitters, but still a silent performer this event so far.
Silent but deadly, some might call it. I8 showing they can actually play here without crypto as well, and they've actually been having a pretty decent performance in the last 2 days. They're in 8th place right now, so looking pretty comfortable to make it into our survival stage, but maybe top 3, who knows? We'll have to gonna see as the day progresses. But here's our drop locations when it comes to Miramar. Now, S2G My eyes are still on them. I don't know about you two. I don't know if you even filled out a teams to watch here for this next match. Maybe you two can let me know about that one. But for me, that's one team I want to watch because I want to see if they can hit that level of performance they had yesterday. We need to see some sort of level of consistency out of this team, which we kind of got to see when it came to the European regionals. However, this is obviously a much more difficult lobby.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm not waiting for the predictions, but yes, I already actually chose S2G a lot because of the same thought process. I wanted to see. We saw day 1, they only managed to get 30 points. Day 2, they managed to get a total of 95. So what's going to happen on day 3? Are we going to see that consistency again throughout the day? Or are they going to be having issues like they did on day 1? Because this is going to be a very important day. And we've seen what they did yesterday with the back-to-back. One of them was on Miramar. They also managed to get a 3rd place on yesterday's Miramar, second Miramar rather. So now they have to keep it up if they want to keep fighting against Buriram, who are... I mean, to me, they were just so deadly over the past 2 days, but they've been very, very, I guess, under the radar. They've just been flying under the radar the entire time.
What about, though, here, Sandstorm, I throw it back to you again. Influence Chairman, they lost 3 players really early. I remember listening to you talk about it, and you're like, wait a minute, what did they lose 3 players? Not a great sign. However, with the consistency they've had, as you pointed out before, it's not a big deal to not have a great performance on one battleground. However, going into match 2, at least for me, my eyes are going to be on them, because if they have another bad match, I'm going to start to get a little bit worried for this team, because yes, they've had 2 great days, but if this is their downfall right now, if this is the day where they start to tank it to pull a big galaxy from yesterday, they could be looking at being out of top 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I still can't fathom the fact that they have, well, right now it's about, what, 9 out of 13 games where it's top 4 compared to Buriram, who have like 5 or 6. So when it comes to Buriram and them getting their top 4s, their top 5s, they're actually getting a lot of eliminations with it. But like we've seen in yesterday's game, it was Law surviving long enough to give them the placement points that they need. So they're making, or rather they're getting more points every single game when it comes to Buriram compared to the likes of Influence Chairman.
Okay, well, Maxman, hi.
Hi.
Okay, just wanted to get you to say something before we head over to our casters here for match number 2 on Miramar with John, Allen, and Blake.
I really liked Max's segment there. I thought it was really good and insightful. I'm having a great time with it. I'm keeping your hairstyle, by the way. Oh, I think you might have had a little bit of a tech problem there, Blank. Hopefully, we'll get you on board in just a second. I'm sure whatever you said was incredibly insightful, and if the stream heard it, I'm sure they'd agree with me. But we are getting into game number 2. Coming in from Group Red onto Miramar, coming off the back of LGD's second chicken dinner of the tournament. We saw them use 1 to ladder up out of that red zone, out of the bottom side of the table. But now they have managed to put a second one on the cards. They have got up to that front page of the overall standings, ending up on 111 points total at the end of that game. A really, really solid result for them, as well as Buriram putting a dent in that gap, leaving themselves 10 points behind Influence Kemen, who are now very much in danger of losing off that top spot. It's unlikely that we could see them slip all the way down past 3rd, with S2G sat in 3rd currently with 128, but it is that top spot that could definitely be changed moving forwards. Blank, are you back with me?
I hope so. Can you hear me? Is it all good?
No. I can't hear him, unfortunately. So if Blank is talking, I'm sure it's great. Have a go.
Right. Well, apparently I'm speaking. I'm not sure, but we'll find out. And I'm going to fix this in the meantime, John. So you're going to have to go ahead.
All right. I'm sure we're going to try and fix these issues. I think I'm hoping Blank can hear me. Yeah, okay. I'm going to keep going with this one. Blank's going to fix. Blank's going to work with production to fix that one. But we're going to get into the first Miramar of the day. El Pozo plane path down towards the south side of Los Leones. And we're on board with LGD in the picture-in-picture. Have dropped out fairly early towards El Pozo. A lot of teams have been isolated away from this position a couple of times before. We've seen that northeast side as well be isolated out of games as well, which it seems like it will be going for again in this game.
Okay.
Now, I can hear you now. Hello.
Yes, apparently. Not sure what happened there. Everything was correct, but apparently everything needed to be muted and then unmuted, and then muted and unmuted again.
That normally does it.
That happens apparently, but here we are. These things occur, so you know that is just how the cookie crumbles. And sometimes you almost lose out on a chicken dinner when you had the best compound of the game, the whole game, as we saw from LGD versus Buradam. But again, Buradam, an extremely potent team, so you can kind of expect why that would happen. S2G though, Razy all in his lonesome versus R8. Let's see how this works.
Oh no, S2G. They didn't have the best of games last time around. Going down with the last player over towards that bridge, but seemingly here struggling. Unfortunately, the DBS is bearing down upon him. Gets one on the drop with the spray and the micros. He actually looks for a second as well. He's doing a hell of a job against R8, but I mean, it's just a little bit too much, even for Razy.
The fact that he's able to take down two, though, is quite impressive. And he had two nades, so maybe if that first one hit, we were going to see something spectacular, something magical happen during this, but unfortunately not to be. Especially with the DBS. Taking the DBS down first as well is probably the most important target to go for. The fact that he's able to hit that is quite something indeed. S2G though, 128 points. Again, it looks like those old habits are coming back to bite, unfortunately, Don. And BTR looking for that direct invite towards the grand finals. DRS also not far behind, but I do have my reservations about DRS at this point, John, just because of the way they played that last game out. I felt like something much better could happen. And again, I think this is a clear gameplay difference. Oh my goodness me, that is one hell of... Go for the DBS as well.
No, come on, be reasonable. Put that DBS away. Well, you saw the top 5 percentages there. That was quite an interesting stat, actually, because you look at what S2G had. They were, I think it was 38 point something, and then DRS coming in with a 53% top 5 finish.
Yep.
That's really, really interesting. Consider that S2G are 3rd place right now. The longer this tournament goes on, if they keep to those numbers, if they keep to those averages, DRS just will outstrip them. There is no question about it.
Yeah. It's great because this is the point I wanted to talk about anyway. But yeah, the thing with DRS and what you saw in that last game is they're very much an edge team, right? And if you go back on the VODs, if you go back and watch day 1 and day 2, I don't expect you to do that, guys, unless you're an absolute turbo PUBG Mobile fan, in which case, go for it.
Turbo geek. That's what they call it.
Turbo geek. A
like
Turbo
us.
Geek fan. But honestly, if you're looking back on those games, as I do, as I am a Turbo nerd, you will see that DRS is going for a lot of these edge style plays. They don't often take the center, and I think this is where maybe the game plan has to change slightly for DRS, especially when they get the circle. They don't have to play that outer edge gameplay anymore. They can move further in towards the center, and I feel like they're a team with the chops on them, with players like Gyante as well as Killer, that actually be able to take out and find themselves some of these big wins. You will, however, see that top 5 percentage being quite high because they're very often in towards those later parts of the game, but not always grabbing themselves those big wins.
S2G, they do manage to get a point back in hand. Taking down one of the R8 players. Those are the only 2 teams who have lost a player so far. And it seems like S2G definitely made R8 work a lot harder for their elimination than they did on the vice versa. And why not? I mean, S2G, 3rd place, R8, 15th.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, you look at S2G and that top 5% once again, which I'd love to see one more time because it was a brilliant little graphic that we didn't get to see for a very long time. But you look at that and it's just a case of when they win big, they really do rake in those points. But if they don't, they just go home. And that is just the way that S2G is currently playing. We saw that yesterday with their 2 big chicken dinners back-to-back. And then I think it was the second place they're able to pick up on their Sandhawk versus Influence Kemen. Again, a very difficult team to contend with at the moment, right at the top of the lobby. But you look at that, and I think for S2G, they need to even out these averages, man, because they're becoming quite problematic for them. And again, it's those old habits that need to die, essentially, at this point in time, because they had such a strong start yesterday, heading center, being a bit more patient with it, not going for these wild plays, and instead using that gun skill, using that team fight power that they have on their side to their advantage in the late game, because these games do go on for a long time now, up towards that 30-minute mark on Miramar as well as Erangel. So if they can stick around, they really are a powerhouse in those last 10 minutes of the game, but often they're making these little mistakes here and there in the first 20 minutes, which are leading to them not having the best position when they get towards that position at the end of the map. I mean, if you're coming off the back of that, I would say personally, as a team, you're feeling a little bit rough around the edges. You know, I would be a little bit upset with my teammates. So unless they have the most unreal maturity, I think this game might be one of those ones where it's a bit quiet in the beginning and they just try and play out for as long as possible. This is a team that, you know, is fairly safe right now in 8th place with 107 points. But again, things could be safer going to the next day. But you are now also starting to see these drop-offs in a big way, John. I mean, you mentioned it, but around up to 160 points, Influence Kemen at 170, massive drop-off down towards S2G at 128 points. Similarly, down towards where we have our survival stage bracket, 11th to 12th place, you know, 74 to 69, you got 5 points there, but then it drops off in a big way from 10 points down to MTech Storm, and then another 9 points down towards Mad Bulls in 14th place. So a little bit more difficult for like these last 3 teams in the lobby, 14th, 15th, and 16th, to actually even jump up towards the survival stage. It will really take a massive day out of these teams to get them back and seen safe. And I think, honestly, for me, it would just be Mad Bulls here that is the big question mark at the moment, the real in the lobby.
The real...
Yeah.
Right now.
Greek philosopher style.
Absolutely. I mean, they are trying to figure out what's going on. It should be, because it has not been ideal. As you say, bottom 5, this is not what we expect from a team like Mad Bulls, who were of consistency in the European Championship. Rolling on into this one. Quattro wants to get Rez out the blue. Should be fine in zone 2. Rez the saviour.
Happy days. Circle to center up down towards Chumacera. So a lot of this hillside down towards that south edge of Chumacera as well. LGD maybe looking to go for a similar win that they had on Miramar. I think it was day 1, I believe it was, towards the end of the day, or day 2. Where they were on top of the mountain, but Aram on the other side. That might be a play that they go for later on in the game, where it's kind of still uncertain whether it's going to lock in on that northern side of the circle or down towards the south. But we'll wait and see for that to pass. At the moment, LGD, after that last game, very happy with themselves. I think they've been on a consistent uptrend at the moment, which is great to see from a team that was very far down the rankings towards the beginning of this mini format tournament.
I think we're sort of in this... I love these middle parts of tournaments, right? Because there's so many teams that are definitely having that potential to get into the top 3 at this stage. I'm kind of looking at 3rd place all the way down to pretty much 9th for Nigma Galaxy, sat currently 27 points behind 3rd place in 9th place. And that is a really tight bunch. That is a really tight peloton towards those middle of the tables. Obviously, you've got the streak out front runners from Influence Kemen and Buradam right now, but it is only halfway through this tournament, there and thereabouts. We've had one extra game, but there is definitely time for any of those teams in that positions 3rd through 9th to be able to make it. And I really find that nice and exciting in terms of the dynamics that brings to all of these engagements.
Absolutely. I think that, you're looking at a lot of these teams at the moment who do have a chance to send themselves upwards. Again, this is only the second half, so there is still time to play around with, and there is 100% a possibility that Buradam, Influence Kemin, both drop off the track just a little bit, in which case S2G might be able to sneak their way back in, but I doubt that. I think S2G is a team that is currently hanging on by the coattails of yesterday, essentially. But there are teams underneath them that have had some decent performances, seem to have some improvements going on that could make their way into that top 3. Survival stage is where it's at, though, at the moment, and I think that when you're looking at that side of the match, there is many teams that would like to see themselves up towards that top 3. You want confidence going into that survival stage. I would say for Group Red, this is probably the most difficult time to be dropping into the survival stage. If you're in Group Yellow, for instance, you're in the survival stage. Next week, you're instantly then over towards that survival stage tournament. So you're hot off the heels of gameplay. For these teams, they are going to be getting a little bit cold in the meantime.
The Infinity rolling up on Tizzy, but they've been swung a doozy at him as Tamen reigns on into the fight as well. They will be dispatched, but there is a high angle from a teammate to try and suppress the Infinity from going for these full flushes. Chicken is on in as well, but he gets cooked out of the engagement. Mela and Nuzi active for the Infinity right now. God Tunny bleeding out. Logan with a more replenished health bar, but MTech Storm going to give up the ghost on this fight.
Not really worth it for them at the moment, John. I mean, with the one player knocked and only one player now remaining, it's going to be a bit difficult for them. Tizzy also out. Might want to go for a little bit more, but the Infinity seems to be in a really good spot. It'd be difficult to find anything. They have an idea where this player is as well. Soko heading further down towards that southwest side does open up these things when it comes to playing on that high ground. This is to the south of this engagement, in fact. There's a lot of open ground. It's hilly. There's a lot of ditches here. It's rolling valleys. Weird places to finish this game, honestly. Just purely, there's so many different variables that can happen this map. And also, there's not a huge amount of priority compounds, and you won't find those out until maybe zone 4 or 5.
Box under pressure with the Bigatron line of fire. It seems like Bigatron have been fairly solid at maintaining positions towards the edges of these circles. It looks like they've really found their feet in that sort of aspect over these last couple of games. That's the impression that I've got from them. When we've seen them fairly consistently as a unit together in the late game. They do go down together sometimes, but I feel like that's why we are seeing them towards the top.
Sure, I think when you look at BTR, they're certainly having fun with it still. I mean, Luxie playing some cool little greedy plays here and there. But again, it'd feel like a much more competent team overall. What I do like is they're doing something similar to what DRS maybe need to work on, which is a case of they play edge when edge is available to them. And if center is available to them, they'll take that center position. I think that just comes with experience throughout the years of PUBG Mobile that they've played. They're very quickly adapting to this type of style of map, type of lobby. Next Soga heads up towards that northern side. Massive amount of high ground towards the middle of this one.
A lot of teams going to be impactful on this fight. Nigma Galaxy losing Freak Hamodi there. Probably on quite a difficult angle to hold. I mean, yeah, you're just going to get peppered away, Team K. So taking Nigma Galaxy out of the mix. And remember, this is the Nigma Galaxy that finished in, what was it, 2nd place after day 1. They have really had a downward trend that has been picked up by teams like LGD and by Bigatron. Seems like that as well. A lovely nade over the top from Break to find Jen Foster. And BTR will lose one of their players. Not ideal, especially after I said that they didn't do that much.
I mean, Jen Foster's usually the one to go down first anyway, considering he plays so up close and personal. He certainly plays a dangerous game for himself, and I think BTR were hoping to see if they can get initial pick-off and then catch the players they came out to go for the res. In this case, though, BTR just has to make a mad dash to a position in the circle that might give them some more benefit towards the late game, but this is over completely open ground. Looks like one of the vehicle's wheels got popped out, in which case DRS can continue to take some shots their way. Similarly, so can Box, and this is most likely where BTR will have to remain for a fair amount of the oncoming circles.
DRS again, sweeping out this east side. Bigatron moved down the hill. Central for the Infinity. On the left-hand side of the road, or the west side of the road. As normally known. Buraram suffering, unfortunately, again in this engagement with Team Queso. At the bottom of the tables, they've had a little bit of an impact here. First of all, Enigma Galaxy, and now moving their attention over towards Buraram. Tiger is still active though, and you can never count him out. When you back him in a corner, certainly fierce. Bigatron, having shots sent their way from Box, from across the way from DRS. They are really out in the open here, and it's a difficult move they've tried to make. And it has kind of crumbling down at this stage. Misery, last standing for the squad.
I mean, if DRS is playing their cards right and they see how this one's unfolding and they know that BTR is that team, they could easily have allowed Box to get into that position without taking shots so they can eliminate BTR, who are currently in front of them. Mad Bulls, they lose effect. Now, Monkey has to be consistently good with his nades, and usually finds at least one of them. This might be time for Mad Bulls to at least find something in this game. This is an isolated engagement from them, so if they can't win this one out, you're looking, things are going to get slightly dicey. That's a good nade over the top. Teak sent backwards. They will have to bring effect back into the fight, though.
Come on, Mad Bulls, show us what you're made of. We've been waiting all tournament. 15th place is unbecoming. Run around the edge of the smoke. The backup from 6 not going to be able to find that sight line. Oh dear. The lineup was good. Look at that. Titan with the good spread. Skills' last player standing. Hang on a minute. He's brought effect back into the fold. The heal does come through. 2 players down for Mad Bulls. Only the 1 for Titan. So 3 players up and on the mound. They're playing close. The Mad Bulls might be able to look at one another if effect can get a shot on the side, if they can win their ones, but they will not be able to do it. And again, the Mad Bulls just fall flat, down in 16th place now.
Not a single shot found there either onto any of them. I mean, Skills, it's depressing to watch because this is not the Mad Bulls that I'm used to. It feels like someone else is playing in their shoes over the last 3 days. Honestly, I would say at this point, and sadly as well to Mad Bull fans around the world, that I don't think that by tomorrow they'll be in the survival stage. I think this could just be a case of one of our most exciting upcomers in PMGC being left right at the gate.
There was a moment there where Sandstorm was head in hands. All right, we're at the bottom of the tables, but they managed to pick up 2 eliminations, and they did jump ahead of Mad Bulls, so he's all right for now. He's wiping the sweat off the brow. He goes again on this one. 2 players alive for R8 on the north side. They're currently trapped between LGD and the remnants of S2G. It might rhyme, but it is not going to be pleasant on the ears for R8. I'm sure those bullets will be ringing out fairly soon. Aegon XI8 playing in that central position after they managed to mount the top of the hill there. Everybody's going to be looking their way, though.
It's a really interesting terrain for the rest of the game now because you have all these teams up towards that northeast having to cross the road. You can see it there in front of you. This causes problems for many players. I8 might be able to hold out DRS. They consistently are playing this edge playstyle. I think this is where it makes sense considering they weren't able to immediately get over to this side of the circle so quickly. They will have to now contend with Team Queso as well as I8 on the top side. Titans have spotted out the players from R8, but the shots are coming back, and that's from Hamzy G from S2G, in fact.
North side, spotted out. That's quite the distance there. That's about that's almost a 400-meter shot. That very nice to be able to tap that one away. LGD seeing the top of that hill. This big bunker that they're currently sharing with R8. This ridge line that's sort of isolating it away from a lot of those teams playing near the roadside. LGD want to play on this north.
Nade's a bit short, but the Molotov is good. That'll be the remainder of R8 now down. CCC hitting the flames. Beautiful stuff. Delta scarily close to Screams, in fact.
Ooh. Rattles off a couple of shots for Reyes from Team Queso. Scream will get fallen in response. Delta, with rules up the top down, wants to have a little bit of a maneuver to try and keep them in this. Papi Potro very, very much split, leaving Reyes pretty much alone here. We'll be able to control some of the sight lines, but Titans are looking out this way. DRS are moving in to put the pressure on. They want this res. They should be able to stay up as 4 once they get it. And this south side is looking to be there. The Titans might have something to say about it, but in the meantime, it's 4 rivals clashing with Box over on the north side. They haven't even crossed the road yet. And this hurdle is once more needing to be cleared. A 2v1 right now between the squads, and 4 rivals heavily suffering, but so are Box as well. Trisme at the back, last standing for the squad. 1 player alive for 4 rivals. Pui close and up to the vehicle. Bullets ringing through. A smoke there wants to bring Break back into the box and play as 2 from here on out. But teammates are bleeding out fast, and Infinity might even be looking for a position on the alternate side of the road. They drop a vehicle there to give them some cover for later.
I mean, they would love to get... LGD would love to have got into that engagement. Ayala tries to move up with the DBS, can't get quite close enough to make anything happen. And Papi Potro has been playing this backstop for so long, but DRS have been holding him out the entire time with some very good awareness on their part. It was coming crumbling down slightly for DRS as soon as they got that high ground removed from them by Reyes, but other than that, no, it was not meant to be. 4 rivals step up towards Trisme. No medical supplies on board. Can he make it happen? Has to pull out the second weapon, and that's it. Trisme, clutch player from Box, able to take out the final player of 4 rivals, but it will be a nade to finish it off. But 8 limbs, still happy with that.
Really, really happy with that for Box. You'll take those, you certainly will. Shots over towards S2G, they only had 2 left. They're down to 1. Hamzy G against the Infinity will be felled as well. A nice result. The Infinity have been playing in this central compound for a long, long time. 6 eliminations to show for it. 3 players are alive, but now they're on the edge of the circle, and LGD might have the inside track.
I mean, LGD have been, again, very slow, very cautious, playing this 2-2. S2G were able to take down one of their players, but they quickly were able to get their feet planted in, stabilize just a little bit, but they have to deal with Titans now, who also have some control over on this side. Very open ground in front of them, a couple of rocks to play around with, but Axa, with this fantastic angle down towards them from the high ground, it will be difficult to dislodge him from this position. And again, what we have to look at here for LGD is the amount of space that they have to cover in the next 7 minutes. It is going to be difficult for them. What they would ideally like would be a northwest shift on the circle. Not really anyone in this circle has the most dominant position. It will be down to how each team plays out their rotate and how this next circle operates.
Got XIA putting nades up to the north towards the Infinity. But that's beautiful from Logan. From downtown, lands it, fades Ghost, and another one to
That is
follow it up.
actually nasty.
Oh, that was a Molotov. Okay, I thought that was another nade. I thought that was going to be a 1-2 punch. Don't even need to see him. Smoke blooming out wide, giving a little bit of cover for a route in for the Infinity to sweep down towards the south. It seems like that's what they want to go for. They're going to say playing in those foothills. DRS on the backside of that mound to their left. Titan 2-2 split right now on the west side. LGD trying to control from the north.
You've got to be proud of the Infinity. The amount of times they got into the late game so far from what was a horrific start of the day on day 1. All the way into day 2, in fact. They started getting some big wins, which was really important for their scoreline. And for the Infinity, who have taken first places across the board this year, it really would be a massive shame for them to go out here in Group Red in the first week.
Titan moving up and over the hill. Getting those sightlines and establishing a little bit more control over towards DRS, towards the Infinity as well. And LGD, who are just plinking away here. Aegon XA on the outside of the circle. Trying to move forwards, but cut short by DRS. on their maneuvers. Killer playing forwards and up the hill. And I think we're going to be down to LGD, DRS, and Titan in a matter of moments.
Circle doesn't really favor anyone here, and LGD is still able to play from this little lip at the moment. MVM sent over that side to ensure that Titans don't get the outside track on them. Looks like they're trying to rotate behind, but MVM was able to put a stop to that. They have vehicles, they have some cover to play around with. Suki has to hit those shots over towards the Infinity. Immediately backs off. 5 nades as well, so we'll be able to maybe stop these players from moving in. But now, again, it's Titans who have always been this big problem for LGD throughout. Set up in the vehicle, they have high ground over the top of them. They can move further in. This is one of the small compounds that has been remaining in the circle for a long while. No one's been really able to touch it because getting up to it would require you to be open towards these sight lines. But at this point in the game, I think Titans can be quite comfortable that this side of the map is cleared out. We have just teams on the north, west, east, south. It's the full compass.
To me, it feels like either Titans or DRS. Taking a look at the lay of the land, that's who I'm backing. I'm backing that south side rather than the north here. Aegon XI8 feels like they're a little bit trapped. LGD, they have that ridge line to crest. And against so many sight lines, it's going to be brutal. There's a little bit more cover ahead of DRS, and Titan have the compound.
Do worry slightly for a lot of these teams. Again, another circle comes in, centers up, everyone has to move inwards. LGD were happy with their position on the northern side, still provided them some cover. As you can see, this is just the basin that everyone will be heading into soon. It's going to be full combat. Titans have to leave their compound, but will try to do as much damage as possible before vacating, pulling out the sledgehammer, tearing down the walls here.
Aegon XI8, the only team with 3 left. And it looks like they're trying to hedge their bets. Split themselves off to cover. They're not really going to be able to claim a lot of sight lines here. Instead, they're just going to try and keep their heads down. Valuable tire pop coming through from YZ. But he's backing off. They're not going aggressive. They're repositioning and they're getting ready their move. They're making ready their march into this next circle.
CCC taking shots up towards DRS. IA also chiming in. 3 the players going down, and that will delay them massively. So important for DRS to be able to get out, but making the first move, they were the ones that made the sound, and everyone was waiting underneath the rocks, ready to strike.
DRS with 2 now. LGD pick off a Titan. With 4 of themselves alive, they now have the major advantage in this circle. Nobody else at full force with Puncher down. That leaves Titan at 3. LGD nearly take a knock over towards CCC, but do manage to squeak that away behind the smoke. Get out of danger, get out of dodge. DRS on 2, playing in the blue zone. And look at that, 2-3 teams now taking shots out their way. It's difficult. They didn't manage to make it to the cover in front of them. They haven't been able to play around those trees or get to the ridge lines ahead. And Aegon XI8, they have been keeping their nose clean.
This is just wonderful map knowledge coming through from LGD, and now it's time to just try and send central as possible for LGD. With the vehicles they're able to hold on to, with the cover that they set up, they'll be able to outlast a lot of these teams coming out from the blue. I8 will finish off the final members of the RS. Titans, though, spot at least one of those players. In the meantime, they've got troubles of their own as one player is knocked, trying to bring it back on the feet, but that will delay them quite a bit. Oh. That's a great nade, and CCC just has to throw one more, but only one more in the pocket has to make it count.
We'll be able to find both of them as it bursts in the air. Slivers of HP found, and he picks up the 7-10 split. Cut down on the back as Teak rains hell down from the top. There's 1-2 fall to the crosshairs. Teak absolutely furious about that. Will not let it lie, and LGD now turn the tables. They're down to 1. YZ cannot afford to be burnt away here. Forced out on the res. The zone will be closing, but they have a central position. Gets 1 res through. Teak not so lucky. Trying to get cut down out in the open on the cross. A nade in from Ghost. Aegon XI8 looking to spoil the day for LGD, but they are sticking these reses. 2 players alive for Titan, 2 for Aegon XI8. And LGD recouped 3.
Still with 3 here, it will all matter about the nades. Maybe UZM's nade was better placed over towards LGD.
There it is.
As YZZ Elite picks up 1, that's both of them down.
3v2, John. LGD with a chance for the back-to-back here, Blank, to put themselves in a great stead for the tournament tables. They got XA8 with a blinder of a game as well. 4 eliminations so far, guaranteed second place. 3 players alive for LGD, though. They know exactly what they're up against. They know what they've got in the pocket. 11, and they're going to rack up that big 12 elimination chicken dinner for a back-to-back victory. They dominate on Erangel, they follow it up and dominate on Miramar. The decisions are on point.
An intelligent team here, John, honestly. Surprising us here in day 3, looking very, very strong at the moment. And you've got to love some of these plays that they make. Again, it's just generally very strong map knowledge, and being able to use this 2-2 effectively is what is really giving them a lot of this ground to be able to cover. Yes, they take some of this unfavorable low ground at the beginning of the I think it's zone 6 compared to Titans, who are on that top side. But towards that later part of the game, it actually favors them massively because there's still those little ridges to play around, a few little defilades set up by the rocks, and they're able to get all their vehicles into position, which ultimately give them the defense that they required in those final moments to finish off every other team. Again, though, CCC with those nades, what an incredible result with that double burster. Looked pretty bad though, with Teak obviously being one of the most incredible members coming through from Titans, finding almost a triple knock on towards them. But again, holding on to a lot of their utility at important moments, John.
That burst would not have worked if you hadn't landed that first nade, and the wherewithal to go for that as well. Really, really solid. They open up that ground. LGD dominate on Miramar. A great set of final circles for them. And it just felt fluid for them. I mean, they felt like they might have been a little bit trapped, but getting over that ridgeline, using the ground to their advantage, making it work. That's what LGD does, and that's what hopefully they'll continue to do.
Maxman, LGD, what's going on? Back-to-back chicken dinners, 27 points. They're your boy LGD. You get to call him LG.
I call them GD. Yeah, I don't know. LGD short enough, but yes, my boys LGD. They're doing great. I knew it was going to take some time because, once again, it is their first time playing outside of their region, but now they're feeling comfortable, now they're feeling good, and they're pulling the 10,000 IQ rotations every single game so far today. I'm stoked, Jason. I'm loving it, and I'm telling you, it's just the start. LGD, they're starting to heat up, and the lobby better be shivering in fear because they're not going to stop.
Well, I mean, you have yet to put them on your teams to watch today, so maybe that has something to do with it, or maybe you're going to start to put them on. Could they be the first team to go back to back to back? We almost saw S2G do it yesterday.
I'm still not going to pick them. I'm staying far away from that. I don't want any trouble, guys. Okay? I don't want anything to deal with that.
Do you mind if I pick them then?
Sure, go for it. Knock yourself out.
Well, I know who Max is going to pick them. He's going to pick R8, of course. Make sure you guys get your predictions in over in the YouTube chat as well for the upcoming match of who you think is going to win. Now, you could probably go with LGD. I think they've generally been number 2 when we looked at our predictions, and DRS number 1. Yet DRS hasn't gotten that chicken dinner done for themselves. But either way, we are seeing again a big change. Different teams stepping up on day 3 that we had on day 2, that we had on day 1. I8 is also a team you need to talk about here just a little bit as we jump into our overall standings, because they were in 8th place. They've had a good first match where they finished 3rd overall. They've had another good match here, finishing 2nd. They're slowly making their way up here in 7th place now.
Look at that, Sunstorm pushing himself up in 7th position. I mean, we said it, silent team. They got himself some of the top damage in the first 2 days of play, and here got himself, what was it, Jason? I think a 3rd place in the first game and now a 2nd place. They're constantly getting these points in the bank. Currently, they're very safe when it comes to making it to the survival stage. But here, there's a chance if they keep these results coming in, they could go potentially in top 3.
Yeah, and you're talking about IA, who started off day 1 with only 28 points. They struggled a little bit, and then they started slowly getting themselves into those better positions, started getting a little bit more eliminations, and now they're in a much better position. Now they're getting themselves closer and closer to that top 3 spot, just because we had S2G. They managed to get like a couple of points throughout this game, but they were still eliminated early enough, and the same thing can be said for the side of Buriram, and of course our leaders Influence Chemin. So I guess towards the top, it's just heating up more and more as we progress further into these games.
I am a little bit worried though that S2G is pulling Big Galaxy today. They have not looked great at the moment. We're going to talk a little bit more though about this match and obviously get you ready for our 3rd match today, which will be on Sandhawk. But before then, we have to head to a short little break. So see you guys in a few. And we're back here, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be diving into our 3rd match of the day, which will be on Sandhawk shortly. But again, we've seen every single day now things changing, teams stepping up, some teams unfortunately falling by the side. Influence Chemin here, Sandstorm, still not performing too well so far today. But again, it's only 2 out of the 6 matches. But I am worried this trend they're starting to lean towards. I know you can't be consistent every match, but this is starting to be not a good sign.
Yeah, especially with us having so many teams stepping up right now, and now the competition's getting tougher and tougher for a lot of the teams at the top and also a lot of teams at the bottom, because now even the mark to get to top 11 or between 4 to 11 to qualify for the survival stage is getting increasingly difficult.
Yeah, very increasingly difficult. I mean, obviously every team would be more than happy to get top 3 straight to PMGC and avoid the whole survival stage that you basically, as I think Blank and John were talking about, you have a couple of weeks off until you jump into that. If you're into the finals right away, you can obviously just kind of prepare and really try to get your homework done and figure out what you can do for these teams. Before we advance through further into the show though, again, a big shout out here to Sony with the Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can also get 90 Hz on the Xperia Stream with its total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gameplay and streaming. Intensive gameplay is pretty much what we've had today, especially when it's come to these final zones. I mean, the circles have been a little bit rough in the first match, and match 2, they were all right. But as we look into our Sandhawk coming up, let's take a look back at the same time about our top performers here in our last match.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit. I feel like I'm a little bit too hyped. Okay, but there's many reasons. After seeing what I saw in PL, it's finally coming over to PMGC. But Chungsi and Suki have just been able to do so many great things. They're just a fragging duo from this team, and not even just him. You have YZZZ also that's been getting some great results in. But I would have to say, Sandstorm, Team Kesso, a little bit too silent to my taste, especially seeing what they could do with a shotgun, especially with Ayala in the first 2 days. But I'd like to see a little bit of a step up from Team Kesso, because it's still at the bottom. It's still a chance for them to make in top 11 right now to go to the survival stage. But if they remain in this kind of like average results every single game, I think this is might be one of the teams that's not going to make the cut.
See, here's the thing. I feel like when it comes to Team Queso, they're very similar in the way that they're playing with, I guess, to R8. The rotations are just a little bit faster than that of R8, but still the result is being the same. And what we saw in the last game was a fight between Queso, Nigma Galaxy, and Influence Chemin, and they all kind of just took each other out on the south side of the map. But I'm looking towards Sandhawk and Influence Chemin. They were able to get lucky in yesterday's game because of the assist. I believe one of the players, third-partied I believe the team that got second place, I believe it was S2G, gave them an opportunity to get the chicken dinner. So this was one of their weakest maps. Are they gonna be able to bring it back on it this time, or what are they gonna do?
Don't know. Obviously, I think a lot of it depends on where the zones are going to be finishing off. I'm kind of hoping for a northwestern island finish because we've had mainland, I think, every single time so far. And I know there's one zone in particular, Maxman, that we can think of that we see more often than none. But give me some trifecta plays. Like, give me some trifecta zones because I want to see how the teams adapt to it, right? We already saw on match one with the big shift towards military island. It forced teams to adapt, rotate, swim across, choose which bridges they want to go on. But if a trifecta finish happens here, I think that's where you're going to get a real true testament of who the best teams here are.
100%. That's why I almost wanted to pick BTR for one of my teams to watch. I didn't pick them this time around because I haven't seen too much from them, and especially we have not seen a proper circle where we can make full usage of the trifecta, but BTR dropped in that position, and it just offers you a plethora of game opportunities throughout these matches on Sanhok. So I would like to see BTR potentially go a little bit further in these games, maybe get a chicken dinner on it. I think it's one of the maps where BTR can shine because of that drop.
Well, let's take a look at you guys' teams to watch here. We've got Nigma, we got S2G, we got Box Gaming, Maxman. Why Box Gaming?
Because Trisme's been popping off, man. We saw it last match. She's been doing so well. I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing more from Break. I remember Break in the past like 1 to 2 years. He's been a really big standout player for the team. I think Trisme is kind of carrying the team at this point in time. I want to see a step up around him. If it's Trisme and the rest of Box performing, I think they can actually close off games. So I want to see Trisme have the team behind him.
Okay, Sandstorm, what about you and your picks here?
Influence Chairman, we've had 2 games. That's it. Those are going to be the bad games for them. So I believe now they're going to be able to come back. Nigma Galaxy, they surprised us on Sanhok in day 1. I think they're able to surprise us again throughout day 3. And when it comes to Buriram, you're talking about a team that was, I said it before, they're very silent. They're very deadly. And they've been slowly creeping up behind Influence Chairman. So I think this game might be the game to change that #1 spot in the leaderboard.
Well, I'm actually glad you brought up Buriram, actually, because we were talking in the last match where I was mentioning to you guys, like, Thailand has some insanely strong teams. I mean, you think of them, you think of Infinity, you think of Vampire Esports, you think of FaZe Clan. Like, there's so many strong competitors that, for me, it's great to see that we have a new Thai team stepping up here, showing that they have what it takes to get into the finals and represent their country.
Especially after PMWI, right? I think that if there's any other region outside of China that can get a world championship title to themselves, I think Thailand has a pretty big shot this year, so I'm happy to see if that's going to work out for them.
Okay, well, obviously we're going to see how they're going to do here in this next match because the finals are still a little bit away. Let's throw it back over to John and Blink, though, to take you into Sanhok.
Yeah, we're going to go into the Sanhok game of the day, our dose of the jungle. Blank. You okay? You escaping the light there?
I came back into the light really quickly. Yeah, it's very sunny in the UK apparently, which is not ideal for me in terms of lighting. It's ideal in terms of how hot it is in the house, which is great news for me because it's been very cold. But not going to be cold. It's going to be very humid over on Sanhok as we head over towards this one. Very shortly, LGD coming off the back of a back-to-back, which is very impressive overall, John. I was astonished to see that one come through, but again, they just seem to get a lot of control going in that late game and have played this very slow early game at the moment, which is nice to see. It's nice to see a team actually be able to pull that one off, John.
Yeah, it's been nice, as you say, to have that sort of strategy come to pass. And especially with LGD's performance in that last game, being able to bump them up to top 3, a really good result in terms of their overalls. They finished day 1 in the bottom 5, Blank. So this is really great.
Yeah, this is one hell of a comeback that we're watching unfold on our screens at the moment. It's not something you typically expect. But again, like the guys are saying on the desk, I mean, Buriram as well as Influence Kemin, 170 points. I mean, Influence Kemin have been sitting around this points gap for quite a while now. So teams are starting to catch up a little bit, which is making things a little bit more volatile towards that front page. I mean, all the way down to 7th place with Aegon XIA, 123 to 138. It's not the biggest jump in the world to hit towards that 3rd place. As we all know, that is the very important position to be hitting at this point in time to get direct invite towards that grand finals, not having to worry about the survival stage. especially with us having 8 teams fielded from every single group. You know, it's going to be more difficult when you come to the survival stage, of it being a very short format as well, John. You're going to be playing against several different teams, and it's never going to be the same one lobby, in which case you're always worried about new rotations. And I think that does have a little bit more randomness involved when you get to that survival stage. It's great to have a second chance. However, it's one of those things where you'd rather not be stuck in that scenario.
No, I mean, it's always good to have that buffer, that confidence as well, that you know you can frag out against multiple regions, and that you've kind of downloaded a little bit of their meta. And you can sit and you can really just pay attention to the top teams and who you think is going to be going through. It's also going to afford you a lot of time to go over those VODs and to watch the survival stage as well, to see your competitors in action. S2G, R8, once again clashing on the south side of Paradise Resort. Everyone seems to be armed and certainly fairly dangerous. Silas, low, Vector in hand. SK10, if he'd have peeked out just a moment either side of that, might have had a tough time of it. Very, very low as well. A nade in through the window, catches Prestige's heels, but only clips them. It's the final shots, the spray from Ray Z that connects in the end, and SK10 last standing for R8. S2G, a punchy early game. Can they finish this one out? Can they close it down?
I mean,
ID7, no, you can't get res. That's an enemy. Oh, he figured it out. I think he knows.
It's good damage that comes through, but it's not quite enough. And with S2G with an outpost on this top side, I don't think it's likely that SK-Ton's getting away with this one, especially with the Infinity and MTech Storm also waiting in the wings. No matter what happens here, you're always going to be leaving this into the hands of another team. And for SK-Ton, I think leaving like this with just a level 1 helmet, no HP on board, even if the team just tickles you, it's over. We are going to get a remake here, which I imagine that S2G is going to be massively frustrated with after what was an incredible start to their match there. You see teams are pretty upset about this as well. But again, you know, Sandhog is one of those games, one of those maps where, you know, these remakes, probably the worst thing to happen for them. But, you know, you go again. At least S2G know that R8 is going to continue to drop on them. It's not changing. It's never changed from scrims. It's never changed from day to day either. But yeah, we'll be getting back into the game very, very shortly, or at least as soon as we can. Figure this one out as we go.
Just getting everyone loaded up properly. Seems like everyone is just rejoining the lobbies at the moment. But again, off the back of the back-to-back chicken dinner, LGD careening up the tables. I'm looking at teams, as you were saying, S2G needed this boost of confidence, and maybe that will give it to them. Maybe they'll be able to carry that flare over into their next drop in Sandhawk, which is likely also going to be a hot drop against R8. They know they can win the fight. They've done it literally just now, so hopefully they can carry that momentum forwards. Enigma Galaxy, who have still continued on their downward trend, kind of dropping out of that group to vie for a third place finish, kind of is only the front page from here on out, unless something brilliant happens from a little bit lower down the tables to come through and change the tune. But Bigatron 122 can launch up as LGD in third, only on 138. That is a 16-point difference between those teams, so really minimal. I think we're loading on into the lobby. You see, very, very chill. Just resetting. They're ready to go again. But the Mad Bulls have had a pretty tough time of it, despite having a chicken dinner, 16th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those days or one of those weeks, let's say, for the guys from Mad Bulls, not able to get anything on board. And again, like you're saying, this is the team that like embodies consistency, and the fact they were not able to get this thing running, get the plane off the ground. It's a real struggle bus, and it is a massive shame considering how good of a team that we know they can be. Again, 16th place, that's not a fluke. Something is drastically going wrong here for the team, and they're unable to find their way in towards the survival stage or even the grand final ticket, which is very much out of the question at this point in time. Enigma Galaxy, honestly, this is one thing I did want to talk about because it's a little bit surprising, right? Is that first day finishing with 86 points, John. And now we're in day 3, halfway through, 103 points. So really hardly anything found for this team in terms of points over the last couple of days. It's very disappointing if you are Enigma Galaxy. The Infinity, on the other hand, all the way down towards the bottom of the lobby, they're catching up, 86 points. And again, this could be a case where we start to see the leaderboard even out a little bit, because Influence came in not rocketing out their mind the moment, with Buradam being that new big contender to the lobby. Happy days.
For some of the teams, anyway. It's been pretty good news for those launch ups to the tables. I think we're getting on board with Sandhawk now, mounting up once again. Let's take a look at what the jungle has in store for us today.
We already found out, but we'll find out again as the playing path heads in from the north side all the way down towards the south, and Bantai, RA, S2G both dropping in nice and early. MTech Storm, the Infinity on the outer edges, the Infinity off towards that northern side, and MTech Storm down towards the south. Both teams getting in as fast as possible, identifying that there are RA players alongside with Hamzy G at the moment. You know, if this goes topsy-turvy and it goes R8's way, I mean, S2G are going to be a couple of mad players, I'll tell you that way. Mad Balls down towards that south side, looking to hit up towards Pi9 as per usual. But already, that's a double for S2G, and this was easy pickings.
Oh, is traded off. Prestige as well. Has a micro Uzi against Silas with nothing, but there is a challenge. Okay, 3 players from R8 down, and Bandar last to fall. This time around, it's actually a better result, Blank. They get the fight done early. They take all 4 eliminations as well.
That actually is a better result. Never mind, that remake was specifically made for S2G to dominate even harder versus R8 there.
Oh, goodness me. Hamzy already on 200 damage on the game. The Infinity, I mean, this is now their full strategy. Just try and guard out the fight, but because it's finished so fast, it's just a full-on, I guess, invade into the Paradise Resort territory. Circle pops out northwest and keeps a lot of that northwest island in it. It'd be good to see a finish out that way, Blank. We haven't seen it so far.
We've not, no, and I think this could be very much over towards that northwest side if the circle shifts correctly on the next couple of zones. I don't think it's out of the question that we see a northwest finish on the circle. LGD down towards Bantai, obviously our front runners from today, doing absolutely marvelous work so far. Got a bit of a way to go. Enigma Galaxy also towards Sami. They will have to move for the first time in a while, John, actually. They went out in 11th place yesterday on Sandhawk, which was a bit of a better result for them, but it was down towards Sami, which was slightly questionable as to how quickly they did exit the game. And you really do hope that Enigma Galaxy can pull their socks up, really, because they're a good team. They are a good team, and if there's any fans of them, you know they're a good team. You've watched them throughout the year, and you know that Ralph, Freak, Modi, Lord, all together for a long time. This team has a huge amount of synergy, and I think that when you have so many 16 places in a row, it can hurt the mentality, John. It absolutely can. I know that I've had bad days that have turned into more bad days, and that is just how it works sometimes. But you've got to get back on the grind, get back on the treadmill, and start running. It's the only way to do it. You've got to get yourself out that slump. And in a tournament like PMGC, really is not the time to be getting down bad almost. You've got to get back up on your feet and get running.
I mean, that is what it takes to be a pro player, right? It's... As the great Rocky Balboa once said, ow. And you've got to try and live with that.
Sorry. What was that?
That's right.
I don't think that's what I don't think that's what he said at all.
He said that, definitely. I checked.
Okay. Right, fair play. I think it was something to do getting hit hard, you hit back harder or something along those lines.
No, I'm pretty sure it's what I said.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, he did say ow, and then he got right back on the horse and got galloping away. So that is technically true from you. Looking at our total limbs, though, across the board, MineMP leading the pack with 30 eliminations so far. This guy has been an absolute monster within Group Red at the moment. Teak also with 23. Really do like this player from Titans. Does pull his team out of a lot of bad spots. I mean, he kind of is like the animal that if you corner too much, will just start fragging out of his mind. Specifically in that moment on Miramar, you saw where LGD was pressuring him a little bit too much, in which case, Teak went full Hulk mode and just started blasting.
Federal for Influence Kemen, close by to Titan. We're looking for their performances today. Currently still in first place, sure, but it's not as comfy as it once was. 6 points between them and Buriram, who've been fairly consistent. Buriram currently dropping over, split around 1 player towards Docks, 3 over towards, 1 player over towards Cave, 3 players over towards Docks. And they are on the hunt. They are catching up. I mean, you can see how close that is. LGD, if they're able to keep this performance up, of course they will jet up and join them in that front pack. But still, quite the gap to breach.
Still possible though. I think with a whole half a day and a whole day ahead of you as well, there's a chance here. There's a chance here for some of these teams to break in towards it. A lot of players and a lot of these teams moving up towards that northwest side at the moment. Bootcamp has a loot crate in it. See if anyone wants to pick that one up. MTech Storm heading down that way. Anyway, S2G, after their dominant performance over in Paradise Resort, have remained there. We'll loot this up as much as possible. With the Infinity spotting no stragglers, as well as MTech Storm, they both left those positions outside of Paradise Resort, realizing that there is quite a terrifying beast within the resort itself, and not willing to go try and get a spa day for their own. Oh my goodness me! Okay,
it's fine. It didn't even take any damage. It was totally on purpose.
I mean, YZZ does all his own stunts out here, which is fair.
That is true. When in doubt, stunned it. Federal still hiding behind the same rock and getting a lot of info on the Titan players, but I feel like there's only so much info you can get other than they're all there.
Yeah. I mean, that is fair enough. I mean, that is where you want to generally be at this point in time. BTR up towards the mountainside at the moment, holding as a 2-1-1. Respectable, making sure there's no one pushing through from Camp Alpha. Most teams, surprisingly, pushing in from that eastern side. No one's headed towards Ruins, as Titans have already left that position. Mad Bulls, on the other hand, take up a position that is widely known as HVP's spot over in PMGC and in the championships of Western Europe. They'll hold here for the time being and then maybe think about moving across the other side. They've been harried by Titans a fair few times, and Skills's is going to go for a little bit of a wrap in the vehicle, see if he can spot any players on that side and return back to the fold here with the information that he gathered.
See if they can use that effectively, use that information, that scouting, which is what we said we wanted to see more from quite a few teams, Blank.
I think with the way the circles are going at the moment, the teams are having to adjust the pace at which they play the game a lot at the moment, from a lot of their respective regions to now. Circle heading up towards that northern side. Now, this could be quite comfortably up towards that northwest mountain, with the circle centering up a lot more often. It's unlikely to center up on the bridge, but I have seen weirder things here in PUBG Mobile, so that could be a case, in which case the bank sides become very important to control. And with the Infinity already being there, this is going to have to be something that they'll be hugely aware of. Influence Kemen, one from Titans. That's a good pick-off.
I mean, finally, Federal's able to do something from this spot. He's been waiting for long enough, and Titan give that move, and as soon as Influence Kemen are in position to go for these team shots, he steps up and he operates to perfection. 2 players from Titans will be going down here. Puncher hiding behind the tree, sure, but you're not going to be get up from there. Mad Bulls taking this opportunity to get across as well. As Influence Kemen's attention is turned over towards Titan, they will move in towards the duo's position in the compound underneath the cliff, in the shadow of it. 6 taking a 1v2. So is Isa as well. But Monkey will be able to deal with that. Now they can turn their attention just to 6. Titan is dethroned from the top. Federal, though, has a little bit of something to say about that. Will fall back to the compound, however, and allow the rest of Influence Kemen to come in for the regroup.
Yeah, it's a decent side swipe from Federal, but not quite quick enough on the trigger. The rest of the team, they're not alongside with him. Mad Bulls, though, take a very good rotate. It's a heads-up rotate as well. They spot the fight, and they see that Titans are under pressure. They zoom over the top side with information that was dropped back by from Skills's, and that is more or less what we'd like to see from the guys from Mad Bulls. They are underneath the cliff at the moment, which provides them pretty decent safety from BTR, and it's a rotation you have to make early for this exact reasoning, is that if you're going to be rotating over towards this building, you're more than likely going to get shot at by BTR or anyone that's on top of the mountain itself.
Ooh, a nice nade on the roller. Tizzy actually finds both of them. We've seen Tizzy be fairly effective at handling swift rock-ups and get overwhelmed a couple of times for being a little bit out of position. But this time around, it seems to have worked out for MTech Storm. Nigma Galaxy, in the meantime, losing 3. All down there. Lord on the other side of the bridge, unlikely to be able to get anyone back up here. YZ for LGD wants to stick the res. We're in zone 2. As long as he has a bandage and a first aid, should just fine to move north afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, these circles are hitting rather hard. Looks like Suki's going to go and try and confirm some of these knocks, some of these eliminations, pick up any kind of medical supplies he can, especially knowing that this is a team coming through from Sami. There's a lot of medical loot down on that side, first aid kits, stims, whatever you might need in that situation. In the meantime, it will be MTech Storm taking out the remaining players in this area.
They do have Box pretty close by on the southwest side, though. So if they can get themselves back up to fighting form, then maybe they'll be able to hold that one out as well. But you don't want to stick around too long. It's likely that this position will be moved away from anyway. So you don't want to try and hold on to it too firmly.
Budoram rocking up behind LGD on that southern coast towards Tambang, and now LGD find themselves in a tricky spot with MVM already going down here, and the circle closing quite rapidly. Both these teams have to make a decision, and quickly. DRS also, you can see them flying through on that side. Like I said, this is the circle we expected to see, heads towards that northwest island. I think LGD might just be done for here. It's too many teams taking engagements with them. Chunxi over towards on that side from LGD, looking to send a grenade across. Will find some damage over towards Kengzo, and the knock is there.
Looks like Budoram are being drawn a little bit. LGD, they lose 2 players, but those trades are fairly solid with the blue zone already starting to tick fairly hard. There's not a lot of time left on this engagement blank, and both of these teams are really going to suffer for it. Bigatron, in the meantime, on their mountaintop split, they have a really strong spot. We talked about it a little bit earlier on. Now they can start to just keep that pressure going and exert so much control.
MVM down, but have vehicles to play around with as well, so should be able to get out of this area. Madball's made a pretty heavy rotate up towards that northern side. It's one I respect as well on the outer edges of Hatin. Pui looking to take down the final player of the Infinity, and will find it, but look at these players. They are extremely distraught and in a bad spot, but with no players really around them other than S2G, they should be able to get all players back on their feet. Back to Madballs though, on the outer skirts of Hatin. Really good play, honestly. But losing 2 players on the approach, not sure what happened on that side, and I'd love to find out if some of the analysts actually know what occurred over there. The only thing I can think of is Lord taking 2 players on the rotate, which would be super unfortunate. But Madballs might still be able to get a decent game from this position. They're out of reach of a lot of other teams that have to pass through one another first.
Hey. Players alive on the swivel, looking out for 4 rivals. They try and control that northern bridge. We'll pick up that 5th elimination to up their count, bolster their points. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, this is certainly a case of S2G's go big or go home strategy. And this looks like one of those games they're going for the full home run here with 4 players alive, crossing this bridge into pretty open zone as well. Box might be the only other team that will be able to challenge them. They still have a far way to go. They're coming out from the circle. Chunxi, though, waits for that final player from Budoram. Will pick up that knock as well. Has to make his way onto the circle itself, but it's a long journey ahead of him.
Quite a way to go, and without the opportunity to go for that heal strat with the circle changes, it's going to curtail it a little bit, will be difficult. Influence Kemen moving into the south side, losing 1 or 2 players there, down to 2 underneath Bigatron. 4 players on just 3 teams actually now, Blank. It's Bigatron, I think it was, oh goodness me, I've just lost the list. But yeah, Bigatron certainly, absolutely, completely lost the plot. The circle shifts out to the northeast side. And S2G will be just holding a sliver of it. There it is. S2G were one of the teams with 4 players alive, and Box, I mean, they started with 4, but they're getting absolutely torn apart now as they try and move to the coast side.
Yeah, again, a really nice play from S2G. Waiting in these compounds for any teams that might be stragglers coming through from that eastern side. Not a lot of teams would expect this either, honestly. With how quick the circle's coming in, they wouldn't expect teams to be still coming out from the blue, but S2G, they play their cards right. They decide to wait this one out, make sure there's absolutely no one that can backstab them and clear out the entirety of this eastern side of the circle. It's a smart move, and one I really do respect, because I think far too many times teams get a little bit too overconfident, which is one of S2G's biggest problems, by the way. And instead, they wait around and make sure there's no players over here in the first place.
Still, 7 eliminations already on the game. It's nice to get a confirmed, consistent result here. Even if you go down now, it's still going to be enough to sort of keep up with the general pack that they're playing around. Unless LGD can blast out their mind or DRS can really put it down. The big team here is Bigatron, who are going to have to leave that top of the mountain. Can they stay up as 4, and can they keep that power?
Honestly, for Bigatron, there's actually a pretty simple rotational path for them ahead of them, heading over towards where Team Queso are currently playing on the eastern side. They've only got Papi Potro there at the moment. Federal has been spotted by Misery. It's just a little bit more damage that they need to take inwards. Luxy will have to head on back and pop one of those first aid kits. It would be a disaster if he goes down now. He's one of the more important players for BTR at the moment. Misery finds Law, and now Federal should go down to the play zone.
Certainly spotted completely. Yeah, Luxy not managed to land any of the shots there. That is disastrous from Luxy, actually. Needs to be hitting those shots. Goes down to Federal. This is another game where we've seen Luxy just make a little bit of a misstep here. I mean, we saw it earlier. You've got to wonder what's going on from this player.
Yeah, certainly dropped the ball on that one. It is unfortunate. I think that's just a case of getting caught in a position where you're like, I can't find the shoot button. I know that sounds ridiculous, but again, everyone makes mistakes, even at the highest level. And when you're trying to shuffle along and you can't quite get a position where, you know, the barrel is straight so you can take shots of it, these things happen. Again, these are the type of things that happen, though, that can lose you the chicken dinner, John. You're 100% right. Gem Foster goes down to the blue zone itself, and so does Zuxi. 2 Mad Balls currently on the side of Haftin, and this is where this position becomes very, very strong. Now, only a few teams remaining with many players alive. I think Team Queso has probably got the most at the moment with 3 players. S2G more than likely going to lose a lot on their approach as Box are holding the bridge down unless they can make one hell of a battering ram maneuver. Lord also in a tricky position, all in his lonesome. You know, this could be a case of Mad Balls or Butteram taking position in there. Though 1v2, definitely possible for him. And this is the first time we've seen Enigma Galaxy get this far, kind of on an unexpected push as well.
CC playing up top, managed to get up there on the vehicle. Mad Balls potentially looking to take it away. There's an MG3 in that box. Could be very useful for a solo player. I mean, you need that larger magazine and that power to instantly just blast people away if you want to stay up, because you need those 1v1 trades to go your way every time.
Monkey making sure there's no one coming out through the blue on that side. They don't know it's safe, but it's good to clear that angle out, especially when they're right on the edge of the circle down towards that southwest side. This gives them a lot of safety, right, and a lot of peace of mind. Chungsi, definitely one of the biggest problems for them at the moment. Will certainly know that there's players down here will have heard their footsteps. S2G able to make their way across with Box, unfortunately, swimming in the water. They were sent down there earlier. Now S2G coming in with 4 players. Great news for them. But Team Queso should have a side swipe onto this, and it's fairly open ground out from the bridge. So teams should be able to take shots towards them. Mad Balls right now, though, this is full survival mode. This is a case of trying to get as many points as possible from every single game to jump up, because their position right now, 52 to 81. It's a 30-point barrier, and with 4 rivals still in the game as well, you know, they're going to be getting points this game. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough for Mad Balls to make it happen, but this may be the start here.
With only their 2 players, I mean, Monkey's in that trench in the middle of the mountain in the valley, and they'll have to move. 4 rivals, Lone Ranger, Voki in the roadside compound as well. Can they control Team Queso from the side? I mean, from the south, is potentially a strong position here. They can move and try and work these cliff tops and get a lot of sight lines over towards the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I think Team Queso currently has the best position within the game at the moment, up on that high ground, a great spot to play. Chunksy might be one of the disaster causers for that team, though, if he gets a backstab onto them.
Monkey cooking the nade over towards CC. Won't be able to find it. Reposition is there. Molotov to slow things down, but the second one's on the money. Mad Bulls open with 2. 5 eliminations found now. 6th place guaranteed. LGD will be denied now for fully the triple. Only 2 chicken dinners in the first 3 games. Thank you very much. Put around those still. Going on the north side. S2G as well. 8 eliminations. Playing with 4 from the northeast edge. Can they move in here against Team Queso's Overlook?
I mean, this is a perfect opportunity for Mad Bulls at the moment because this is a 2v2 with Screams on the underside as well. This makes it a case where a 3v2 not possible for them. S2G take a massive hammering, and this is what I assumed would happen for S2G. It's very hard to make your way through this position. Now, Mad Bulls are trying to dismount a couple of these players. Screams still going strong on the underside with that DMR.
Zerich nade takes a little bit of damage off Ayala. About half the HP bar. Monkey trying to gather some information about that western flank. But the circle will move them away. Team Queso looking to hold on to the cliff top. Away from Mad Bulls. Can S2G move any further with just Kelsey going? Lord falls for Enigma Galaxy. Which leaves them out in 5th. Team Queso still 3 players alive and top spot.
It might even be a smart maneuver for Mad Bulls. They have very limited time to do it now. I don't think they can anymore. Would be to just actually move down the cliff face, because I don't know how likely it is to end on top of this cliff face in the first place. Monkey, though, spotted by My Name P out in the blue. Zerich will have to find these shots over towards him.
Mad Bulls desperately need this game, and it is going to come down to Zerich. Team Queso close enough to throw some nades in. Can they do the final bits of damage? My Name P will go down. Get felled there. Quattro Ayala want to mount up and go for the run. Zerich close range, looks for one, will find it. Tries to hot swap out, but will not be able to get the second. Papi Potro handles business. Ayala Resable up the top, but they might just turn their attention to Tiger instead. Scream is alive on the downturn, and Papi Potro up top. But Buriram, they're not a team you can count out. Neither is Tiger a player you can do to either.
I mean, it's going to be impossible to bring that player on top side. They have to move down, so Ayala goes out, and Tiger actually has a huge opportunity in this game to finish it out. Looks for one more of these knocks.
And he's going to the blue zone. Scream has to break out. Tiger has got plenty of HP to play with, but he wants more. Scream posted up, waiting for the peak, pre-firing in as well, waiting for the shots to come in, but Tiger's cooking the nade. He wants to pop it over towards the tree as soon as Scream makes it there. Excellent timing on that nade, and it's perfectly placed. Buriram snatch it away from Team Queso top the mountain. And what a way to turn it around. Buriram absolutely on fire with Tiger's play there.
I mean, through LGD, harassed by DRS, moving all the way past Camp Alpha, harried by the blue zone the entire way with dogs barking at their backs. Head to the backside of Hattin, outside of sight of Mad Bulls, and then through the blue zone. The fact that Tiger's able to get there with My Name P basically playing the sacrificial play on that side, taking all the information and all the eyes off of him. What an unbelievable win coming through from Buriram. You know, that might even place them ahead of Influence Kemen at this point in time.
That's a really strong result. 6 eliminations from Tiger. Definitely a performance to be proud of. I think you might be right. They were only 6 points behind Influence Kemen at the start of this game, and that should be enough to do it. They will tip themselves over the finish line there to the top spot after a slobber knocker of a performance.
Tiger there with 6 elims, 4 knockouts as well. This guy really played out his mind this match. And again, even having 6 grenades at the end, A lot of these teams putting massive stock into having the amount of utility they have at the end game to ensure that they don't really have to go for these big aggressive plays, these risky plays. He just sits inside the shack, sends the nade over towards a tree. It's the only bit of cover that Screams could have positioned himself on. It's unfortunate for Mad Bulls because Team Queso make that rotate over towards that top side to get a better angle on Tiger. Just as Mad Bulls are there, it slows both of those players down, so Team Queso can't even go for that win. But Mad Bulls is a better game. It is a better game.
Certainly was an improvement from the bottom of the table team that we've been seeing so far. Good news, but Buriram wrest control of the top of the tables with a blinder over Chicken Dinner to finish it out on Sandhawk.
Well, was just talking about them, saying that I love to see other teams from Thailand step up and be an extremely strong region, and Buriram United Esports get themselves the chicken dinner with 24 points on top of it. If I'm not mistaken, Sandstorm, this should be them taking first place.
Yes,
overall.
sir. Definitely has to
towards
be.
Maxman. Because Maxman was the one saying that. No, was it you or Maxman saying that Influence Shaman won't fall off first place because they're so far ahead? I think it was Max, right?
That was me. We don't have to talk about this, you know, it's fine.
No, we just no, go ahead, Sandstorm. Big step up here out of them and a fantastic finish.
Yeah, 100%. And especially with how early Influence Shaman were eliminated. Yes, you still see that they got themselves 5 eliminations throughout that game, but definitely not enough to keep holding on to that #1 spot. And Buriram, after such a long time just getting 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, slowly getting themselves a couple of elimination points, now they're finally coming out of the shadows, stealing away that 1st place spot. And now Influence Shaman, the pressure is on. You have someone to compete for that top 2 spot.
Well, I mean, right now they're just trying to hold on to top 3. I don't know if they're trying to compete for top 2, and we'll obviously check with the overalls in just a minute to see how that one's going to shape up. Remember, you guys get your predictions in chat of who you think is going to be winning the next match. I can tell you right now, it's not who you expect it's going to be. I did take a look at the script ahead of time. I did see who was winning match 4, and you'll never believe who's going to win this game.
Is it DRS?
Yeah, probably DRS if he's hyping it up like that. I don't know. We'll see.
Let's take a look at our overalls now, and we have indeed a new first place team, and S2G as well, getting themselves, I think it was around 16, 17 points in that last match, able to springboard them back into 3rd.
Really good hold from SDG2 on the northern bridge there. They were making sure that we're getting rid of 4 rivals, making sure we're getting rid of also Box like that. We're the only team to have to transition from the east side of the river over to the western side to that northwestern island. So really good rotation from SGG overall, able to pick up a few eliminations here and there. But it is very close. For that 3rd position right now, it is very, very close between a lot of those teams. So not too sure who's going to make it up there. But all right, stop dropping. In Paradise Resort, I'm angry right now. It makes no sense. It's not working out for you guys. Need to make some changes. Stop fighting S2G. They're too good in the early game.
Who was that team? In Western Europe, we kept criticizing about that exact same reason of stop dropping in Picado.
I don't remember, but hot drops, don't do it. you got 4 days to play. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
this is...
Go ahead, Sandstorm.
Sorry. I was just going to say, this is something that we mentioned before, that you can't really keep making these kinds of decisions or these kinds of choices in a tournament that lasts only 4, well, to you it's going to be 4 days if you don't manage to qualify. And alright, you do it once, you do it twice where you hot drop, but every single time you have got to change it up. This is causing you so much trouble, such a hassle. And at this point, I don't think they're even going to move out of 16th place.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen, we've been talking about quite a few different teams. We're also going to be talking about I8 here because they have had a big step up in between day 1 and the rest of the days. And luckily for us, we do have an interview.
And here with me is I8 Esports. And of course, could you please introduce yourself?
I am Ghost from I8 Esports.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, I got a couple of questions for you, and we've already witnessed throughout the tournament days. And on day one, you guys were placed in 14th. But after that, in day two, you guys have managed to gain 62 points in the day, which is great overall. So could I ask you, what has you managed to change between these 2 short days?
तो पहले दिन आप लोग ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं कर रहे थे और सेकेंड डे आप लोगों ने अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी जो चेंज करी है कि आप लोग पहले लो 5 में थे, अब आप लोग टॉप आ गए हो, तो क्या स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज हुई आपकी?
कोई ख़ास मतलब यही है कि अडेप्ट करने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा. पहला दिन समझने में लगा टीम्स को और मेटा को, तो पहला दिन समझ आया तो दूसरे दिन इसलिए कम बैक कर पाया.
First day they were just trying to understand the game, and once they understood the game, then they just did a comeback in the game.
That's great to hear, and that's where I really want to also check on you guys when it comes down to this competition. Of course, it's a very different level of play. So what was the biggest adaptation that you guys have to make from playing in the PMPL South Asia and now in the PMGC?
तो पहले जब आपने गेम खेला था, ये वाला ऑब्वियस उससे ज़्यादा एक लेवल अप है और बड़ा कंपटीशन है, तो क्या आपने स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज करी है, यहाँ पे आपने क्या अडेप्ट किया एज कम्पेयर टू पहले वाला गेम?
PMPL और इसमें ये फ़र्क है कि वहाँ पे लैन इवेंट्स वगैरह नहीं होते और यहाँ पे ऑब्वियसली मेटा चेंज है, नए मेटे में अडेप्ट करने का टाइम लगे और यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट टीम्स है और एक तो हमारा लैन का पहला एक्सपीरियंस है, तो वो अडेप्ट करने में थोड़ा सा टाइम, मतलब बस वही फ़र्क है वो अडेप्ट करने में.
It's just that they had to just take some time in adaptation. Obviously, it's more pressure. It's World Championship, so it's just they had to understand the game at first, and once they did that, they're back in the game again.
All right, and of course, how have you guys also feel a little bit of that gap where Crypto have left earlier in the team between PMPL spring and fall, and how did you guys manage to finally find this form to get here at the PMGC?
जब क्रिप्टो ने छोड़ा तो फिर उसका जगह आप लोगों ने किसको रखा, क्या किस तरीके से आपने वो गैप को फिल किया?
क्रिप्टो के जाने के बाद हमारे टीम में IQ आया और उसके साथ बहुत सारी मोटिवेशन आई हमारे पास इस चीज़ के लिए कि हम ज़्यादा मेहनत करें और PMPL से भी आगे लेवल में जाएं, तो हमने काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेहनत की और उसके बाद हम PMGC आ गए.
So when Crypto left, another member joined, which is IQ, and he's doing pretty well. So when he entered the team, there was a lot of positive vibes and a lot of motivation. And because since he was new, so a lot of it, with a lot of positivity, they're able to do it a lot better now.
I'm glad to really hear that. And overall, we definitely see a very consistent performance coming in from the entirety of the squad of I8. So one question I do have for you is that who do you view as the strongest team in the lobby currently, especially for today?
आपको क्या लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट लॉबी में कौन सी टीम है आज स्पेशली?
ओवरऑल मेरे ख्याल से इन्फ्लुएंस सबसे अच्छी है, लेकिन आज मेरे ख्याल से ब्रू काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रही है.
Overall, they think that Influence is doing really well, but if you talk about today, they think Brew is doing really well.
I see, and I really do hope to see you guys get yourself a chicken dinner for today. But of course, there's a lot of fans back at home watching currently, and also many new fans have gathered from all around the world. Do you have any words for them before we start off with our next game?
कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप जो भी आपको व्यूज कर रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं?
बस यही कहना चाहूँगा, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सपोर्ट करने के लिए और करते रहो और इंशाल्लाह कमबैक्स आते रहेंगे. बाकी बिलीव इन I8 और इंशाल्लाह हम आपको कभी डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करेंगे.
Keep supporting and keep loving and believe in I8. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining us here on this interview. We'll continue on with our matches as we will approach Game 4 real soon. So make sure you guys see who will be the next one to take home the chicken dinner.
Well, interesting to hear coming in from I8 here about IQ and the positivity he brought within the team. So that maybe gives you some idea of what was happening before he's on the roster. Would help them stabilize, and right now it's helping them get into the survival stage. We'll have a chance to qualify for the finals of PMGC, but they're not out just yet here, gentlemen. They still obviously have a chance to continue to rise through the ranks like we've seen LGD do so far today, and also Baru as well. This is getting really spicy, really heated up towards the top here, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in our final matches of today and tomorrow.
I would even say I8 could go even further than just the survival stage. If they keep having a run like this, I would say the top 3 is currently in sight for them, so it is looking great for them.
So you're saying they could go even further beyond, where they are now. Exactly. Well, you know, it goes even further beyond for its customers. The Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where all of our players are getting to stay in and having a great time there, where our world is your playground. So I'm gonna have to hit them up and be like, hey, what can I do? What can we do? Maybe not Sandstorm, but Max, what can you and I do to get over to this sweet hotel? I don't know. Maybe we'll figure something out. But either way, maybe we'll be there one day.
I'll sneak in the back door. Do a good LGD rotation. They won't see you coming. You're fine. We'll get in the hotel. Easy peasy.
There you can see a quick little head-to-head. I mean, Mad Bulls able to get themselves probably their best performing, or one of their best performing matches here on Sandhawk. 61% contribution out of Monkey. Not typically the person we look towards, though, on Mad Bulls when it comes to being one of their star players.
The dream's not dead. Like the dream is still alive for Mad Bulls. Before this game, they were like a 30-point behind 11th place, which at the time was 4 rivals before this one. One strong performance. Mad Bulls can still be in the race, but I have not seen enough. I'm still seeing Mad Bulls making into the late game as a 1-2-man team, and that's not where Mad Bulls really step up. We need Mad Bulls as a 4 team in the late game. If they do so, maybe they can make it to survival stage, but I have not seen enough changes, adaptations being made by Mad Bulls for them to actually go that far. So I need to see something a bit different from the squad.
Yeah, I actually wish we had an interview with them just to get an idea of what is going on within this team that we've watched for almost pretty much half a year, I guess we could say here, as we got to the second season of PMPL. Something isn't working out for them, but again, they still have some time. Survival stage at a minimum is obviously what they're going to be aiming for, which should be what every team is aiming for at a minimum. But we do have Erangel coming up yet again today. Could we see a team for the first time here in PMGC 2022 get 3 chicken dinners in a day, Sandstorm? Could LGD do it once again?
I mean, they flipped the switch coming into today's games. They already got the back-to-back to start the day off. They got themselves in top 3 as well. So now they're contenders to instantly just get themselves to the PMGC Grand Finals. If a team is to do it, it would be LGD. They are the first team to get 3 chicken dinners throughout the tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. And that's why I have them as one of the teams to watch for this game.
Max Ben?
I
right?
put I8, not R8, okay? I know there's one that's the same. I did not pick R8, okay? I don't want to put them even further down in the leaderboard, so...
scroll back
but why did you pick Team Queso?
I swear, I am looking at my prediction. I wrote I8, that is not R8, okay?
That's fair. You did write I8. I'll give you that. So ignore the R8. I thought you were just trying to rub the salt into the wounds of Sandstorm here. But DRS, I8, and Team Queso. Why Team Queso?
Team Queso, they have been a little bit too silent to my taste, and I still want to hope for a good comeback from a lot of the teams I just talked about. Mad Bulls, the dream is still alive. Team Queso, the dream is also still alive, so they need to step up now, otherwise I think it's pretty much over.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, we're not going to get to check in with your teams to watch. Maybe we'll hear it after the match has concluded, because it is time to head into our next match of the day. So John and Blank, take it away.
We are going into our next match. Match number 4, in fact, of the day's proceedings. Blank, we are ready and raring to go. Once again, of course, we always are. Hopefully, we always will be. I mean, we're going to keep at it, you know? We've still got more games after this one, so it's more excitement still to come.
Absolutely, more excitement all the way through this tournament. I mean, there's been some good memes I'm seeing over on the socials. I mean, at me and John, and the boys on the desk. I'm happy with those. See more of them. I like them. I like them a lot. Also had some messages about the UK team that I said that I would put together, which is actually really cool. So I might have to think about actually making that into a serious prospect in the future.
Ooh,
so
no.
we see maybe a UK team, a PMGC next year. Hopefully, maybe we don't know. But I'll take a think about that for next year. In the meantime, let's take a look at our players currently here at PMGC. We've got BTR on our screen at the moment, who are doing a little bit better. Yawning coming through, that's fair play. I'm sure there's jet lag from all around the world at the moment for all these teams. But they'll get through it. You've got to get through it for PMGC. It's where it's at. It looks like BTR are 100% doing that right now. Fairly safe at the moment, certainly not up towards that top 3. But this is a much better performance from BTR than we've seen in the past.
They have started to ramp up just a little bit. Last couple of games, though, not as strong as you maybe ideally would have liked. It looked like they had 2 good positions. Certainly in Sandhawk, they had the cliff top right. It was a difficult rotation, a descent there, but it felt like they probably should have had a little bit more of an impact for Bigatron. Hopefully, they can keep up the pace and keep themselves in that contest spot for 3rd place, which right now is starting to drag out just a little bit away from some of those players that were maybe in the contest for it at the start of the day.
We are getting a bit of a substitution. I'm getting word from my resident analyst, Mr. Maxman, over on BTR as well, with Liquid being in for this match, replacing one of the twins, we believe. I would say most likely Luxy in this situation, just because of the way that he has been playing over the past couple of matches. I think that maybe get a little bit flustered. It's good to have a backup in terms of a substitution, so you can bring one of those players out, get them back into the fold, maybe give them the time they need to refresh, get a new perspective on the match as well. Liquid overall, very good player. I think that BTR will be playing a different game now with him in though. I think Zuxi and Luxy both are really good fraggers on the team. You bring Liquid into the mix though, it becomes much more of a tactical gameplay. I think he'll be playing much more of a passive long-range specialist for the team, but overall he has performed very well in the past for BTR, being a great stand-in throughout the years.
Hopefully they can get some good results in here as well. This is kind of a cruel playing path here, Blank. It's a cut across the southeast side of the map. Georgia Pole very, very difficult to get to. A long, late drop, so potentially some backups being seen. Mad Bulls like to drop out towards Primorsk, so if they can pinch a couple of vehicles away on those South Farm Pachinki roads, they might be able to skirt over on there, but might be a little bit tricky. So there are a couple of other teams maybe looking to do the same thing. And a hard northern circle. Okay, this is going to be quite the dash for quite a...
Yeah, it's a terrifically tough game now for a lot of these players, especially anyone that's decided to drop down towards Sosnovka military base. Getting out of there is going to be slightly more difficult. Not necessarily in the early game, as you'd expect Box or Titans, the Infinity, not to go for these bridge camps and instead head further north. But it does mean that you are right at the back of the queue here, with the plane dropping you off as far as possible from the nearest bus stop. This is pretty bad news for you, but I still think that DRS, particularly being kind of an edge team anyway, it works out in their favor. They don't have to think about heading too central early on, so I'm sure that they can play through this one easily enough.
Early doors as vehicles get distributed to the teams. Scream going for a swim early on, just takes a little bit of, wants to stay out of the way of R8 on their progress. Team Queso, they've had some good results. Well, certainly they had a good result in that last game, but it is not enough to see them safe just yet. We've left that part of the tournament where just one game will see you out of the bottom 5 into the part where you need to show consistent improvement to be able to rise up from the bottom. Like R8 that are going to really struggle to do that with the boundary that's already been set. If you consider Box Gaming is currently the last to get eliminated. If the Infinity get no more points, R8 still need to gain about 30 points over the remainder of the games, and right now they aren't that sort of performance to be able to get that point total.
No, that is becoming a big difficulty for them. I think R8, the fights that we see them take, and I think that you look at them between S2G and their drop in Paris Resort, getting eliminated twice in a row, and pretty much on that second time it being very succinct. You're worried, right? You're mega worried about that type of thing coming through. So I think for R8, I am not sure what they can do at this point. I think even getting into survival stage, it will be all systems go, panic systems on, red lights flashing in their little machine. So I think that they do need to figure something out going forward, because whatever it is, it's not working so far. Mad Bulls are in a similar spot, so I don't think R8 have too much to... don't have to feel too bad about this, honestly, because our other teams here who have been successful in the past, who are also really having a bad time. I mean, Team Queso, towards their end in the championships, they looked great, the first couple of days, but then fell off massively. So this just could be a case of, you're coming off a bad couple of games in the last couple of your tournaments. You're not sure what's going wrong. You come into PMGC. This is not really a place where you ideally want to be fixing things. So that is just how it happens sometimes. And really, you do need to pull yourself out of that bog at the bottom. But with only now, 8 matches to go, John, it's a little bit difficult.
Time out, you're right, for these teams. We have a halfway mark at the end of yesterday, and we're now closing in on the final quarter. So you cannot afford to let these games get away from you. It's all about getting consistent points now, and for a lot of these teams it will be about just getting into that survival bracket. A team like Bigatron, Egg on XI8, even Enigma Galaxy, it's about just staying consistent, getting, 8 points a game would be brilliant for the remainder of the tournament. That should see them safe, but even if they're putting up 5 to 7 points a game, that is still going to be a result in terms of getting into those survival stages. It's the teams that are in the bottom and that are in the towards the teams that are going to look for those stand out where we might see a little bit more pop-off attempts.
Absolutely. And I mean, not to anamorph into negative Nancy here, there is a real world possibility when Enigma Galaxy actually drop into the elimination bracket. If they continually put up little to no points per every single game, eventually these players down towards the bottom from 12th downwards will start to catch up. I mean, even in the meantime, the Infinity and 4 Rivals are really putting in the shift at the moment to get towards those end circles. Yes, they don't look dominant. Yes, they don't look like they're hitting those massive shots and fragging out of their absolute minds, but at least they're putting up those points. I think they realize how desperate of a time it is to be in that 10th to 11th bracket.
Hard northern shift after that plane, as we were saying before. Going to cause a little bit of a scrabble on that southwest side. We'll have to find their path and tread carefully across it. Don't want to wake the sleeping beasts that wait in the hills of Erangel around the Gatka fields. Ideal. Influence Kevin being spotted out by S2G, and now maybe S2G are going to be the next team take a little bit of their counter against Influence Kevin after Burram were able to take them down. Okay, that bike's going somewhere. No idea where, but we'll see it later. Again, Storm under pressure from Box. Just trying to get out of there.
I really do feel like God just snatched that bike up, didn't it, for a second, and then replaced it with another one. MTech Storm players just like quite confused in that scenario as they get some kind of angelic bike instead, which now sends off into the distance.
They get off the bike and it's like, my work here is done.
And my work here is done. Goodbye. I now ascend. But yeah, so that's an interesting one. Either way, a lot of these teams do need to ascend, so some angelic assistance would be very, very helpful at this point in time. Though there doesn't seem to be too many Guardian Angels in this lobby at the moment. Everyone is just out for blood a lot of times. DRS still towards this position in 5th place. BTR, on the other hand, have slipped down, honestly, John. They have slipped down, not able to put up the same performances from the rest of the day, which is why, you are seeing this change up in terms of roster, bringing Liquid in. You try and make something work for the first 3 games. It doesn't, so you make a little bit of a change up here. And I think with BTR being in a fairly safe position, I think making these changes now with 8 games to go, totally fair.
Hopefully they're looking for a little bit more than fair, though. More glory than that. Circle just about to pop. That keeps the water in it. That's going to go really, really far north yet again. That's LGD in.
Sorry?
As well as S2G on the south side.
GLD are not playing this game. Game Lord will be seeing them later on. But yeah, very hard shift on the circle towards that northern side. Unfortunately, 4 Rivals get absolutely pulled to bits on their crossing, but Pemburu at least is able to get somewhat of some shots back across. S2G Hamzi, goodness me, some beautiful shots over towards Kayovsky. And Federal is unable to send anything back their way. So again, Influenced Kevin suffering today, not able to find those similar kind of performances. And being in Yaz as their start position with this kind of circle, it's very, very unfortunate that they take a tumble like this. In the meantime, S2G have managed to find their way all the way up into the center of this circle.
Box trying to navigate the ruins right now on the south side of the river at the head of the queue to try and move on in from this southwest cluster on the zone. Enigma Galaxy taking shots over towards Mad Bulls, not quite able to land over towards Zerich. Effect skills us all fleeing across the open ground, and Ralph's going to have to get on the bike, or the buggy as it is, in the foothills of Everest, regroup with the team. It's actually R8 to find the shots over towards Mad Bulls as they're still posted up on the north. slowing everything down, and the Mad Bulls redirect almost immediately. They're going to give up the ghost on the player, try and go further out wide.
You know, I actually have a really good inkling of why Mad Bulls are not doing as well as we might expect them to. And I think it really does pass back into their early game play style, which they have not adapted to these new circle settings, which is just a case of we know how long they like to spend outside in the blue, and they come into these circles very, very late and then find themselves a path inwards. But they're used to more and more teams playing out on the outer edges, waiting to get in, looting as they move their way across. But with the speed of these shrinks in the early game and the amount of teams that are now just sending direct in towards the center of the circle, there is less and less cracks within the circle itself to kind of fumble your way through. And I think that's something that Mad Bulls were very good around that 15 to 17 minute mark, finding a very good spot within the circle later on. Now, though, none of those spots are available, and being out in the blue for this long, spending so much time rotating inwards and remaining out of dodge is no longer that good option anymore.
All right, spot. And Tech Storm and actually pull out Chicken from the buggy. Prestige.
They don't literally do that.
What?
They don't literally pull Chicken out the buggy, but
well, you know,
Chicken
what I mean.
does get knocked.
Yeah, exactly. They pull him out the buggy. Doesn't stay in the buggy. I mean, it wasn't his choice.
That's right. But there's no rotisserie chickens on the menu today. Sadly.
Well,
just a player name chicken. Just a player name chicken. More shots down towards MTech Storm at the moment as R8 consistently finds some of these knocks, which is great to see for them. Having a bit more of a good start to their game here, you know, holding out, waiting for teams, ensuring that they're clearing out their edges of the circle. I think this is a bit of a change of pace for R8. But a team that is a little bit frightening to play up against. I think one of their biggest issues is that they like to play these large splits and get a lot of off angles. They're typically very good at keeping each other alive in these situations, but if one player gets caught out, strategy somewhat comes apart, which is why you need My Name P and Tiger to be so pinpoint accurate, so very good when it comes to this gun skill, because any advantages they can take when taking all these off angles, they need to ensure that this strategy works.
Keeping themselves together with Infinity on the high ground. Certainly need to. BTR playing atop Stalber, finding a high ground position, posting up. It seems like that's what Bigatron have been doing for the last 4, 5, 6 games now. Didn't work out in the last time around, but this time they've pulled in Liquid. This is the substitution that we were talking about. Liquid for Luxy. And to be fair, Luxy had a couple of missteps in the last couple of games, so not too sure what's going on internally there, but it feels like a good decision from the outside perspective.
Yeah, a bit scary for BTR in the beginning of that game as well, considering they lost Jem Foster to a knock, but they're able to bring him back up to speed, and now they can play from that high ground up towards the eastern side of Stalbert. Happy days. R8 do take a knock to Mad Bulls. They both rotate in towards very similar positions after holding them out earlier on. Misery out in the open. I think that's a bit of a weird play, and our DRS do have somewhat of an advantage of the ability to get one of their players back up to their feet and the rest of BTR in not the best position to defend against this. Again, this is DRS playing that edge gameplay, and I think for Liquid now, it's a case of moving across towards the rest of his team and maybe gatekeeping the guys from DRS. With the circle moving in as well, it's going to be quite difficult for DRS to make their way in as a full 4. God, Liquid knocks himself.
Oh dear. Might be
a really big misplay coming through.
Might be out next to the team, though. Could be Rezable if he hopped out. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be okay to go for. I think there was a response. Bigatron hopefully going to be able to pick that one back up. That's a nade and a second nade to follow it up from Influence Kevin. 3 players alive for the once top team. Busted back to second by Buriram, who now have a central position. And again, the circle shifts at them.
Another big 16th placer there for Nigma Galaxy. And again, this really does feel more and more likely that the guys from Nigma Galaxy might drop in towards those bottom brackets and be at risk of elimination. Mad Bulls realize they have to move. It's going to be a difficult move as well through many separate teams. Look, they have all 3 players at full HP as well as full vehicles, but they have to get a move on now because R8 is looking to make a similar run towards the circle as them.
LGD making their run, swinging down the south side. Looking fairly good in terms of the cover. Box playing in a small little ditch, but it does give you quite a powerful amount of sight and vision. The difficulty comes when someone gets close to it, because those nades do just find their way to you. LGD getting into the Wizard Tower there up the top, casting their spell over the south side.
Dangerous push coming through from Mad Balls right now, and this is something they had to make work. They drop directly next to the guys from R8. Zerich takes a lot of damage. Monkey takes a bit of a tickle as well, but also in this area. Mad Balls just need to find a place to stay, but Zerich already going down there to box. Luckily, Buradam able to support them somewhat whilst they get their player back up and ready to play. But this is dangerously close to a lot of separate teams. And with the amount of cover that's available in this kind of staged area of the map where it steps upward time and time again, so you're all playing on separate levels of the map, you know, it is comfortable enough to hold on to this area, even being this close to separate teams.
I get taking the shots over towards R8, but they're just behind that ridge line. Suppressing, if nothing else, slowing R8 down, forcing them to take fights on other angles. Could be useful with a number of teams in those hills near them. Force those fights to happen elsewhere. S2G, Razy knocked on the hillside. Smoke cover from the side and up the hill, as well from the buggy. As Kelsey puts bullets over R8's way, lands the SLR over onto Prestige, and that is the force that Buradam were exerting on them, forcing them into angles where they could be spotted from elsewhere. Oh.
Well, they're done. Zerich does find at least one from S2G. Chicken is cooked. Ha ha ha. Very good. Yeah, this was always going to be the biggest problem for Mad Balls, though, is because S2G were going to be crashing into them first. The fact they're able to find that pick onto Silas so far out towards the edge of the zone, really important play for them. Instead, the rest of the team's going to head down towards that south side, try and pick up a compound to move through from. But Silas, unlikely to be picked back up again. Mad Balls need a northwest shift again. This is a team that's desperate for some points. You know, Team Case are ahead of them by 74, Box at 81. And if they can even these points up just a little bit this game, doesn't require chicken dinner. It does require like a top 5 though.
Nade in from break. Just may trade it off as a third-party engagement from S2G. S2G rallying down the hill. Mounting up and towards the ditch, the back turret, not quite finding the knock, but on the swivel they go. And S2G able to crash down. No knocks found out their way. Silas was out earlier, so they are only 3. Mad Balls actually pinching that one away, seemingly. And Box will fall. S2G take up that position, but they're still under fire from everybody who was looking that way earlier.
So could be crashing up towards the top side of Mad Balls. They drop another smoke to cover them from the north edge. Smart play here. Again, that northwest shift did come through. They're happy with this. More than likely with the amount of pressure that Buradam's been able to put on this lobby and how well they've been playing so far, this is looking more and more like a Buradam win. Again, though, LGD has been managing to find these little areas where they can sneak through time and time again, stealthy as they pad the footsteps through in towards the circle itself.
LGD repositioning there. Aegon IA have angles, but they're not taking the shots yet. Waiting for them to hop out. Oh, unscopes at just the wrong time. It looks like they don't realize where the shots are coming from.
Annoying.
Oh, the mag is out as well. Gonna look for the spray. Actually tags that one. Mad Balls in the meantime, under pressure from Ayala. One player down, Monkey left, lone player for Mad Balls. This is not the game they wanted to try and convert with. Team Queso seemingly just taking 3 or 4 fights all at once. Multiple different angles. Monkey is able to find Ayala. Close range, UMP suppressed. And Team Queso won't be able to get back for that res. The point, I think, stolen away there, but Monkey stays alive and keeps going for Mad Balls.
Essentially, Monkey's in a really difficult spot right now because that is a high priority position on the map above Budoram. So BTR, the rest of Team Queso, SK Tom might even want to crawl his way down there. And for Monkey, he needs to sort of leave at this point in time, get it towards himself, a better position where he can snake out the rest of the game. Remember, this team needs a top 5 at this point in time, and Monkey remaining here is not going to afford him that. He is protected by Budoram mainly. Budoram's mainly got their attention down towards that south side anyway, so BTR, Team Queso, all could be looking to take a position that Monkey's currently holding.
Shots from Zuxi over to Papi Potro, but takes some bullets in response. IQ hits the deck, but stays alive on a sliver. 10 bandages. Well, Slims as well should keep them a little bit closer up. LGD just hiding away. These shots have been just sailing wide of the mark. And not quite finding the knock just yet, but finally MVM goes down. DRS are the ones to do it.
I mean, 20 minutes into the game with 12 teams alive is quite astonishing, but this is just because of the way the landmass is developing with these circles. There's a lot of positions on the map where teams can hide, where they can hold in the tree lines, or there's ditches to play around in. Next circle will be shifting though. We'll see where this one does head. See if it supports Budoram a little bit more. It does indeed, and now Monkey's position massively compromised. These teams from the north will be 100% looking to pick up that spot to try and deny Budoram a little bit of pressure towards that end game. Liquid though sprays through the smoke, finds at least one towards Team Queso.
Well, now is the time to prove you're a worthy substitute for Luxy. Last player standing against Scream for Liquid. Slows it down, fades through the smoke and gets the shot. Excellent targeting there on the ball. And now the last player alive. What more can you do? You have to push in from the north. The blue zone about to start closing in as well. There's teams in your way who will not allow you to exert that pressure. Budoram, 4 players up, playing in one of the strongest spots.
Good news for Budoram. I mean, they were hoping that there wouldn't be a team on that northern side that would be able to take shots down towards them. Now it's only Monkey alive, and his main priority is just living. IA has been taking shots over towards LGD the entirety of this game, and LGD has been completely unaware of where these bullets are coming from. Now just YZZ on his loans from the rest of his team on bended knee. MVM most likely to just bleed out here at this point in time.
Oh, that was brutal. Getting rolled down there, just clambering around the side of the rock face. Like a horror film, that one.
DRS, LGD, DRS looking to hopefully leapfrog LGD at this point in time. Maybe get a 4th place. S2G still going strong though, 148 points, looking to secure this position for themselves in 3rd place. Monkey has a nade out, looking to hopefully keep these players on the northern side at bay. YZZ with the DP. Maybe wants to take some shots down towards IA, but this is not how LGD assumed that this would go down. Again, it's right at the bottom of the lip as well. So right in the middle of the circle, maybe not the best place to be, does afford you a little bit of pressure in terms of finding all the teams around you. But in the case of LG, they were spotted by absolutely everyone else here, John. A rough move from here. Liquid taken down. Smoke goes out. So right now, Monkey safe from practically everything. This is really good news for him. Looks to ladder up a little bit more because everyone around him, Team Queso, Box, the Infinity is still going, but Mad Bulls can now start to try and ladder up at least a little bit. 8 teams left. It's not quite enough as of yet. Would love to get himself towards a top 4 finish, but I don't know how likely that is at this point in time with so many teams with really good spots to play.
Budoram, 4 players alive, still playing with cover. If they can dispatch the Infinity, it will be an excellent position for them. Federal for Influence Kemen, trying to keep themselves in the game. The top 5 teams still in this one, Blank. So still a lot of points going to be funneling up their way. That's going to make the 3rd place bubble a little bit harder to achieve for some of the teams that went down earlier, like Bigatron, like Titan. But they got XI8, 6 eliminations. They've had a good game. DRS 3 on 6 eliminations. And they are still going from the southeast side with one of the better plateaus in this next circle.
Yeah, circle moves down towards LGD, so they might be able to get some more points up, just snaking this one in. Federal on his lonesome. Monkey right on the edge of the blue here. Will have to move shortly in about 20 seconds. And I think Kengzo has spotted at least one of them. Looking to clear him out. Has a nade though, might be able to toss it over in their direction. Monkey, historically, always amazing with these grenades. And if you can clear out at least Kengzo, it means they might be able to get a little bit further into this zone. 8 teams alive, though. It is looking a little bit dire, but everyone else has to move in too. So Monkey's not on his own with this similar problem.
A slow crawl. You have to question whether Buriram know of the presence of this player as well. If you've been quiet for that long, sometimes it's easy to just forget about the position. Kelsey's legs are sticking out, but you can't take those free shots without getting some lead sent back your way. There's plenty hot enough to take you down on those cliff faces. But here comes Monkey, steps up for one. My name P now on the back lines and dispatches. Kengzo completely rips his attention away. But with it, S2G have managed to find that opening. The knocks on the back line and Monkey's done the job. Mad Balls might be out, but S2G have a chance now to take on the Titans at the top. And Nate down the hill keeps them safe, and Kengzo is holding this team together right now. He is like glue for this squad. Kelsey puts a nade up high. It goes a little bit too far towards the sky. The sky only knows how to deal with that. Drops down to the deck. Kengzo putting more in around the side as well. What a guy for the squad. Buriram absolutely singing his praises right now. They're going to owe him a lot after this game.
I mean, he's kept everyone up and kicking. Hamzy G, though, similarly, one hell of a player. Now just looking to try and ladder up as much as possible. But it's YZZ from underneath. Picks him up with the M4. And his central position, yeah, it didn't afford the rest of his team much survivability, but he remained out of dodge. Was away from the team, able to snake this one out. But I'm most likely going to take this chicken dinner home from what was an insane plateau to play. Still, LGD could still get a second place in this game, get further towards above S2G, and this has been one hell of a comeback from them over the past couple of days.
They started the game at 4 points behind S2G. They're even on the elimination counts right now. So how much longer can he survive? Either way you look at it, it's going to be a dent in that small gap. And it will remain very much level. Unless they can push all the way up to second or something like that, that would be phenomenal. But Buriram have turned their attention their way. And the team from Thailand has been absolutely on the money. Sky only backed off by the Infinity. Logan.
It's two
players alive.
He's got 6 grenades. I don't think YZZ's living through this, but the nades are still coming through thick and fast. He's only got bandages. Goodness me, just need to get the arc a little bit lower there. Delta takes a huge amount of damage. Still LGD gets some ladders up, and he's doing this with just bandages and stims to boot. There's hardly anything available to him. They know he's there.
I mean, the massive thing about it is that he's right in the slap bang center of the circle, which means it is going to close that way. Likely that you're going to be able to just stay in cover, get up to second place with the Infinity, curtailing any of these pushes with the sightlines they have. They might be able to slow it down, but now it's God Tunny. Can God Tunny find the shots over onto YZ? Can he get the angle? Or is he just going to be able to bide his time? Finally, My Name P is able to move into a position to burn him out. And LGD flood out the back and are picked up. Third place, potentially able to jump up into third, but Buriram are going to find yet another chicken dinner. The team from Thailand are dominating. Their race on up the tables is incredible. Influence Chairman swept aside last game. This time around, they open the throttle and race out to a lead.
Again, Kengzo, though, long-standing name in PUBG Mobile, and found himself a very good spot on this team at the moment. Really popping off. I mean, the shots over towards Mad Balls, take down Monkey, instantly switching towards S2G. I mean, 100%, this guy should be celebrating. He did an unreal amount of work for the team.
Yeah, Kengzo was brutal on that cliff face, holding out the backstab from Monkey, holding off pretty much single-handedly. Well, there was a little bit of help, but did so much work against S2G's push. It is absolutely right that he flexes that one out, kept them together, and gave them that position.
I mean, it's only a Monkey. This guy's King Kong. You can't deal with that. He's on top of the plateau, just sending planes flying at other teams. 6 grenades still in the pocket as well. LGD was certainly not living through that one. And honestly, holding that position, you felt like it was the game-winning position for a long time. I was very curious to see what happened to Mad Balls that made them lose 2 players so quickly, because they certainly had a chance in that game to maybe pull something out of the pocket there. But losing those 2 players, again, really weird. A tough rotation for them. Whatever, these things happen, but they didn't get too much towards that 11th place position this game. We'll have to try again on our last match of the day here, John.
Some notable shifts happening with the points earned in that last game. LGD pushing closer to that 3rd place spot. Teams looking to try and jump out of the tables as well. Mad Bull's not showing us that they can keep it rolling, unfortunately. But Buriram with King Kangzo absolutely dominating all the pushes, all the threats from every single angle. They hold the top of the cliff, and the team from Thailand takes the top.
Buriram United, another chicken dinner. Back-to-back, 25 points for this one. So we've had not only 1, but 2 back-to-back wins here so far today between them and LGD. And if anything, this is lengthening their lead even further up against Influence Chemin, who only got 12 in this last match. But a couple other teams in here, Maxman, LGD, 16 points, DRS, 13 points, Infinity, 18. Off the bat, DRS, I feel like we've seen them in like top 4, top 5 finishes quite a few times, but they're just struggling to get that extra oomph they need to close out these games.
I mean, it's going to be enough here, Jason, to make it into the survival stage. You can't argue with that one. But as you said, we need a little bit more umph from DRS if you want to see them make it in that top 3. It is definitely still in reach for DRS. No issue there whatsoever. But Buriram, really, the way they suffocate those late game circles, I think, Sandstorm, is what just separates them from a lot of the other teams in this lobby. We saw it in the first game of the day. Sure, LGD still were able to secure that win. But the way they just take these off angles and make sure they are 100% going to secure that game is what just sets them apart from the rest of this lobby. So I'm sold. Buriram are looking amazing today, and it's great to see.
It is, yeah. And Sandstorm, you got to dive into this because the team from Thailand, I again would have expected them to be first place in this group, but they're proven to be so.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they managed to get that chicken dinner as well against LGD in the first wrangle of the day, they would have been so far ahead of everyone in the competition. But we do have to give them credit where it's due. So far, they've gotten themselves yet another chicken dinner that already marks their 3rd so far of the tournament. They're starting to get away a little bit. And yes, even though Influence Chemin did get themselves a 4th place finish with 4 eliminations, but still, that's not going to help them catch up to Buriram and what they're doing in today's games. And we still have 2 more. So the question is, are we going to have another back-to-back, or are we going to see one of LGD or Buriram get themselves a 3rd in one day? Because that would be insane.
Oh, man. It's starting to get actually pretty crazy. I mean, Influence Chemin were like 30 points ahead of everyone, I think, like going into today. But they've been caught and passed by quite a bit here. So a fantastic showing. And don't say it, Max. Don't say that Buriram is going to be locked in top 3 because we still have... Yeah, no, not again. But we can see LGD. There's a battle for 3rd, though. S2G and LGD have been constantly battling it out here many times now for that 3rd place position.
I would even go to say it's going for a fight for 2nd place because sure, Influence, they got themselves a few points here, but when all the teams around you are outdoing your results. Sure, like average performances might allow you to remain in that position, but slowly and surely, we've been seeing it throughout today. Influence are just slipping down the leaderboards. They're pulling a smaller version of what Nigma Galaxy did yesterday, unfortunately, and chances are, if it keeps going like this, at the end of today, Influence Kemen might not be in the top 3 position anymore. So it's a scary prospect, but Influence need to have a significant step up. They're not safe anymore here, and I feel like I did curse them a little bit, so I'm sorry, but we need to see a step up here.
Well, let's go back to Buram really quickly, because Maxman mentioned something, Sandstorm, while we were watching the last game, or at the very end of the last game. Every player on that team has stood out. It hasn't been just one. It just hasn't been Kengzo by himself. It hasn't been 2 players as well. It's been everyone's had their moment. And I feel like we don't often get to see teams where everyone can be that star player for the roster.
Yeah, exactly. And like, for example, we saw what Kingzo was able to do. He managed to actually cover the back of his team when you had that last player from Mad Bull's push on their flank. You also had Tiger and his insane nades and what he was able to do in the previous Sandhawk match as well. You had a lot of S2G members just pushing up on them, and with a couple of nades, he managed to eliminate the entire squad. So everyone is stepping up. And my name P, the guy has the most damage so far. He has the most amount of eliminations. He is on par to be the MVP of the tournament. So every single one of these guys is doing something for the team, and the contributions are just meshing so well together so far in the tournament. And now we don't know what they're going to be able to do with the last 2 games as well. And I'm going to fight with Maxman here for Influence Chemin. Highly doubt it. I don't want to curse them, but I highly doubt that they're going to fall below 3rd. What happened to Nigma Galaxy is definitely going to happen to Influence Chemin, right?
All right, well,
can't happen twice.
You can't respond to this yet, Max. You have to wait. You have some time to think about it, as we're going to head to a short break here. We'll get things ready for our next match of the day. All right, Maxman, what's your response to what Sandstorm said?
I forgot what he said, to be honest. I didn't listen to Sandstorm.
Wow. He's saying that Influence Chemin won't fall out of top 3.
I don't want to get involved in that topic, otherwise I'm going to be blamed again. It's happened too many times. I don't want to get involved in that topic. But they're not looking great right now. That's all I can say. I can only speak facts, and it's not looking good.
I mean, all you have to do, right, is embrace the curse and be like, yeah, okay, I'll take that bet. And then you put them as the team to watch every time.
I can do that. I'll do that. I'll do it. Don't do it.
I think you might get some hate from some Brazilian fans, but you know what? It's kind of part of the job. Really quickly before we head into our 5th match, though, a big shout out here to Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. And the Xperia Stream gets you 90 Hz in PUBG Mobile with total cooling system, and of course, it's multiple ports for intensive gameplay and streaming. So make sure to check them out. All the players are participating on one of those lovely phones, and maybe that's why we're seeing some teams dominate others, because they're just like, this really works with me. Let's take a look at our top performers, though, as we're going to look in and look forward towards our 5th match of the day. But before we get into that, we're going to go back into our last match with, well, LGD. I mean, technically having the top performing player. However, only one is not going to be enough. Kengzo and My Name P able to really shine through with 8 eliminations between the two. And I kind of miss not having Claris here, because we see 1168 damage for Kengzo, but there's no sound.
There's no sound. We can't fake it either, right? It has to be him. So maybe at some point, but yeah, close enough. But I was impressed actually by the 58% team contribution from YZZ from LGD. I think that we've been seeing Chen doing
Well,
really well, but that's a high percentage.
He did have like a nice little car for it and just kind of stayed alive as long as he possibly could, right? And then the Molotov was one thing to ruin his day, so maybe the survival time played a big factor in that one.
It was an interesting position. I do respect the LGD were like, we don't want to hold on to the eastern side because you had, what, I think RS, you had Influence came in over there, you had yourself Titan, BTR, Infinity. You had too many teams on the eastern side, so they're just like, let's send it in the middle. Maybe it'll work out, so they were kind of forced in making that decision, but it's been a tough call for them. But still, extra placement points, extra limbs here and there. After the 2 wins, it's not like they fell off. They are actually still bringing some points in to just make sure they remain in that top 3.
Okay, well, you know what? Remaining top 3 is important. Remember, you don't need to get 3rd place by 20 points. You don't need to get 1st place by 10 points. You just have to qualify in top 3, and then you get to have a little bit of time off and a little bit of extra time to prepare for what's coming down the line, because it is the biggest event of the year for PUBG Mobile. And some teams got to be able to stop Nova somehow, someone. There's no way they win 3 titles back to back. It has to be someone to break that combo.
I mean, the way that they've done it in the past 2 years, if they're going to do it this time again, they have to go through the survival stage and then qualify to the PMGC Grand Finals and then take it from there. Because if they qualify instantly, then it's new ground. This is not something that they've experienced before. Maybe that's what has to change.
Well, we'll see. So we're going to take a look at our teams to watch. And, okay, I was kind of hoping we would see... Well, I guess these were locked in before. We talked about how you could go for Influence Chemin and just ruin Sandstorm's dreams and hopes. But you do both have Agon X8 or I8. I'm curious, what's the reasoning between the two?
I still want to see an I8 win eventually. We praised them being pretty consistent throughout today, and especially getting himself a few decent points yesterday. Just like DRS, you stated earlier, right, Jason, we need a little bit more if you want to see I8 go the entire way, because right now they are, technically speaking, in reach for top 3. They just need a big pop-off performance, and they could be in that position, but survival stage is still good enough. At least you're not going home after 4 days of play, but I still think I8 has the chops to go for chicken dinner, so I think it's going to happen eventually.
Okay,
I mean,
Sandstorm.
They managed to get themselves top 5 3 times. They get top 3 3 times so far, top 2 twice. So now can they get a top 1 once is the question. They have 2 more games for today. And like you said, Maxman, they're fighting for the top spot in top 3. They're close enough to get for that 3rd spot. But they're also, I want to say, close enough to NGX and 4 rivals all towards the bottom side. So if they make a couple of mistakes, who knows what will happen.
All right, well, you know what's going to happen? Well, none of us know what's going to happen, but I know what's going to happen next, at least. We're going to head over to our casters, because the 5th match of the day is ready to go.
To the desert once more, Miramar, ready and raring and loaded up to go. Blank, he's getting set up. You good? You all right?
I'm good now, yeah. Apparently I've moved across slightly somehow, I'm not sure. I've also got this weird thing on my head, but we'll just run with it, that's
right,
fine.
I'll go with you.
Slowly turning into a weird anime character, that's okay. But yeah, over towards Miramar now. The boys on the desk are right. I mean, it's getting a little bit weird in terms of the amount of teams that are starting to really pull up in terms of performance, get further up towards the top of the lobby, and actually even be able to break into that top 3. And we really thought that was going to be impossible with the way that Influence Kevin were playing, with the way that, you know, S2G were up there, even Nigma Galaxy, right? I mean, we were like, oh, it's going to be difficult to knock them off the 2nd place spot. Yet they're all the way down the bottom of the rankings at the moment. Things are really heating up, and there's only one more day to lock in those rankings. But first, we've got to get through 2 final matches here before we finish out our day.
Yeah, we only have, I think this brings it to 8 matches remaining in Group Red for your chance. Well, not for you guys at home, for these teams' chances to make it into the next stages of this tournament, whether it be a direct qualification or that survival bracket. It is all very much to play for. And I think at the end of today, I think we're probably going to be seeing 1 or 2 teams potentially that will not be able to make it further. That is not a small can. Kengzo is just that massive.
He is just a big guy, and he's a big guy in game as well, really pulling out all the stops for his team last game for Buddhadam to ensure that they were able to pick up that chicken dinner over Erangel. Miramar, though, we are having a slightly odd playing path coming from the northeast side of Junkyard all the way down towards Los Higos, so very much eastern, and dropping a lot of players off on the southern side of the map. So this could be a case where we get a northern circle, which wouldn't surprise me considering how cruel a lot of these circles have been recently in the PMGC. We started off with something cool and calm towards day one to make sure these players were nice and used to what they were dealing with. But now as we head towards the latter half of this tournament for Group Red, then yeah, things are getting a bit more spicy.
Plane path cuts the southeast side, kind of similar to the Erangel that we just saw. As it does isolate to the southeast. La Cobreria, El Pozzo, a little bit harder to get towards. Seen some fairly wild shifts. Even the last game of today, so hopefully it's going to go a little bit more central and kind and give players some time to figure out their strategy. I'd like a Picardo finish. I think that would be quite nice, but you know, we'll take what we can get.
I think so far we've seen a lot of circles over towards, you know, the eastern side of Picardo, maybe down towards Chumacera. This time around, though, up towards water treatment, this is a nice change of pace. Again, for the teams, a little bit more difficult to head towards, but with that that plane path starting over on that eastern side anyway, a lot of teams will have dropped out in the first half of the plane path, head up towards that northwest side. Again, this is going to be quite the muddle of teams, honestly, as everyone's going to try and grab some vehicles and get further up towards Hacienda, Water Treatment, Cruz de Valle, even La Cobreria. You know, El Pozo would be open considering there is an easy enough rotational path in towards Circle itself.
Yeah, that northern shift, I feel like it should be okay for quite a few teams. Mostly just going to be chilling. Eliminations on Miramar. These are the top 4 teams. LGD leading out with 28. Fairly close is Titan, S2G, and then Aegon XI8. Aegon XI8 kind of been a little bit of a sleeper strong team, right, over the course of these last couple of games.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is something that Sandstorm was even talking about.
Yeah.
Now they have a chance to head up towards that top 3, potentially, if they get some really good games going into tomorrow. I think that they're going to be comfortably towards this 4th to 11th spot anyway. I don't really see them dropping out of maybe further down towards 8th. I think that they're typically picking up points where they can, but they can't really duke with some of the big shots in the lobby at the moment, like S2G, LGD, Influence, Kemin, sorry, as well as Buradam. They don't really have the chops on them to do that, but what they do have right now is the chops to stay comfortably safe within that survival stage bracket, which is absolutely fine. Mad Bull's able to get 2 points on that last game, up to 69, so still a fair way to go for them to head towards that 11th place position. You know, it's getting further and further away now, 21 points. That's a whole chicken dinner on the game, and that relies on 4 rivals getting no points on this one as well.
All right, take a tumble, but don't take the knock just yet. Grabbing the vehicle and getting out of dodge from DRS. Not going to go down. As DRS are more concerned, we're getting a little bit more loot on board. Team Queso playing South Puerto Paraíso with the Ayala split around the south coast a bit further. They should be fairly secure there. No one really else dropping out in this area at all, and with everyone moving north, there's really not a chance that you come into contact before you make your move. Titan in Bahia de Mar and Los Higos on that split, playing 2 and 2. We saw it on the game where it shifted all the way down south towards them and they stayed for there too long, but now they have that west coast rotate available.
Yeah, and you made a good point about that as well, John, saying that, you know, they get caught off because so many teams suddenly just sent all the way down that way. This time around, yeah, they can be even more comfortable taking this 2-2 split and then regrouping later on before they move up towards that western side, maybe past La Cobreria into the circle itself. DRS, bit further into the circle this time. This is a pretty much typical position for them here on Miramar, over towards Graveyard side, just the north side of Minas Generales. 4 rivals on your screen. They're up towards Torre Armada at the moment. To the east is Influence Kemin, looking to find themselves a good game. Honestly, we've not seen anything too massive out of them. I think it was like 160, 170 that they've been roundabout sitting around for a long, long time. This is the first time we've seen them get somewhat of a good game after that last one with Federal lasting quite a while, up to 188 points now, looking to not allow Buradam to get any further upwards.
Don't want to allow them that lead that they were afforded over the first 2 days. Influence Kemin still looking fairly safe though, and they have been for a while, but if they keep up their current pace it will drop further and further and further. And we know that S2G, DRS, LGD will not let that one lie. Currently, it is those three teams, LGD, S2G, and DRS, looking for that third place spot, with the outside chances of Bigatron, Titan, and Aegon XI8 looking to maybe snap at their heels if they can get a blast of a game.
For S2G is no really longer that net that they can fall back onto, where it's like, okay, so we've already qualified because of PMGC points, but now it's a case of being ever so close to that qualification spot towards the grand finals and PMGC. 3 points behind LGD at the moment. LGD already fairly central though, down towards that south side of four rivals. We mentioned they were in Torre Armada, and again, they typically have a lot of success here on Miramar, finding their chicken dinner earlier on in the day on Miramar, looking for another one now here in this match. See if they can grab some more big points on board, seeing them further safe towards that third place position within the lobby.
Bigatron maintaining that substitution, Liquid still in for Luxy. I imagine we might be seeing that for the rest of today's game, so this game and the next. Just to try and get that reset. Box playing on the north side of this glut of players. R8, S2G, Bigatron, even Aegon XI8 around that sort of area. Just to the north side of Hacienda del Patron. DRS close by for Killer to Mad Bulls. Actually, is a little bit further away. Monkey deceptively far away, in fact, from that rotation, so Killer perfectly safe there. They will not come into contact. DRS at the back of the queue on that south side until Team Queso start to roll on past Impala and look to join it.
I8, central as well. That's kind of in that dead zone, to be honest with you, in that fielded area. So a bit more scary. A lot of teams very much split up at the moment. Influence coming up towards Campo Militar. Bradam as well. Swinging by in El Azahar underneath. So much high ground still available within this circle as well. This is what is always exciting to watch these circles that head up towards that northern side of the map, is that over towards the western side, you know, around San Martin, as well as the east of El Pozo, you know, there's a huge amount of areas you can grab a lot of information from. And it's a bit of a toss-up now at this point in time, because it's a case of, do we head center towards one of these lower down priority compounds, or do we try and take a ridge side that's a little bit further away from the center of the circle, eliminate maybe the chances of us getting a circle on top of us, but instead get some better information going into the game? And I mean, with that, I think that's maybe a good decision if you're confident in your ability to instantly take a fight with another team or crash onto a compound, because you can gather as much information as possible. For instance, you see a team as 3 or 2 crash into one of those priority compounds, you can instantly take it up. Now, there is a really good compound with this next circle that just popped on our screens up towards the western side of Torre Armada, right on the top of the ridge. This is where most teams will be looking to pick up right now, and Enigma Galaxy currently are closest.
Keeps the Oasis in this circle as well. There's a very, very north shift. Box rolling down the hill towards Lord, the only player from Enigma Galaxy in this area. They are fully split right now. Very far away from one another and unlikely that they can get in for backup. So if Lord can stay alive, it would be very, very useful, but I doubt that they would be able to pull that off. With the Golden Morado rolling up, you know something's going off. And he pops that Molotov in, isolates some corners, forces the angles on challenges he thinks he can take a little bit better, a little bit more effectively, but with 4 players from Box right there and knocking on your door, you're not going to last long. There's the knock. And Lord is flushed out. Break picks up first blood. Buriram playing on the eastern side, just south of Torre Hamada. Influence came in playing a lot further north. And actually Titan managed to swing all the way out from Bahia de Mar. playing on that north side. They've just gone over the north side of Cobraria and they're coming into the south end of Oasis. Might be challenging out against MTech Storm there. To play for that south side. On the north of the big road that's currently splitting, the road that runs between La Cobraria and Torre Hamada, they will be trying to occupy there.
Enigma Galaxy on the western side as well. Influence Kevin up towards the top. I mean, for Buradam, a little bit more of a difficult game for them, John, honestly, coming from Torre Hamada, because this is getting extremely compact towards the center of the circle. Seems to be worried about teams starting to squeeze their way in around them. But again, it's that massive central position that currently 4Rivals hold, which is the center point that everything is revolving around. This is kind of King of the Hill we're playing, John.
Have to try and maintain that throne. Circle pops, goes northeast, keeps 4Rivals in there. Influence Chem are probably pretty happy about this. They do get a massive slice of it under their control. MTech Storm with their scout. Tizzy can look to regroup there, but Titan will be in their way. R8 as well will be looking to suppress that rotation on the west side. Everybody else looking to try and squeak their way in too.
I mean, this is about as good as it gets for any other team that wasn't up towards the top of that ridge side. Yeah, you still have a long way to go, but at least isn't the case anymore. It's like, right, well, 4Rivals have won the game. May as well look for a second place. With this circle shift, it means that 4Rivals will have to leave at some point, probably later in the game, but doesn't afford them as much presence as they might have liked. So right up towards the cylinders, up towards that northeastern side, which Influence Kemen are currently holding as they move their way up from El Azahar. Buradam less put out either. And the Mad Bulls can actually make their way into the circle, although LGD have already leapfrogged them, so they're most likely going to be down towards the south side of the circle for a little bit longer. They are in the circle, though. That's the main thing.
Certainly is. Can't win if you're not in the circle. Although, to be fair, on the old Sandhawk settings, that was sometimes not the case. Either way, Bigatron taking a fight with Box over the top of the ridge on the south side, not in this next circle. Still playing as 4. Box maybe looking to roll through here. The off angle not quite established just yet for Bigatron. Playing on the back there. Misery trying to get some side swipes onto Box's position, but those nades continue to fly. Aegon XIA. IQ looking to put some damage over towards S2G as the forward mark, stopping S2G from getting into the next, but goes very, very low, has to hit the deck, has to hit the heels. A nade over from Hamzy, bursts exactly right, but doesn't quite find the damage. Actually, IQ able to sliver around on that rock.
Yeah, it's difficult to actually get the nade over the top with the rocks in front of him, so you're more than likely having to try and bounce it off the back of the ridge side, in which case Hamzy G is just going for the full-on aggressive approach, sending up towards the front side of the rock, in which case Silence is going to head up top side and try and pick off a couple of shots downwards with an off angle of his own. Enigma Galaxy under pressure now, great shots. BTR also taking damage from Box Gaming, and Liquid has to step up, will find one, does find another, and that's Box Gaming out of there. And Liquid goes on forward. 2 of his players are knocked currently, should be able to get Jen Foster up, maybe if he picks him up and runs him into the zone.
A good performance from Liquid there to keep the team in. Again, the sub last standing for the squad this time around does win out that trade, as you say. Unlikely to get Misery back to feet, but can go for the one. If they go for the run, actually might have just lost it out there. So Liquid, again, solo for Bigatron, trying to get as far as possible, but there's so many teams still left alive.
Yeah, with no one having to make any too drastic approaches, a lot of these engages are forced on the outer edges. Mad Bulls currently safe down towards that southeast side of a ridge put between them and DRS, but Zerich is currently watching down towards DRS. Makes me a little bit afraid, but they do find a couple of knocks onto 2 separate teams at the moment. Maybe not wanting to start 2 different fights at the same time, but it gives you a chance to move through the circle whilst there is a delay on either side.
R8, the Infinity, dueling it out up and down the hill. Worried about the third parties as well, biding time, getting reses in as the circle will crunch in 10 seconds. And push them in a little bit further, a little bit higher up. There's a nice little area that's covered off from the western side. Just ahead of them, but it's kind of barren, open to teams across the way. R8 shots over towards the Infinity, but they're not getting these knocks. Godtunny's still active, can pop those heals. Press behind the ridgeline, sure. They will have to move further in. Aegon XIA still ahead of them as well. And at the moment, R8 probably have the better chance of sailing on through, but no matter what way you cut it, S2G, Enigma Galaxy, going to be looking to try and get ahead of this one.
I mean, R8 already sent ID7 as well, SK Ton towards the northern road, so they have an anchor point to head towards, but Titan, he's also holding that position. Meantime, DRS yet to make their approach. Mad Bulls tried to move up, but were harried by the guys from LGD, so instead, they've opted to move down, try and cut off the rotation from DRS. A smart move, but moving straight up towards Buradam, our current leaders of the pack inside the lobby. A scary team to go up against, to be sure.
Crash in from Mad Bulls onto DRS's position. Backstop is taken down. Kengso's there from Buradam. Killer down first. The engagement, but Monkey skills us follow quickly. Kengzo puts a nade in and towards Delta, but I think that might have bounced off the wall and hit Kengzo himself. Crash comes through from Sky Only towards Effect and Zerich in the meantime. My Name P looking to push through. DRS are swept aside as the Mad Bulls continue their crash. And now Buradama up and into the breach. Mad Bulls, I mean, this is how you prove yourself if you want to stay in this.
Great nades!
1, 2 fall, excellent nades coming through. Side swipes, pushes, Effect up to the wall. Tiger is there, wants to put a nade on into the compound. The wall's still under control. Kengzo repositions to back up the teammate. They're going to leave My Name is P and Sky Only in this one. Kengzo sending away. Mad Bulls locked in this fight by Tiger. Effect runs out into the open, spots the player, and Tiger drops the ball. Traded off. Across the way, that's LGD third-partying here. Zerich rolls on up to Kengzo, goes for the crash. He dodges, he steps to the side and handles business. Kengzo stays alive, but his teammate's not so lucky.
That is so unfortunate, John. I mean, that typically looked like it was going to be a perfect execution coming through from Zerich, but the immediate sidestep coming through from Tiger, from Kengzo at that last moment. Just too rough to make it happen. Still 6 limbs on the game. It's a decent result coming through for them. Yes, they didn't get any placement points, but anything you can get here is good for Mad Bulls.
Would be an improvement. But it's just so tricky to find it in this lobby. And they need more power than they're demonstrating at the moment. Liquid central on the circle for Bigatron. Trying to keep themselves in that conversation. Titan, 4 players alive, playing on that western side. No eliminations just yet, but with 4 players alive, that can change very, very quickly towards these last teams dropping. LGD looking to chase on up towards Influence Kemen's position on the tables, and they have a pretty solid position to do it from.
You know, actually with the bleed out as well, Mad Bulls are up to 7 limbs, so, you know, it's not a horrible result for the game. Honestly, I mean, you take a fight with DRS, it feels competent, and then you take a fight with one of the best teams in the lobby and send them back 2v4. I mean, that is really quite an astonishing result, honestly. So 7 points there with another chance at the end of the day. Realistically, they want to set themselves up towards where Box is currently playing. And with Box Gaming as well as Team Queso, both having pretty rough days today, you know, this could be a chance for Mad Bulls to at least even things out and give themselves somewhat of a playing field to make this happen. Silence.
Just going for it, I guess. Gonna be humbled just a little bit. Hamodi's still active here for Enigma Galaxy. Last player, well, 2 players of theirs are up. Very, very split. Ducks out the door frame and wends his way back through the hallways. Hamzy puts him to bed.
5 limbs so far for S2G. Going for the res here. LGD still not in the best spot available to them, but with a compound to mess around with, this is much better than where S2G currently find themselves. Stuck between 4 rivals, RA, final player from Enigma Galaxy, and the Infinity in front of them as well. It's going to be a rough run ahead of them, but if they're able to do it and show us that kind of competency that we've seen from them before, they might be able to pick themselves up a lot of eliminations on the way, and this work out, in fact, even better for them.
Straight down the hill for Hamzy. And S2G continue to pick up these points. Currently, with the elims added on, they're tied with LGD, so the more they pick up, the better, but LGD pick up the final Enigma Galaxy elimination there. So they are again 1 point in the lead, but it's still very much neck and neck. How far can they leave DRS in the dust is the question here to isolate that battle for third place. Titan under pressure now, having their mettle tested by once lobby leaders. Influence Kemen will go 1-for-1. Teak and Federal. Teak flushed out. Kayovsky holding behind the box. Six is there. Goes for the greedy play instead of the knock. And Lil Boy is there for the flank. Federal, Rezable, and Influence Kemen stay alive with 4 on the top side. Bigatron looking to try and stay alive and keep themselves in and challenge out towards the top as well.
Yeah, didn't actually find themselves that knock or a limb either over towards Federal. So unfortunate there for the fatigue, honestly, as well as Six. Titans made a pretty smart rotation as well, heading over on that top side to go for the crash onto Influence Kemen. But again, they've just got a better team fight in them to influence Kemen. Titans relying a lot of times on Teak as well as Axa to hit those opening knocks, opening limbs.
Feels like the points you get for a player like that just aren't quite in line with the quality that we're used to for Titan. Hopefully they can put themselves back in that conversation, but in 8th place right now, they're looking good for the survival bracket. The top 3 are slipping through their fingers. Shots from Calci. Fine 4 rivals. Caught them sleeping just a little bit. 2 players down for the squad. Appy and Pui left, standing and kicking on the back lines. S2G, still 4 players alive, playing on that southwest. They're keeping up that tempo as Prestige runs into the sightlines of Hamzy, who's just been dominating the open fields beneath it.
Yeah, it's been a really good crunch from S2G onto any of these other teams. I mean, they're taking full advantage of this high ground they're currently playing with and trying to eliminate any threats that might be coming around them. Hamzy G, like you said, putting in the work for himself and his team. Finishing off Pemburu there. Prestige also going down to Hamzy G. Really, really well done coming through from S2G. To make a bad spot like this into a good one, it is not an easy task whatsoever. And S2G are currently making it happen whilst holding on to the high ground as well. I mean, with the amount of like 4-player teams in this area, that it is quite impressive that S2G's held on this long.
It's an elimination rack-up field though as well. With the 2 players from 4 rivals going down, LGD is slipping behind in the tables, with the 8 eliminations now racked up by S2G with 9 teams remaining. It's a good result. LGD wanting to get back into the conversation, however. Silas finds the knock, looking for the flush, but it's pinched away. LGD pick up that point, find another as well. So 2 back in the pocket, and once more, they get back into that top 3. It's back and forth between these 2.
Yeah, 4 rivals down. Only 1 elimination. Again, this is happy days for some of these teams down towards the bottom. As long as they can keep putting up points with 4 rivals on the bubble, not getting a lot of points here in this game, you know, there's a chance to battle out for that 11th place now. And with Mad Bulls also getting 7 points, we have a much more competitive bottom bracket at the moment, looking to breach in towards the survival stage.
Influence Kemen pick up that 5th elimination on the game. Sorry, well, hang on a minute. They're up to 8. Buradam up to 5, sorry. The Infinity eliminated down in 8th place, and it really is a wide split in terms of the overall tables. And in the meantime, Liquid has just been chilling in the middle right there. Liquid has been holding since, I think, about 11 teams remaining as a solo for Bigatron. But with S2G and LGD both still in this, that gap will not close, but it might not move anywhere if Liquid can stay alive for longer.
LGD currently sending grenades over towards the top side. If Hamzy G went down there to Federal, it could have been all over because they're taking fights on 2 fronts at the moment, with LGD also applying a lot of pressure over towards the guys from S2G. They're really hanging on to this high ground as long as possible. Silas has to kind of throw scuffed grenade over the top as he takes many, many shots from along the way. LGD still struggling to get up this hillside, and it's only going to get harder as more and more teams start to get sightlines over towards this position. At this point, though, for LGD, you know, this might just be a case of leaving, heading over towards where currently BTR Liquid is holding, and just making their way onto that spot, in which case they could dominate this game, and they have a very, very strong rotate towards it.
Toman, the last player standing for MTech Storm. Playing on the inside of the shack, our man just hiding away from the nades, the bombardment. from Influence Kemin. Kingzo spray down towards LGD as they descend. Doesn't find it on the first reload, but the second is lighting them up. Something awful. Gets a lot of damage along with that knock. Swaps over to the Mini 14 to try and pinpoint those final eliminations. As Influence Kemin rack up that 10. Is this a return to form for the once great Influence Kemin?
I mean, 10 eliminations is absolutely nutty here on Miramar. Hamzy G takes a tumble down the ridge side. Not the place you want to be in, and Kengzo's absolutely spoiled the day over towards LGD. Looking to get all the way into where currently Liquid is playing, who could also cause some big issues, but YZZ aware there's probably players in there, drops a nade in, and that's going to open up more space for LGD to get in, but they have to make it fast. And with all the delays so far, it's giving more time for Influence Kemin, and even S2G to get into position as Silas tries to steal away the spot. YZZ, though, very aware of what's happening here.
Kengzo has been going for a long, long time to stay up and into fourth. This is great news. Actually having an impact on this circle as well with some solid sightlines. Influence Kemin not going to take any casualties, however, and at this stage with 4 players alive, you've got to think that nobody can try and challenge them. Humbled there. I think that was Suki actually getting the spray. It wasn't the knock coming through as we thought it might have been from Kengzo. But still alive. 3 teams remain. LGD being pulled apart here.
Kengzo!
There he is.
Joking
That's gonna
me.
find it. Federal gets the off angle, and that's the first knock over towards Influence Kemin in a long time. They might have 15 eliminations, but you can't count King Kengzo out yet.
Honestly, the fact this guy has just not snaked it at all, instead, you know, just barreling the fists on his chest, just making a right ruckus on this side. In fact, even almost getting the triple spray down to LGD is impressive in of itself. You know, this guy is on fire today, celebrating a lot. Finally, he's spotted though and has to back behind cover, but he's not silent into this game. Little Boy finds shots underneath the vehicle over towards LGD, not shooting the vehicle's wheels out of yet means that there's still that visibility underneath and can find some shots towards the side. They're under massive pressure at the moment, John. No, Kengzo, don't do it.
Tiny little nails through the tires. He's got a broadside on one, but opts instead to pay attention to the rest of Influence Kemin. Law rolls up, so does Kayovsky. They want to take the challenge, the spray for one. Can he find anything? Hits the deck instead. Low HP, low ammo, and will fall down. Finally, the pressure is just too much to bear. LGD stay alive in second place, but Influence Kemin, the headline here. A return to form. We haven't seen him in a while. Oh, that, well... I put a dampener on it, but you know what? We'll give them that one. Influence Kemin with the chicken dinner here, Blank. Can they challenge back up to Buram? Because they were staying alive for super long in that game.
I mean, Kengzo, I think you see a lot of snakes just remaining put, but he kept putting pressure on both those teams to try and keep them away from him as long as possible before Kayovsky was ultimately able to send on over. I mean, that comes down to Lil Boy and Laura on the top side who are able to find some good shots towards LGD and keep them at bay. Even Suki sending a little bit too far out into that shack and just opens up the sightlines for the rest of Influence Kemin. Again, though, Kengzo just putting on so much pressure towards LGD, S2G, as well as Influence Kemin, allowed him to get that third place in the end, which realistically he lived from, I think it was 11th place that he went down into single player. Again, though, also Mad Balls challenging out, gets the crash onto DRS, gets all those players, and then takes 3 down from Buram. That is a real good change of pace for them, taking it to, I think that's the 5th place team and the 1st place team as well. A very, very good result, though I'm pretty sure Influence Kemin with that 30-pointer should now be in 1st place, if I'm not mistaken.
They were 25 points behind Buram at the start of this game, and if Buram were able to earn a pretty big chunk, I mean...
Oh, that's true,
it's going to be pretty close, but we'll have to wait and see. Influence Kemin, though, back in the running. They're back on form.
napping a little bit today, but Influence Shemin able to step up here, get themselves a chicken dinner, and able to get themselves 33 points on the board, our highest scoring point game we've had so far here in PMGC 2022. And you know what? Maybe they heard that Buriram United Esports were ahead of them in the leaderboard, and they're like, no. Let's start to catch up a bit here. They still have a little bit to go, but this is also important to note that they can maintain a level of consistency here, right? This wasn't going to be a full drop-off day like it was for Ningba Galaxy yesterday, and it's kind of been today for them, unfortunately. And we know this team is strong and can deal with the ups and the downs.
Fantastic 18 elimination game here, Sandstorm, we see coming out from this team. I was a little bit doubtful. I was like, I maybe wanted them to leave the northern side of the road a little bit earlier, but the timing was on point, the numbers were going down for the teams around them, and they took full control of that game. And you saw it after that game. They had smiled. They're like, we still have it. We can still get wins, luckily enough, so they can hold on to that top 3 position. It's good to see they can still close off games.
You know, Sandstorm, I think for me, when I look at Influence Shemin and how we've seen them play so far, they're like a team, they're like a tiger, maybe lurking and waiting for their moment to like pounce. Like they kind of play the edges, and then when they see that opportunity to like take a good position or the opportunity to like close in on teams or to take control of the game, it seems like they know when that switch is and when to make it happen.
Yeah, they really do, and I like the fact that they managed to take out the Buriram player before taking out LGD and going for the chicken dinner as well. Those 2 extra points that I guess that they kind of took away from Buriram will definitely help them out, especially with them having a 25-point difference between them and Buriram.
Okay, let's take a look at our overalls here and get an idea of where all the teams do currently stand. And remember, top 3 is important in its own right. Top 3 gets straight into PMGC Finals. Top 11, or I guess I should say 4th through 11th, will get into our last chance survival stage. And the lead has been built up, 41 points here between our 1st and 2nd place team and our 3rd place team, whereas they're down below that. It gets a little bit close.
It's been a while, actually, Jason, since we've seen some arrows, like some up and down tendencies for the teams around top 3, top 4, top 5. So it seems like we have now solidified our top teams currently racing for those spots for the grand finals, it seems. But
wow.
At the bottom, it's still a bit tough for a lot of these teams, and
it's tough.
It's been pushed out.
Yeah, I mean, Box has been pushed out. It's tough, but what we need to keep in mind is there is a bubble at 11th place, and it is still close between 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, even technically 16th if R8 can step up here a bit, and even up above 11th, it's still close. There's a lot of movement that can happen here towards that 2nd page, and basically one chicken dinner could mean the difference between you having to watch the entirety of PMGC or the rest of it from home, or you actually have a second chance.
I feel bad missing out on a $4 million tournament on the first 4 days of play. Like, that is rough. You play for an entire year
Max,
here.
you couldn't even get through one PMCO match, all right? Come on.
Man, those bots are getting really good. I don't know what to tell you, Jason. Okay, they're getting real strong. Huh? AI and stuff. I don't know what to tell you. But
to be fair, Max is way better than I am. I will give you that at PUBG Mobile, 100%.
I can't believe you tried to run me over in that media day, Jason.
That was hilarious.
That was pretty. I got saved by my teammate at the time. I'll take it. It was pretty cool. But man, really, you have these teams. This is going to be their last opportunity. Of course, you have this last close off day 3. Then if there's any time to do a comeback and to push yourself barely up in that top 11 position, it is going to be tomorrow. And we know all these teams. I mean, they're qualified to PMGC, right? They're part of the 48 best teams in the world. It shows they have the potential to make greatness happen here. So the redemption arc could happen tomorrow, but hopefully they still got the mental strength to go through that.
Speaking of mental strength,
5 matches here on day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League here in Group Red. And before we kickstart our final round of our day 3, we are joined here with the Infinity, and we welcome on board their coach here alongside for his interview. So could you please introduce yourself to the rest of the world?
ช่วยแนะนำตัวเองให้กับทุกคนหน่อยค่ะครับชื่อเนียครับ Infinia ครับเป็นโค้ชครับ Hello everyone, his name is Nia and he's a coach of the Infinity.
Thank you for joining us for this interview, Nia. And of course, I have a couple of questions for you and the team, where Infinity has come into this event with 3 back-to-back first place finishes in PMPL Thailand, PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and recently the Championship of Southeast Asia. So there were a lot of high expectations for the team in general. So what do you think of the matches that you guys have been struggling with, and how have you spent your time between the past couple of days to prepare for this tournament?
ก็คือว่าตอนนี้ทีมได้รับรางวัลชนะถึง3ครั้งทั้ง PMPL ของประเทศไทยแล้วก็โปรลีกของ C แล้วก็ PMRC ตอนนี้เนี่ยคือทางทีมประสบปัญหาอะไรบ้างไหมคะแล้วก็ในวันที่1 ถึง 3เนี่ยเรามีการเตรียมตัวยังไงบ้าง
ก็เล่นแย่กันเองมากกว่าครับเป็นความผิดพลาดของทีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็พยายามแก้กันอยู่ครับ
they know themselves that they are playing not that good but they will improve
And of course, we do see good improvements for today, and you guys are still fighting for the tournament. So how have you guys been dealing with the high expectation your fans and yourself are setting for the team?
แล้วก็มีวิธีการที่จะแบบว่าต่อสู้กับปัญหาของคนที่ตั้งความคาดหวังสูงกับแฟนๆของเรายังไงบ้างคะ
ก็พยายามทำเต็มที่อยู่ครับก็พยายามแก้อยู่ครับพยายามดูย้อนหลังพยายามแบบทบทวนตัวเองให้เยอะกว่าเดิมด้วยซ้ำไปด้วยครับ
they will try the best and now they are fixing what they miss in the games but anyway he will do the best
Yeah, and that's really good to hear. So I really want to ask you this, where there's a lot of great competition here from all the teams that are in Group Red. So what teams have caught you off guard with their strength in PMGC, and could you tell us why?
ตอนนี้เราก็มีแบบคนเล่นนะคะเก่งๆเยอะเลยแล้วเราก็คิดว่าทีมไหนที่แบบเป็นตัวเต็งแล้วก็คิดว่าทำไม
คิดว่ายังเป็นตัวเองครับที่เป็นตัวเต็งเพราะว่าที่เราแพ้ก็คือแพ้ตัวเราเองอยู่ครับ
He said the biggest struggling is themselves and they will fixing it
I see. And of course, I really want to know what is the current focus of the team? Is it still on the top 3 placement to the grand finals, or are you guys hoping to get into the survival stage by maintaining a 4th to 11th position?
ตอนนี้คาดหวังว่าจะอยู่ในอันดับ1 ถึง 3หรือว่า4 ถึง 11ค่ะ
1 ถึง 3ครับ
he still have the high expectation to be the 3rd place
That's great to hear because we see today PSG LGD have been able to climb all the way up with those chicken dinners, and I hope that you guys could still make it with a couple more games to go. So is there any words that you want to say to fans all around the world and of course fans back in Thailand?
อยากจะพูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆทั่วโลกแล้วก็แฟนๆที่ไทยบ้างคะ
ก็ฝากให้กำลังใจพวกผมครับเพราะผมพยายามจะกลับมาฟอร์มตัวเองให้ได้ครับ
He would like all of the global fans and Thai fans should be supporting them. They will do their best to this game.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, we'll be continuing on with our final game of the evening. So make sure you guys keep your eyes locked on your screen as we will see who will be the one to get the final chicken dinner of Day 3 in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League.
Okay, so their expectations still looking for top 3, but you know what? They're going to need to kick themselves in the rear to get up to that position. They need to really step up here, just like we've seen, well, quite a few teams today. But look at this. Influence Chemin. 3 players in our top performers. Not bad, Sandstorm. You know what? You can use the word that I banned you from saying when we're off air.
Nice. Very happy with that. Yeah, very happy with their performance.
Expand on that. Go. That's the analysis. He's done.
No, look, but looking at the rest of the day in the one game that we have influenced Chemin, I would love to see them get a back-to-back just so they can keep up that competition. But we're seeing the competition between Kayovsky and Kengzo here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kayovsky, funny enough, like to me was never really like the stand-up player thinking back to like the Loops days. For him, it was always Clario, right? But it's good to see him kind of come into his own with like a different roster he's playing around. Maybe he's able to step up a little bit more. But Kengzo, I mean, it's Kengzo, man. This guy, he looks fantastic. He's got the white hair buff. He's like Ultra Instinct right now. 1,000 damage as well. Like they're pretty unstoppable, I feel like. And I think I mentioned this to you guys as well, is that it seems like when Burium get themselves some momentum, like get some sort of emotions within the team hyped up, they become very hard to stop.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you an idea about Kengzo, when 3 players got eliminated from the team and he was the last one alive around 16, 17 minutes in, he only moved 300 meters from the area where his team died up until the second he died at the end of that game. 300 meters, that is not a lot to move. The zone definitely did help him out, and he just waited for the right time to come out and get himself a couple more eliminations.
And what sets them apart from the other teams is, once again, how they are able to get that chokehold on all of those late game circles in particular. They're not scared to go for the off angles, not scared to go for those late game splits, and that's what really makes him just so different compared to a lot of teams who like to just stay close together and just make sure they can use that man advantage. But here they just like go for those 2-2 splits, sometimes 3-1 splits, and it works out. Seeing them actually able to close off games in that manner has been fantastic throughout today, and I tell you, this is the big surprise for Group Red, and I'm hyped to see, Jason, how it can work out for them in the future.
Well, that's what I love about these events, right? You can always go with an expectation of how you think teams are going to do, but you're always going to be left surprised. Take a look at our teams to watch. Speaking of surprised, 4 rivals, Box Gaming, Team Queso. I feel like Sandstorm just stole what you're doing, Max, and went for some different teams this time. What's your thinking, Sandstorm?
You know, I like Max's idea. He wants to focus on teams that need to perform, and I want to put a spotlight on 4 rivals, Box and TQ. 3 teams that are, well, you have 4 rivals that are on the edge. They're in 11th place at the moment, and then Box Gaming, Team Queso, who are trying to fight for a chance to stay alive and get to the survival stage of the tournament. So I want to watch them for this last game and see what they're able to do, and especially with Team Queso. Touched on them before, and I definitely want to see what they're going to be able to do. Yeah, they really
It's been a bit sad. Very depressing.
I mean, yeah. And then, of course, then we see Maxman going for basically... I mean, are sure these predictions are correct? Maybe with the other way around, because now Max is basically choosing the teams to watch that we would see Sandstorm do. Did you guys flip the script? What's going on?
I don't know.
We just threw the script out.
Swapped. I'm not sure. But yeah, I want to see some things change up a little bit, and I would like to see if Influence can still keep it up after that win. So we'll see how it goes. Big surprise. Back to back.
Well, speaking of big surprises, let me ask you, I think we have a little bit of time here. What was the big surprise so far today for you guys when it comes to teams? Whether it's great performance, bad performance, mediocre performance? I'm just kind of curious of where your guys' mindsets are. But luckily for you, you have time to think about it. We'll ask you when we do get back here onto the desk after our 6th and final match of the day has finished off, as we go on over to John and Blank to kick it off.
One more Erangel for today, and then we'll be 3/4 of the way through our proceedings here in Group Red. Blank. It is right into the thick of it as we get into our last Erangel.
Just hit me with a fat blank just straight out the gate. That's fine. I like it.
Blank.
We're waiting to see, as we head towards our last game, what exactly will happen towards that bottom bracket at the moment. That seems to be quite the important thing unfolding at the moment, as the guys on the desk were highlighting, is that, you know, it's getting closer and closer at this point in time. And I think that a lot of teams are looking to breach in towards that 11th place. And with a lot of these teams starting to go out more and more often, we had that interview with the Infinity. They're looking to improve, but right now they're not putting up that many points to see themselves safe, really, because they had a bit of a buffer for themselves, and now the teams underneath them are starting to catch up just a little bit. We do have some subs going in at the moment. So for BTR, we're having Zuxi coming out, Luxie's heading back in again, and for Influence Kemin, we're getting Federal out and Golden in.
We're getting a little bit of a change out there. You can see Influence Kemin on the screen at the moment. So they're all getting set up. Just making sure that you've got the right IDs, the right lobby for Golden, so we can get on into the game. Make sure it's all good to go.
Last map of the day, Erangel. See where the map flight does take us here. Obviously, they were over with BTR. Like we said, Luxie in, Zuxi out. Making some changes towards the end of the day here as the Twins nip in and out of the roster. See what they can get done. I mean, I think, to be fair, what was working before was the Zuxi-Luxie combo with Jem Foster as well as Misery in there. I think things have just slightly gone out of control for them. Looking to get back into the front seat of these games, towards the center of the circles, and work from there, because that was working out for them, to be honest. Last game of the day, though, like you said, John, 75% of the way through. Last day tomorrow, last chance saloon for some of these teams. But again, we still have a bit of a fierce competition at the top for those grand final qualification spots.
All important now. I mean, every game at this stage very much matters more than, well, not more than any other game, but certainly the pressure is on more than most of the other games. The plane path Stalber to military, cutting out the west side a little bit, but still should be fairly fine on the lean that it has. Luxie dropping in for his twin brother Zuxi, as they play a little bit of spot the difference on the substitution cards we have on the screen.
I'd say, you know, Luxie looks a bit more like you could go up and chat to him, and Zuxi looks more like he's here for business. You know, he's ready to take some names in game, I think after a while you start to get it. And I mean, to be fair, I think someone said that to me when I first started commentating in PUBG Mobile. I didn't know what the hell they meant. Now I do. But me saying that to anyone at home probably doesn't make much sense either, unless you have been fans of BTR for a very long time, in which case I think you'd be very good at spot the difference between Luxie and Zuxi. However, at the moment for us, it really is just taking a look at some of these teams who've had their big comebacks over the last couple of days. I mean, LGD have really sent themselves flying up towards the top of the rankings with some very good performances, very consistent performances. Maybe not those blackout punches that we were looking for, that we're seeing in maybe a team like Influence Kemin or Buradam, but certainly enough to keep them in the running for that third place position. I think at this point in time, it's going to be difficult to catch up to Influence Kemin and Buradam, who are currently fighting out for that first and second place. Ooh. Goodness me, Effect though, getting taken down this early on is really unfortunate. I think with the playing path, they were looking to pick up some vehicles and head on over towards Primorsk, but caught out by MTech Storm. Not another good start here for Mad Bulls. And after they got those 7 elims last game against some very difficult opponents, they were able to put themselves at 77 points, just 2 points behind Team Queso and a little bit further behind Box with 9. Before Rivals similarly also went out early, so there is a really good chance here at the end of the day to even that up, but losing a player this early on at 2 minutes 30, horrendous start for them.
Not great, and actually to MTech Storm as well, to be able to pick up that point, the team that is currently sat behind the Mad Bulls and challenging for maybe a spot out if 4 Rivals slow down just a little bit. Not ideal at all. Grenade lethality rate, that's an interesting stat. I don't know if we've seen those. I assume that's just total HE nades thrown over the the knocks that you get per nade. So seems like Hamodi significantly better.
I don't know
nades.
how
I don't know
happened because he's not played the game, honestly.
See,
the last
this
2
is
days.
the thing. This is the thing, right? How many nades is that? What's the sample size here? Because it's different for a lot of different teams. And if you're a team that plays later into the game, it's likely that you'll throw more nades and miss more nades. Whereas if you're Nigma Galaxy, who have been dropping out of these games a little bit earlier, when you get to those nade positions, you're likely going to know that you're going to hit them.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the case. Maybe he's thrown, 3 grenades and 2 of them have been on target and got the elimination. Or is it for knocks, or is it just for eliminations? Who knows at this point in time? What we do know is Hamodi's pretty cool with the grenades so far.
I mean, yeah, he's got a, 27%? So going to be pretty tricky. 83% of you know the size of the Orm extended magazine. I mean, it's pretty iconic. 5 is the default. 7 is going to be that extended.
Don't trust that anymore. Called out yesterday for saying the answer was the answer on screen, and I had to go check in game, and it wasn't.
Oh no!
So
Which one was that?
Scared about the grenades. What the
5-second timer?
What the timer was on? Yeah.
Or the not 5-second.
But anyway, we'll breeze past that as LGD breeze through the fields at the moment. It's coming down from crates, heading over towards further on Ruin side, maybe heading over towards Box Compound. The Mad Bulls kind of thrown a little bit of a bone here with the Soko heading over down towards that southwest. With Quarry still in play, it means they can loot up for quite some time. Box Gaming down that way as well, though, could cause them maybe some problems. Hopefully able to get out of there in time, though. But again, a lot of time available to them to play out the rest of this match. Get maybe a good scoring, but again, as 3, it does become quite difficult losing a player at the start of the game with such fantastic teams in the lobby as well. Playing as 3 in maybe an early PMPL, not such a big deal, because if you're a good team, you might just have a significant advantage or a significant skill disparity between those teams. Here, one player can make all the difference between chicken dinner and getting 11th place.
Really is important. Look at the damage numbers on the screen right now at the moment. It's actually a fairly decent split between some of our top 4 teams now, as S2G took the dip underneath LGD in the last game. But Calci topping the table, 7.1k total damage. Buradam with their entry. Influence Chemin as well, although Federal obviously substituted out this game, so we'll be having a little bit of point gain from the players behind him to overtake on the damage totals.
Pretty unreal, actually, in terms of a number at the moment. The amount of damage he's been able to put through. I mean, 420 damage almost per match. That is crazy in terms of an average. You don't necessarily usually see that type of thing. I think 200 damage per match is a reasonable number to be heading towards, but 400? With the amount of times that S2G's gone out early as well, like, you can see where when they have their big games, they certainly are. And Kelsey really is that guy that you need. Is the point at the end of the spear a lot of times for S2G, and the rest of them are just getting him in position so he can strike. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Kelsey so far, and I think S2G will be patting him on the back after this concludes, but not before they try and pick up this third place to get the grand finals in. You can see he's upset about that one.
That's...
Oh,
I mean,
the
that's...
big sigh. Oh, he gets it out, yes!
There we go.
No celebration, though.
Wedges the cheese.
Just another day on the job.
Gets it. I mean, he's got to, you know, that's the sort of grind that you need to put in if you're S2G. Influence Chemin just drive by, no mercy. Team Queso pulled apart there. Melted down. Forged into points for Influence Chemin. Golden swinging the phone all the way up there on the gyro.
It's good to see. Yeah, so no love for the fellow Americas team there from Influence Chemin. Everyone is an enemy at the end of the day. Doesn't matter where you come from. We'll be taking you down. DRS on their way up from Novorepnoye, picking up a lot of loot down there. Titans similarly rotating over their top side. Shouldn't get into too much trouble with them early on. Mad Bulls will be looting out for quite a while. I mean, I can't really blame them for being this late in towards the center of the circle, purely because they were delayed, they weren't able to loot as much as they would like, and now their looting phase is coming far into the game. Again, 2 minutes 30 is around about the average looting time for a lot of these teams, but if you can get as much as possible on board now, where these games last so much longer, you know you're gonna need a lot more of those nades, a lot more of those smokes, a lot more ammo to get through the game when you can't be looting as much anymore. It's kind of a dead central push. Now that is really important for Mad Bulls in particular, being able to get up on that western coast and pick up a compound that everyone on the eastern side doesn't have the chance to head over towards. You can see why they're instantly grabbing vehicles and sending upwards.
They do need to get a move on though, because those compounds, you say they won't have a chance to get there. Well, until they do is the caveat to that. If the Mad Bulls don't regroup fast enough, they might lose out on that position. But you can see Enigma Galaxy looking to move west. So are MTech Storm, and on the north side of them, S2G will be looking to make progress into this next circle as well. These foothills of Everest compounds, highly contested. Very important parts of the map as well. As Silas backed off it, Hamodi stands forwards for Enigma Galaxy.
Lethal Grenader here on the screen. See if you can get any of those nades out and kick him. Mad Bulls taking their time on that western coast, going to rely on an edge-style play, and I think that's fair enough, considering so many teams are coming in from the east right now. It is very difficult for a lot of these guys to find space within the circle. There'll be pretty much a lot of conflict going on early on in this game, John. That is somewhat unavoidable.
LGD staying as full. Influence came in with an oversight onto the position. Suki playing the top of the ridgeline there. Will have to be backed off. Has to dive pretty fast. Might take a little bit of damage from the drop. My Name P outspots Suki, and there's backup from Sky Only. I feel like Suki playing a little bit too fast split on the LGD 2-2 right now, when they knew there were going to be players up the top of Everest, and the crash comes through from Buriram. However, it is turned around a little bit as the nade in, forces the push, and it's good. CC falls with a nice heads-up move from Sky. As MVM now struggling for LGD. Buriram dispatching them, and S2G are pretty happy about this turn of events.
Yeah, LGD floundering a little bit as Buriram make a very much aggressive push on towards him. And now this opens up the lobby for perhaps Influence Chemin to get ahead, with Buriram losing one player. But again, with the display that Buriram just showed us, like, they're not afraid to take away some of these important compounds. MTech Storm testing the guys from Mad Balls at the moment as Tarman moves up. Maybe don't want to make too many shots over towards him just at the moment, with guys in the back from MTech Storm able to have oversight towards this position. But I think that right now Mad Balls fairly pleased with this spot that they have. It's a ditch to play in. You know, they can play in and out of it over the top, gives them cover. It's not so bad. Again, this relies on the next circles coming through, but they've made a good situation out of a bad one after losing that player early on, being delayed on the rotate, losing late in the game as well. They found at least somewhere to play.
Circle centers up, brings Buriram into the middle of it. Influence Kemin. If they can hold control against S2G on the east side, have the top of Everest, a major feature, of course, in this next circle, and a major factor in terms of the direction that teams can rotate. It splits the rotational paths kind of in two and isolates a lot of the ground. The fields out to the south of Georgia Pole will be very open as well, so the ground here is difficult to navigate for these teams.
A little bit rough. Yeah, like you say, a lot of fielded area here, high ground that is held by Influence Kevin and S2G, cuts out a lot of zone to be played in. Skills's heads up towards Hospital anyway. We'll be providing information back down towards the rest of Mad Balls. Teams like BTR, R8 might want to make that rotation down that way. Again, for Mad Balls, it's a fairly safe position where they've got Zerich and Monkey set up. And I think that's purely just off the back of the fact that it's fielded area all around. So if vehicles come their way, they'll hear them and see them fairly quickly and should be able to get some sprays off.
Ayala pops SLR shots out the way of Aegon I8, but doesn't quite land anything. However, they do claim control of the south side near Gatka Fields from the buildings that they currently hold. Bigatron getting cut down at the moment. They're trying to cross on the western bridge, but on the northwestern bridge, the long bridge in Georgia Pole on the north side, but R8 are there. They've already taken down Misery. And another player has fallen in the meantime. Luxy and Liquid moving in. The only two players remaining. Bandar maybe on the chase there. Wants to hop out and go for the spray, but no. Prestige onto the bike. Covers the cross. Unscoped. Just at the wrong time to catch it, but it was pretty quick anyway. Might not have been able to find anything. SK2 not in a position to slow them down, and R8 going to let the duo get ahead of them.
Managed to find their way out of there. Just barely. Luxy and Liquid move it towards the position that Skills is currently holding. That information will be passed back. Again, Skills does not want to go down at this point in the game. A very crucial bit of the map. Waiting for this next circle because hopefully for Mad Balls, you know, we get a northern shift, in which case the rest of them can regroup with the rest of the team, just razzing it across the field over towards Skills's. If it moves back down towards the two players in the middle of the field, Skills's can head down that way. For the guys on the east, though, a little bit difficult. Mox Gaming currently holding a nice compound towards Gatka Fields, but on the edge, and S2G still have to push through Influence Kemin, although Calcium Razy underneath towards Ruins might be able to provide a better rotational path. I'm surprised no one's actually challenged out LGD's spot, though, with YZZ, the lone player, underneath 4 rivals in Everest, as you can see on your screen now.
I mean, the teams that could potentially move there are Box, Nigma Galaxy, 4 rivals, but they've all got solid positions already. S2G may be the main team that could go for this.
I mean, right now, yeah, this might be a case of one team just tries to instantly take that spot up for themselves. Just being YZZ, I think most teams might assume that there's a 4-player team already holding in this building, but it is practically free real estate for a team if they want to take it.
And LGD being in that 3rd place, if S2G take it away from them, that would be absolutely huge. But at the moment, S2G have their sights set even higher than that. In the game, they're moving to the top of Everest, and they're trying to move up to the top of the tables with Influence Kemin in their way, and they want to take that fight on Everest. They want to roll down and play from that position, try and use that control. Infinity, though, moving in along the roadside. Mad Balls have something to say about that. They will exact their toll on the road. 2 players from the Infinity going down. Monkey peppered back. With effect already down, they are at 3 for Mad Balls, but they've got a pretty solid divot in the spot.
Yeah, a lot of damage going their way too. But again, like you say, it's a decent position, but very little supplies available for the guys from Mad Balls, and losing a player to Buriram up on high, unideal. Should be able to get the res off though.
Titan, 4 players, west side. Egon IA skirting around, scampering across the fields. Like little mice, not trying to make a sound, but when you're in a vehicle, that's pretty difficult. Try and stay safe like that. Mad Bulls will be taking shots out this way. Titan going for it over to the top of Everest, though. The rundown for Influence Kevin actually going aggressive against S2G here to move through the barrier and take control back of the top here. Golden has been knocked, but the rest of the team are still live and kicking, and S2G get dismantled as they try and take away the territory from second place team Influence Kevin. And going down before LGD, who have been solo for so long, is disastrous.
100%. I mean, Luxy, sorry, also up there alongside with the guys from Influence Kevin. Here's all that fighting and the commotion, decides to not even get into the part of it. Does not engage in conflict at this point in time. Mad Bulls, though, stopped short. I think they would have loved to head in towards where Infinity are currently playing, and they got a good couple of shots off at the start of that engagement. Did a lot of damage, but couldn't make their way all the way through as suddenly so many other teams were taking shots their way. Buradam also have purview of their position. Box Gaming haven't moved down from that south side, and Enigma Galaxy slowly making their way in from the east. Finally, YZZ goes down from LGD. As 4 Rivals take up position, post up where he was playing originally.
Ooh, IQ for 1, but spray down from the UMP at close range. Leaves Titans at 4, playing on the west. They have finally gotten rid of that difficult players in front of them, but there's field to cross ahead, and a lot of teams now starting to be on the swivel in these compounds. Mad Bulls in their ditch that they've been holding down for a while. They're ahead on that field crossing. Of course, MTech Storm with 4 players playing on that curve in the road will be fairly solid. Luxy spotted, flushed. Influence Kevin not letting up.
Finding even more on that side. R8 also taking a bunch of damage. Circle shifts down. DRS now firmly in the center. But only 3 players, though. Not the most of defensive of a position. The Infinity keeps putting pressure on towards Mad Bulls, knowing that they're now right on the edge of the circle. But Buradam also have to leave as a 3-man unit. Titans crossing the field, a difficult push for them. They might have to rotate over towards the south side or even head up towards the north. But either way, it is all held out. Not many central teams, and Box Gaming's position actually quite valuable at this point in time.
With both LGD and S2G eliminated here, Blank, they maintain that 6-point difference. If DRS have a big game, they might be in the conversation. But going into the final day, there is a massive point of contestation around this 3rd place bubble, which is the difference between instant qualifications over to Jakarta in the grand finals and having to go through the gauntlet of the survival stage. It would be a massive upset for whichever team doesn't quite make it. Titan, though, being drawn short here as they try and crash in. Armen holding out, goes for 1 and 2, but can't quite find the 3rd. Tizzy rolling on over to try and get the crash back into Titan, and the rest of the team is good for it. Armen slowed them down for long enough on the southwest side for Titan to go down fully.
It was always going to be a rough push there for Titans, but a really nice nade comes through from MTech Storm, takes down a lot of the players. Influence Kevin, though, currently 10 eliminations, just dwarfing a lot of the other eliminations in the lobby. Other than MTech Storm with 6, I think the rest of the players, highest other than that is 3. Most of the teams on 1, 0, or 2, which is a little bit terrifying for them. Again, though...
Do you think Influence Kevin remembered to turn their phones on this game, or last game, and now they figured it out? I was like, oh, guys, we should actually look at our screens.
Yeah, 100%.
Feels like they are back in it.
Yeah, it feels like also Golden's added a little bit into the lobby, and you said that Federal wasn't doing too much today, and we expect him to do quite a bit. So the fact that he's able to bring himself back up into the fold as Golden and bring like a really good game out of the bag, I think Federal might have just needed a quick break, and having the substitution there was a good idea for him. Maybe not necessarily that he's a bad player, but just he's a little bit burnt out at this point in time. I mean,
Well,
they have had an insane run so far.
He's definitely not a bad player. Like, there's no question about it. This is part of the team that qualified and had excellent days 1 and 2. Day 3, a little bit of a slip, but to be back on form like this is excellent news. Law for Influence Kevin will be able to move on down, keep crunching in south. 4 Rivals, the main threat in this position. And this is really actually bad news for the bubble teams towards the bottom, that 4 Rivals have such a strong spot. Box kind of, if the circle shifts away, or if the circle shifts towards Box, they have a great position, but otherwise not great. MTech Storm really caught out in the open as well on that southwest side. Looking at all of these teams, the Mad Bulls as well, it's not going well for them on that side of the circle. It does keep Box for the next time around, and it loops in 4 Rivals compound.
Yeah, over down towards Gatka. Gatka not exactly easy to hold, having to take that 4-man split across all of the northeast, northwest, southwest, and southeast directions. I mean, for Mad Bulls, now they have to move. MTech Storm also in a really good spot this game, 8 eliminations, so they'll be sending themselves up the rankings alone just on elimination points. Able to find loads over towards Titans as well. And now for the Infinity, they know it's more important than ever to actually find some eliminations over towards Mad Bulls, because that would be a position that Mad Bulls would love to take up. So if they find even a single knock over towards the Infinity, you know that Mad Bulls are going to try and capitalize on that.
Influence Kemen lose a knock up close. Kayovsky does have a little bit of cover, but it's nowhere that Influence Kemen are going to want to push to try and recoup that. So Nick McAllick holding out well. The difficulty is, Blank, even though MTech Storm, Box, and Mad Bulls are still in this, 4 Rivals have a better position. If they could hold out Influence Kemen on the north, and with Kayovsky going down, that's going to be all the easier. They are the moving barrier. They are the moving bubble that will just streak it out and potentially negating the impact of this game.
Either way, still decent for MTech Storm. If Mad Bulls can get a little bit further, it might be good for them as well, but they just need those points. Influence came in, removed Buradam from the top of the table with that as well. Set themselves up into first place once again, as it should be, as they want it to be.
Excellent news for them to end day 3, going into the final day of Group Red with a good result. DRS, 2 players now standing. If they want to stay in the conversation for that 3rd place, they need a good game here going into the final day, and Delta wants to give it to them. Hamodi last standing for Enigma Galaxy. The DRS are really starting to flag now. 1 player left, but 3 of them are alive out in the open. Enigma Galaxy did get shut down by a 3rd-party engagement there.
Tons of grenades go through, and Hamodi even nades his own teammate, so certainly lethal with them, that's to be sure. In the meantime, Mad Bulls are able to just about get themselves into the circle itself, looking over towards the guys from the Infinity now to pick away at that position just a little bit. 4 Rivals will have to move back down. Only 2 eliminations found for them on the game. Similarly, a lot of these other teams towards the bottom haven't found much other than MTech Storm. Nice nade there from Monkey, opens things up towards the Infinity, and now Zerich looks to throw a little bit further over the top. 1 more knock found. This is perfect for Mad Bulls.
4 Rivals playing on the roadblock. Spray and lay down Influence Kemen. 2 players failed. 1 player still remains. They have a rooftop as well from Pembura, and that is an excellent visual sightline for everybody. Golden, the sub in for Influence Kemen. Lost seems to be the theme. Can he stay alive? A sliver of HP. The Mad Bulls looking out this way as well, but it will not last long. 4 Rivals spot it out. The top of the tables still going to be fairly close going into the final day, but Influence Kemen wrest it back into their pocket. They have led the pack every day so far.
But I'm not happy about this, though. Would love to get back up into the fold. Another knock comes through from Mad Bulls, putting Infinity under a lot of pressure. They disengage slightly to get away from the nades that were being tossed back their way, but this is a great spot in the circle now as it heads over towards the northwest. This is a perfect opportunity for Mad Bulls to hopefully jump back up into the running, back into the conversation, and get a bit of a refresh on the medical supplies as well as loot, ammo, get some smokes back on board too, and they have a decent position to play from a lot of vehicles in that area, a lot of impromptu cover, but again, those 3 players with so many other 4-man rosters within this final circle, that's where I was talking about. Having that final man down at the start of the game can be the difference maker.
It's so unfortunate that all of these teams that desperately needed good games are all having them at the same time, because it means that essentially none of them are. Maybe it will crunch those tables up though and give them, as you say, more of a shot in tomorrow's games. They have 6 more after this one to play. How much further can they look to push out? Box Gaming around the rock, playing close. MTech Storm with 2 players, losing 1 would pretty much seal their fate, and an excellent bank off the close rock there leaves Chicken alone. Bensu rallies on in to back up the rest of Box, and as 4 they'll move through. Chicken, last player standing, and will be taken out. Bensu gets the last blow there. 4 rivals on the north side, still going strong.
Good refresh, you can see there from Mad Bulls getting a lot of loot on board. Level 3s, level 3 backpacks, ammo, a lot of grenades as well. Delta did not see the DRS just moving into position. 4 rivals, 7 eliminations of their own, making the bubble even harder to cross over towards.
DRS going down 4th place, a couple of eliminations as well. That'll put them up there, and they have a chance tomorrow to get that 3rd spot. But it's all about the bottom of the tables now. All of these teams currently at risk. 4 rivals currently guarding everybody out. The bubble team, 4 players alive.
Mad Bulls can't really get involved in a lot of these engagements at the moment with the terrain in front of them. It does not give them oversight downwards towards 4 rivals or Box Game, and they don't want to give up this position either. Circle moves a bit further over towards that western side, making the guys from Box as well as 4 rivals have to move up their way, but 4 rivals seem to have their attention set over towards Box and don't have too much cover over towards the guys from Mad Bulls. They set up a forward outpost now.
Getting a position in this next circle is crucial. At the moment, only the Mad Bulls are in there. But it's a risky position. I mean, you can see Skills really doesn't want to be there, uncomfortable, to put it mildly. Smoke starts to bloom for 4 rivals, and they want that path in. You can't really move forwards too much. There is that loot crate ahead that maybe the 4 rivals will be able to leverage, but it's going to be such an obvious position as soon as you leave a vehicle there.
Yeah, for Mad Bulls, terrain-wise, they've got a great spot. It's uphill towards them. Cover-wise, it is not looking good for Mad Bulls at the moment. You can see that if they peek out, some easy shots over towards their way would just eliminate them from the match. So what they're having to hope right now is that these 2 teams go head-to-head against one another, weaken each other, injure, do some damage on either side. But currently both teams currently at 4-man squads apiece, and maybe they'll have to kick the Hornet's nest just a little bit to get it ongoing.
Keeping the smoke cover there for 4 rivals to have a little bit more maneuverability. They moved forwards, Appy, onto that little ridge, and that's going to be a powerful position, a linchpin for their coming plays. But the Mad Bulls are still in this, and they're starting to move to the roadside. They will have sightlines. 4 rivals, although unimpeded currently. There's Zerich looking for Pui on the sideline. We'll be able to get it backed off. That is Resable, though.
Not able to quite find the flush, yeah, that's the important part. But Box Gaming see their opportunity and look to take it here. They have to push in, and that delay gives them time to move up towards where 4 rivals are playing. But right now, Mad Bulls are at a really scary position in the game where they could get pinched, and the circle now starts to move through. Break finds at least 1 over towards the Mad Bulls.
Ooh, they're trying to trade it off. Mad Bulls have taken 1 knock, but 4 rivals are still all 4 of their barrels active. Box pushed out right on the edge of the blue. They're getting crunched worse than anyone right now, and they are getting cut down as well. Trisme behind the vehicle. This position is known. The res for Mad Bulls coming out as well to bring them up to 3.
Dangerous.
4 rivals lose a player on the back to Box. As Soaz out in the field has got the UMP sightlines. They're not going to go back for this res, so 3 players alive. Box down to 2. Spray, not going to find him for Soaz. Makes the mad dash and cut down out in the open, and that might be the end of Box for now.
Trisme still up, and the Mad Bulls just playing their cards slowly. But Trisme on the side swipe here could be a big problem for them. Luckily, it's Voki who has eyes on. 3v4.
Zerich moves on up with the blue zone there.
That was important.
All step up. Excellent knocks. 1 up, 1 down as well. Zerich still alive in the smoke. Pemburu and Appy. Now the last players alive for 4 rivals. It's 3 versus 2. But the blue zone is closing so quickly for them. Monkey needs to find this shot around the edge of the smoke. They're cleaning it up. And there it is. Pemburu with the side swipe. Is he going to be able to find it? Skills his falls as well.
They're on top of him.
There. He's in the smoke. He's right on top of him. He dashes out the back. And it's a 1 versus 1 atop the hill. Drops it down, and Pemburu leaves Monkey on a sliver of HP, but still alive. 1 versus 1 now. Monkey sends out for the Mad Bulls. A sliver getting smaller and smaller for them. Hits the deck on the drop shot. Why is he not going down? Blank Monkey is surviving like an absolute madman. The DP around the side finds the
How is he alive?
How is he doing that? And he finds it. somehow, some way, surviving so long, but in the end, will not be able to stay alive for much longer. It is the 4 Rivals chicken dinner. Goodness me, I thought you might have had it there, but the Mad Bulls denied right at the post, and the Bubble team stay alive with a chicken dinner.
Still a fantastic performance coming through from Mad Bulls, much better than usual. But there it is, John. The 4th man, the difference maker in the end, to not get that far. Again, they played things a little bit slower because of it. Maybe it supported them, but it was not an easy game for Mad Bulls. 4 Rivals had the zone a long time, a great compound that they found coming down from the top of Everest, and they played out from it marvelously. A lot of nades thrown. And I think with Mad Bulls, if they had more nades in the back pocket and they had longer time to loot, maybe this could have been a different game for them. But again, from the back of a very difficult start, I think Mad Bulls can be happy to get this far in the game. You see, full squad time went down at 1:34, losing that first player. So still, great stuff. Difficult though, John, because so many of these bottom teams got so many points.
Yeah, really difficult game to swallow on that one for a lot of these players because they did so well, but so did everybody else around them. It's definitely going to be all to play for tomorrow as 4 Rivals take the chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, as we see 4 Rivals close things out and get themselves 29 points, a massive victory here for a team who's basically towards the bottom rungs of our leaderboards. And we talked before, right? One win can easily shoot you through into top 11, and I think they've done just that.
I think throughout this entire tournament so far, Jason, this is the game that's going to have the biggest impact on who's going to make it to the survival stage. Because before this match, 4 Rivals, they were in 11th place. Box, they were in 12th. Mad Bulls were in 14th, and MTech were in 15th. And they're all in that top 5 kind of position in this game. This is going to have a massive impact on who will be able to make it to that survival stage. And 4 Rivals, they were just on the cusp, but they needed a big time. They showed up big time with that central position. And those nades in particular were massive on the other teams around them.
It gives them a nice buffer, Sandstorm, now to kind of have a little bit of playing room to potentially have a bad match or two, or potentially see someone else step up. Honestly, that was a good finish for them, and a finish they desperately needed. And now, obviously, leads into just 6 final matches to determine their fate before Rivals. What was your thoughts?
I mean, 4 Rivals definitely needed that game, and it was at a perfect time as well to wrap up day 3, to relieve some of that pressure going to the 4th and the final day, the last 6 games, last 6 chances that they're going to have. But I feel like the fact that we have Box Gaming and Mad Bulls also pulling their way, also getting a couple of points, they're still right behind them. But now we got to set our sights on who else is going to be in danger. What other teams are there going to be stuck on that 11th spot fighting? And what happened to Nigma as well? Another early elimination. So many things to talk about and so many things that happened this game.
Yeah, well, we're going to hop back to that last match in a second here as we take a look at a recap of the day. And my name, P, my boy P, 36 eliminations. Wasn't he top elims yesterday as well?
Yeah, he was. And
yeah, he's keeping it going.
Yeah, he's still pushing P. I did it twice, but I'm going to keep on doing it because I think it's so good. But stop it. No. the entire team has been very impressive. I mean, we hit that point home many times. Is that it's not just a singular player doing that performance, right? It is the entire team putting that foot forward, able to get those results, and once again putting Thailand on the map when it comes to PMGC with teams that are like Vampire especially. I really think that outside of China, a region that can become a world champion will have to be Thailand.
Interesting. Okay, I can get behind that. As we see our overall rankings, they do have Influence Shaman taking first place back for themselves, but only by 2 points. That is insane. As we look down the list, though, I mean, it's a 52-point gap between 2nd and 3rd place. So they've built up a buffer for themselves, and Sandstorm looking between 3rd, 4th, 5th. I think we're starting to see a gap come in here for those teams.
Yeah, DRS, S2G, it's going to be a very tough last day for them to try and get themselves, I mean, getting so close to that top 3 spot and then just going straight to the survival stage. That's definitely going to affect them a little bit, but going towards that second page, this is what I wanted to bring up. Now 4 rivals up to the 9th place spot. Now Enigma Galaxy, Infinity, 3 points between them, but they still have a decent buffer between them and Box Gaming, Mad Balls. But if they didn't show up in that last game, when it comes to Box Gaming and Mad Balls, then day number 6 would have been hell for them. So yeah, definitely a much needed game. And the same thing could be said for MTech Storm as well. They managed to take out Titan Esports and they managed to take out another squad. I think it was Team Queso. So 8 eliminations, one of their best games so far in the tournament. Now they need to step it up just a little bit more to keep on surviving in this tournament.
We had so many great surprises so far in this group stage. If this one massive upset for me, it is still Infinity. I expect this team to be top 3. They still potentially can make it in the survival stage.
No.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay. But I don't think that's the one greatest upset for me. Mad Bulls as well. I was expecting them to do better, and we saw in this last match, they lost a player like a minute and a half in, and yet they got second place with 3 people alive. You were talking before, Max, how you could just have all 4 left alive at the very end, and they should be able to close out games, but unfortunately for us, we're not going to see it here. What we are going to see, though, is an interview on the stage here with our Burium United Esports.
And there's only one more day left for tomorrow. 6 more rounds to be played out here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. In Group Red, we've already seen some of the finalist teams claim those chicken dinners. And today, we have ourselves a top contender to challenge Influence Kemin at number 1. So please welcome Burium United Esports. Could you please introduce yourself to the world?
ช่วยแนะนำตัวเองให้กับทุกคนหน่อยค่ะ
ผมชื่อ Tiger X ครับ
Hello everyone, his name is Tiger X from the Buriram.
So for Tiger X, in yesterday's interview, your teammates did mention that Influence Kemin is your biggest opponent at the moment. So in today's game, indeed, you guys have been fighting very hard to claim that number 1 spot. So far, with that sort of performance, do you believe that by tomorrow, you guys will take that number 1 spot away from them?
คือในตอนสัมภาษณ์ครั้งที่แล้วอะค่ะที่บอกว่าทีม INF เนี่ยเป็นคู่แข่งตัวสำคัญในทีมคราวนี้คุณก็คือต้องแบบแข่งกันเพื่อจะคว้าอันดับที่1มาตลอดเราก็จะแบบรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่แบบว่าเราจะต้องแข่งให้อยู่ในอันดับที่1ไปตลอดอย่างเงี้ย
ผมรู้สึกว่าเราไม่ต้องแข่งให้ได้ที่1ก็ได้แค่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลก็พอครับ
Actually, he feel like just only not the first place, but it's okay to be the grand final now.
Oh, I love that sort of confidence. And, you know, the grand finals will be happening in Jakarta. And by now, both you as well as the INF team are very likely to make it to the grand finals already. So is there a third team that you are hoping to see in the grand finals as well from Group Red?
คือตอนนี้เหมือนทั้งทีม BRU และ IMF เนี่ยจะได้เข้าไปทางรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแน่นอนอยู่แล้วเราก็มีการแบบคาดการณ์ว่าทีมที่3เนี่ยจะเป็นทีมไหนคะ
ทีมที่3 LGD ครับผมคิดว่า
he guessed like maybe LGD
I see. I really do like those choices out there. And also, before, of course, we end this interview, is there any words you want to say to Influence Kemin and also PSG LGD?
อยากจะพูดอะไรถึงกับอีกทีมหนึ่งบ้างไหมคะLGD
ไว้เจอกันครับ
He said see you on game
All right, so we definitely will see them tomorrow with those 6 more rounds to be played out. So with that being said, we have concluded day 3, and tomorrow will be the very final day of Group Red to be performing. Some teams will have to say goodbye, and 3 of the teams will make it to Jakarta, Indonesia for the grand finals. We'll see who will make it to the survival stage as well. But for now, we take ourselves a great rest, and we thank all you guys for tuning in. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place here in the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. Bye.
Bye.
You heard it here. The gauntlet's been thrown. We'll see you in the server. I feel like if I ever said that to Max, actually, I feel like if Max ever said that to me, I would laugh, first of all, because look at Max. I mean, he's a little bit threatening with his biker jacket. But no, I mean, see them in the server, and right now, I mean, LGD, we've given a lot of criticism over the first 2 days. You remember, Max, you had them as a team pitted. You said before we even started this whole event, you said in rehearsals that LGD is your team. And they stepped up. They've done well. The question is, can they obviously continue to do so? They still have one more day of play to go.
Yeah, what we had to see was them being able to bring their performance of PL over to PMGC. It took some time to get there. Now they're feeling comfortable. They're able to just replicate what they do in PL over here in PMGC for the group stage. And if they keep this going, they're looking great so far, but it is not close. It is not close for, I mean, it is not close. It is pretty close, actually, when I'm looking at the points right now. It is not set in stone. They're going to be in that top 3 position, so they got to keep it going tomorrow.
I mean, the upside for them, though, Sandstorm, there's only a couple teams in reach of them, I feel like, at least where we currently stand, because we do have those gaps between, like, 2nd and 3rd, and between, I believe, like, 5th and 6th, or 6th and 7th. I don't have the overalls in front of me right now. So they do have a little bit of a buffer, but the problem is the teams right behind them are still really good teams. And knowing if you mess up in any one of these 6 matches, that could be the difference between you having to go to survival or you go straight to the finals is a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, so 2 of the teams that did manage to get the back-to-back chicken dinners, or rather 3 of them, are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. LGD only has a 6-point buffer, just to give you guys an idea. The difference between them and going to the survival stage rather than qualifying to the grand finals. And also, I liked what Influence Shemin were able to do in the last 2 games. The reason I brought him up is because I thought that they were going to demolish everyone, and the fact that they managed to get first place again, and the fact that they took out Buriram before getting eliminated in 7th, but still managing to get 12 eliminations, 13 eliminations. If they get the ball rolling, these guys are just beasts on the map. So great to see them keep that first place, but now they have 1 more day, 6 more games to stay on top, get that $90,000 prize pool, and of course, heading to the grand finals. So let's wait and see.
Well, I don't want to know how much of that $90,000 prize pool that they're required to give you for talking them up so much. But to be fair, you've been right. We have seen them do exceptionally well here in these first 3 days. But like you said, Sandstorm, we've got 1 day left, 6 matches left to go before we can crown our victors to go through into the finals and to see which teams unfortunately have to go home and the teams who get to play on another week. But that's going to wait till tomorrow at the same place, same time as your Contra said. And we'll see you guys then.